recording.
Because I think that one of the worst things that happens. No. It'll make perfect sense. If you've ever had to give a speech, right, one of the biggest things that'll fuck a speech up is adrenaline, right?
Sure.
So you want to have an open conversation with somebody, right? The circumstances say there's something going on. So the body's like, hey, you don't have to get ready. Chill the fuck down, relax. You just having a conversation.
So you're saying you're excited.
You're
excited just to be here because I'm excited to have you.
Yeah, I mean, I would say just the newness of it. Just the whole newness of going on a podcast, hearing yourself, right? If you've never done a podcast, hearing yourself, except it's in sync. It's not like being on a cell phone when you hear that echo that just completely fucks the whole conversation up, right? You keep hearing, right. Everything you say is like a second delay. Yeah. And you're hearing yourself like a second later, and you there's something inside of you that just says, hey, keep listening to that, and you don't want to.
Right.
So it's messing the whole flow of the conversation up.
Right.
But a podcast,
but that's not happening.
No, it's different. It's literally like there is no delay. You hear yourself when it comes out. I mean, that's pretty cool.
It is.
So that's definitely something that
the biggest reason for that is so it helps us not overtalk each other, and more importantly, it helps you be able to hear yourself and just kind of like maintain your own volume.
Dude, this is awesome. I mean, and plus you got, you've been involved in the band scene since I knew you, right? And so all this stuff probably to some extent is just an extension of manipulating sound.
It did give me a little advantage because I knew like the concepts of what I was trying to accomplish.
Oh yeah.
So I had to take a couple months and figure out how to actually physically work the equipment, but I knew like what I was trying to do. Yeah. I just didn't know how to fucking do it. That's really the only difference.
But to wrap up what we were talking about earlier, a lot of times they use certain, words that describe a certain, meaning that really don't allow you to question it, right? You don't go any further. When someone says loan forgiveness program, it's just like, oh, okay, right? That means it just disappears. And that, because using the word forgiveness would make you feel that way. Like, yeah, we'll just, sprinkle a little fairy dust on top. Voila, it's all gone.
Right.
That's what forgiveness means to the average person.
Sure.
To me, I think these are stonewall words that people won't question, right? So going back to the whole forbearance thing, as we were talking about, the realization is if they don't want you to take all that money, think about it, because the stimulus money went right into your account, right, if you had it, and it's new money. So we know that this was printed money, right? New money circulating.
Right.
So the problem with this new money is it'll flood the market. Excuse me, not the market, the economy. Because what are we going to do with the money? You got two options. You're going to put it in the market or you're going to put it in the economy, right? So if you put it in the market, the stock market, right?
Okay. So you're either going to invest it or you're going to spend it.
All you Robin Hood traders and Webull and whatnot, right? A lot of people got their checks right into the investment account, right? And then started investing. So where is that money? It's sitting in the market, okay? Now you got the economy. The economy is, well, I had to go to the store to buy this right here, right?
Right.
So once that
investing versus spending.
It's almost like a pinball. It's like once you put that money into the economy, it's there. Because now it's almost like if you could watch that money exchange hands, it's going to, sit in some cash registers. Maybe a little boy is playing with it. Maybe some cokehead, is, this will work. Like there's so many, like, and that same dollar can get unrolled to buy a soda, right? Now all of a sudden you're like, hold on, man, you got $1, as they wake up on the floor, yeah, here you go, use this $1, right? Now that dollar's back into the store. Sure. So when you think about
I wonder how much cocaine exists on current currency out there if you did tests.
Exactly. Hey,
fuck.
And you got like some weird carny type of a store clerk who looks at it and is like, what's this? And does the whole rub on the gums, like, okay, yeah, but either way, when you look at the flow of money, the amount in circulation is key.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have all these different loans that people, the forbearance is like, so kind of going back to what we were talking about, if you take all that money and you make it into just these big pools of water, right? And then you got all these streams that run off, right? So the streams, right, and the water have formed just based on erosion and over time. And then they kind of run in harmony until what happens? All of a sudden we get rain. Now, what does the rain do? It floods all this, and as a result, it's either going to overtake the current, or you're going to have to make bigger, channels or bodies of water to maintain it. Right. So now realize that if you take $3 trillion in the name of, they call it, there we go, the CARES Act.
Sure.
We care about you, America. We care. We love you. If you, but think about it. Like, see, it's those words. I call them stonewall words. It's the words that people won't question.
Right.
The CARES Act.
Sure.
Because we care. Like what pompous, arrogant, who would even do that? Like the CARES Act. We care.
Well, there always some bullshit acronym.
Of course it is.
The fucking Patriot Act, the fucking, what was the second version? The Freedom Act. That's basically Freedom Patriot Act 2.0.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're all acronyms for some wild shit.
Exactly. So the CARES Act says, oh yeah, by the way, guys, we're gonna give you guys some money too. Okay, businesses, you're gonna have to wait, but those really big businesses that don't pay any money in taxes, they get first dibs, right? So now they have that money. What do? They take the money and they put it into the market. So
they do pay taxes. They just don't. The right corporations that do this the correct way, they don't pay corporate or they don't pay profit tax because they're claiming losses from up to 20 years. And I don't want to like get into an economics debate because I'm not an accountant. I am good at economics, but it's tedious and I'm not an expert enough to comment on it. But basically, like, they still pay payroll tax, right? Like Jeff Bezos, this is a false narrative that he made so many $1 billion last year and he didn't pay a dime in taxes. No. On his income as an employee, he pays personal income tax. There's no evading that.
No.
But the corporation of Amazon is expanding so fast that, believe it or not, they're losing enough profit to bring themselves down to a zero balance for the year and call it no profit.
Well, let's talk about
basically the reason I want to get you back to your point, but the reason that is allowed is so you can start a small business, form it as a corporation, and if you play the game right and do it properly, it allows you to expand aggressively from a small shop to like you could, if you figured out how, you could create a new Walmart, Best Buy, Target tomorrow, and within 5 years be so fucking aggressively expanding that you could put one. Netflix did it. Netflix started out as a little idea, did their business right, expanded fast enough to where they were able to avoid paying heavy taxes because they reinvested in infrastructure. They hired more employees. They bought more assets. And they did it so well that they completely revolutionized an entire industry, put Blockbuster out of business, Hollywood Video Update.
Okay, well, let's think about this.
So it's not that they're not paying taxes. They're just avoiding certain taxes.
Let me specify, right? So when you think about corporate taxes, what do they pay tax on? Revenue, right, is what we're talking about. When you get into smaller companies, right? Smaller companies that hit harder than larger corporations because there's so many things you can write off. You can cook the books. But when you think about $1 billion enterprise paying no money in taxes, all they mean now, the employee is a separate entity from, say, the corporation.
Right.
Okay. Corporations, one of the arguments you could make with the corporations, what are they creating? This is a part that no one ever talks about. A corporation is creating one important thing, jobs. You know what jobs are creating? Taxpayers. Right. So
spenders, consumers,
correct.
Sure. Yep.
But when you get to a point where you can literally just find a way to write off your losses, right? To have an accountant that can say, well, technically that's a loss. Okay, you were driving there. Like if a good example is if you're self-employed, every time you go out and eat with somebody, that's a business meeting. Right?
Right.
That's a business meeting. Give me that receipt, we're writing that off. So understand, right, the game is really garnered toward the rich to perfect it, to be able to capitalize, where the hard part is you could, if you have an innovative idea, of creativity led you down a path where now you found a way to do what Netflix did, right? You could do that, but the hardest part is you have to find something that's so groundbreaking, right? Like you think about Google. Google that's a verb now, right? I mean, think about it. When you get into sports, when somebody says Moss, you got mossed. That's when you know you're great. Or when somebody says Jordan, like when a person gets mossed, right?
Kobe.
Exactly. Or deboed, right?
That's
all
my
you
favorite
80s
one.
babies, getting deboed is serious, right? Exactly.
For anybody that doesn't know, just quick explain what deboed is, because they know all the other ones.
Well, first you got to understand the magnitude. Debo was the local bully, right? He was, in the words of Charlie Murphy, he was a habitual line stepper, right? That's who Debo was. He constantly stepped over the line, taking jewelry. But understand, he was so physically intimidating that everybody just sat back and bitched out to Debo.
Now, did the term Debo come from Friday, or was that already a term and they made it into a character in Friday?
No, that came from Friday, and that's what I mean when something has a household
it was that
name.
Big, giant, like 8 foot tall human being where not only is he a habitual line stepper, but you can't do anything about it.
You can't.
He could take a full grown man and bend him over, and there's nothing you're doing to stop it. Dude, unless you got a gun. But even then, he might walk through a fucking full clip and still get to you.
I mean, this is the guy, when you invite him over to have steaks, you put your steaks on the grill, he just puts his on the plate. I mean, that's who Debo is, right? This is a very Neanderthal. This is a guy who is liable to do some serious damage if he connects. So getting Debo is getting knocked the fuck out, basically, right? In a way that Mortal Kombat style, the 80s babies, you're projected in the air, right? So, but anytime you have your name becomes a verb, that's always the gateway to something great, right? Mm-hmm. Like, and a lot of times it's pop culture that really does it. It's the mood of society at that moment. Like, no one chose for that to happen. It just kind of happened, right? And now, like, we talk about like getting into sports and really defining what greatness means. And I think greatness is measured by this thing called pressure. So to all of the Viking fans, we've been let down so many times because of pressure, right? And it's the worst feeling in the world when you're on this emotional roller coaster up and down, right? Mm-hmm. And we're there. But it didn't start at the game. It started a week before the game, right? And the more you get burned, the more when you feel like there's success, the more pressure that precedes each week. So as we talked about in 2016 or 17 with the whole Case Keenum thing, Case Keenum arguably had, I'm going to say, an MVP, at least NFC MVP, right? When you think about what he did, he was the number 1 rated quarterback under pressure, right? Under pressure, Case Keenum. And he was number 2 overall in the real quarterback rating, QBR, right? So QBR measures.
Who was number 1 that year?
That Tom Brady.
Who was number 3? Do you remember?
Probably Drew Brees.
That's what I'm getting. Yeah.
So when you throw him in that equation and you realize, wow, the issue is we want to create a superstar now. We want to manufacture it. We don't want it to happen organically, and that's what happens anytime capitalism or this idea of we need to artificially boost sales in something, right? And that's why we keep having these debates about who's better, Michael Jordan or LeBron James. And so you got guys like Nick Wright who go on there and just argue the stupidest points that don't make any sense. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about field goal percentages? Well, it's pretty simple. Why don't you just do this? Why don't you look at where he took the shot? So what you find with LeBron James, if you want to talk about field goal percentages, you have to throw guys like Tyson Chandler and DeAndre Jordan out there. You got to throw them out there. Why? Because they have 2 of the top highest field goal percentages in NBA history. But we don't call them good shooters, right? Instead, we understand it's because they're putbacks, layups, and dunks. And something alarming about the statistics is when you start to give them real analysis, what you realize is, oh my God, LeBron James is shooting 33 or 30%. From outside of 5 feet. That's not really a good shooter. Okay, now the likelihood of him putting the ball in the bucket could be defined as field goal percentage. Right. But to say someone's a good shooter and use that number, right. So you need 2 things. You need to have cared and felt the pressure of being a fan right? YouTube won't do it. The best thing that could have happened for all of the newbies to the greatness of Michael Jordan was that special. Because what it did was it put people in a mood to understand what we were feeling at that time.
You're talking about The Last Dance?
Yeah, The Last Dance.
Fucking great, right? Dude. I cried multiple times.
Oh, my God,
that. And not like tears like sadness. It was just like, I remember inspiration. And just like, I forgot how much he meant to me as a kid. You know? And it's like, not to get too far off track here, because I want you to keep going, but I wanted to talk to you about this, like, because we're dealing with all this racism shit nowadays, and it was like, I get it, we were young, but even through, fuck, man, I mean, he played till, like, what, 2000?
Yeah, he came back, right?
2001, 2002, right, so, you know, I mean, fuck, dude, I'm, like, almost 20 years old by that point.
Yeah.
That's one of the things where I thought him as, he transcended sports so much that, like, white dudes, Jewish kids wanted to be Michael Jordan, not just be like Mike, but we wanted to be Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
And it literally didn't matter to anyone at all that he was black. And then now, for some reason, that culture is, and shit, man, I wouldn't be surprised, bro, if there's a lot of people that because of Michael Jordan wish they were black. Like, straight up, you know what I mean?
Agreed.
Like, but I'm just saying, he meant so much to me because I wanted to be Michael Jordan. And knowing I couldn't, I was like, all right, well then, like, what is it? Same thing we were talking the other day on the phone with music and shit, right?
Yeah.
And about that drive and that passion. And I didn't have a dad. We've talked about this. You had a strict dad, right? So I had to choose who I wanted to be like. Like, who was the man that symbolized what I identified with, like who made sense to me, because it wasn't just going to be any random motherfucker, right? I was already too hard-headed and too like so it was James Hetfield, Michael Jordan, Chris Carter, like a lot of athletes, just because you had access to seeing them and hearing from them more than musicians. We were stuck on music videos, interviews, and a random documentary. So like that Jordan thing, dude, brought back up so many old memories, and I don't watch nearly as much basketball now. So to bring it back full circle, where we were going with the LeBron MJ thing for the new kids, like I almost started flirting with the idea, well, like, okay, maybe I just don't watch enough basketball and I don't understand the greatness of LeBron. And then I watched The Last Dance, and I was like, no. Fuck LeBron. MJ's the GOAT. It's not even debatable. And anybody who does make it debatable is really either pushing an agenda, right? Like they got hired to pump up ratings, which is like going back to the capitalism thing you said, or they have no fucking idea what they're talking about and they're just being a fucking troll. Right?
So going back to what you were saying, first we got to talk about, you know, what does it really mean to be great? And great is defined by how that person, well, first you can throw in accolades, right? Awards, right? Season awards, right? You're not going to find a guy who's the greatest player of all time never won an MVP. So when you think about greatness, that is just one of the afterthoughts. It isn't, and Michael Jordan didn't win the MVP because he wanted to be the greatest. He was the greatest, so he won the MVP. Right. So when you think about what that really means, it's like, and I'm not going to digress, but it's like when you watch Mike Tyson. When you watch Mike Tyson box and you listen to him talk, you understand that, you know, custom motto to anybody who's ever wanted to coach, to anybody who's ever wanted to motivate or inspire themselves or other people. When you listen to custom motto, you understand what greatness is, right? He was so great that just through an eye test, he watched the 13-year-old Mike Tyson box and said he's going to be the youngest heavyweight champ of the world. Now, the question you could ask yourself is this just something he said about every random kid he saw?
No.
Well, let's do this. Let's realize that the three youngest heavyweights all came under custom motto. That means he had an eye for it. Like
so it was, if I remember right, it was Tyson, and then the last one, because there was one in the middle, right? Or no, he had done is it Holyfield?
No, so under custom motto. So he produced the three youngest heavyweights. Remember, Mike was 20
I think the
when he
last
won
one
it.
he did was Lennox Lewis.
No, the Custom Model passed away in I think 85.
But who are the three youngest? He was Mike
It was
Tyson.
Mike would have been the last. It would have been Floyd Patterson, I think, or right. So we're going
okay.
back into history, right?
Right. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Ignore that.
But when you understand that, like, and Custom Model, here's the irony: he never boxed. He never boxed. Think about that for a second. But
that's fucking wild.
But
if you really think about that,
it is. But understand that boxing is an art form. Art is expression. So just like Bruce Lee, just like all these great philosophers, when you listen to Custom Model, he took pieces of fencing, pieces of ballet, right, to create this peekaboo boxing style.
Why does that seem so bizarre that the greatest boxing coach of all time was never a boxer, but Bill Belichick was never a successful NFL player?
Because I think that a lot of people think there's some clean correlation or translation, and there isn't. To me, how well you articulate.
I mean, we got to acknowledge they did play.
Yeah, they played. But again,
some of them never even made it to the NFL, though they only made it to college.
Or
Bill Belichick
assistants.
only played in college football.
Exactly. Right. Or like you could even go in like Coach K. I don't think he ever played in the NBA. Bobby Knight. But see, all these are titles.
Bud Grant. Vikings legendary.
Vikings, yep.
He was a starting point guard and won NBA championships for the Minneapolis Lakers next to George Mikan, and then turns. Did he ever play football? Not professionally, because he was a professional basketball player.
Bingo.
So why is it fucking with my head? And I'm sure a lot of people, when you say Customato never even played.
Well, that's
basketball.
That's what I want to address. Because the one thing that a person has is passion, and passion is just like an energy when you think about it that is so infectious. It could have you obsessed with something. And the question is, what are you obsessed about? You want to find a way to perfect something, but except it's not the art of perfection when you're doing it. It's just expressing this passion. Right. And then, as time elapses and as you get a time to really introspectively think about what it is you were doing, that's when you start to really put tangible pieces onto what you were doing. But in the midst of it, you don't realize what it is. Mm-hmm. Right. Understand that, like, now you get into Bruce Lee, and Bruce Lee had a fighting style that was basically the same philosophy. He took he took pieces of fencing. He took all these different styles of fighting and said, there is no one way but the way that's necessary at that time. Now, the basis of his fighting is Wing Chun, right? I think Chinese boxing. But that's the basis. So when you think about it, that's what got him in the door. But passion is everlasting. So what I learned from these guys is, if you choose to become passionate about something and you devote your life to it, those aren't choices you make. They're just the causal effects of what passion does over a lifetime. No one says, I'm passionate. No, it's not what happens. What happens is you make that decision in life that you love doing this, and you latch on to it. Nothing gets in the way of that. Somehow these guys are monetized.
Hyper focus.
Correct.
And I think one of the only ways you can even get into that mindset, I mean, there's a lot of personal discipline. There's a lot of things you do to get yourself to that spot. But I think a lot of it, the majority of it, is actually probably finding something that you can be that passionate about. Finding something that has that adrenaline release where you're feeling like you're getting more out of it than the energy you're physically putting in. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Because I'm not going to be able to be this version of Jared I am with my music or the podcast or any of the other endeavors I'm in when I'm going to work for some fucking corporation, sitting in a cubicle, making phone calls, collecting bills, any of those things. I just can't. Now, some people can, but I can't. So take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think I think when people subscribe to the idea, the notion, go to school, get a degree, that's coming from a generation of people where it really was that simple. Right. Because you got to think before the government subsidized, student loans, which, to those of you who don't understand what that means, it means that the government guaranteed them, right? It means they guaranteed them. So what does that lead to? Predatory lending. So if you guarantee a student loan, and we're not going to digress, what does it mean? It means that if I charge $30,000 a year, somebody's going to pay for it, guaranteed. That sounds like one hell of a heist to me, right?
That sounds like it's too good to be true.
Yeah.
And in
And
my experience, if it sounds too good to be true,
it probably is. Exactly.
It's too good to be true.
Yeah. So when you think about just the, what does it mean, right? When you go through a process in life where, you're trying to grow and expand as a person. Sports is a great avenue because you go through a range of emotions. And I think to, kind of go back to, the core of what we were talking about, when you find that passion, so like if I could go back in time and talk to me at 18, I would have probably told me I wouldn't have given any winning lottery numbers or anything like that. Maybe on the side, a little note. Hey, by the way, play this number, or these numbers. Or
I would have put money in a trust account.
Or I would have been invest. Like, hey, this thing called Microsoft. By the way, hey, invest in that shit, right?
I couldn't have done that for myself because I was too broke. Like young me would have been
Dude,
like, bro, I ain't got no money. You know that if you're old me, motherfucker.
I know you're working at the gas station. Just take $50 a week. You can do it, right? But but what I would have honestly told myself, man, is, learning about what passion means. Passion is basically endless. When you get into sports and understanding that, when you are in the midst of it, there is no concept of time, right? So when you find that in life, it's like we've talked about before. Thomas Edison described the late great Tesla, right, as doing research for 20 plus hours, and to the outsider, he referred to that as research. But to dive into the mind or the body of Tesla, man, it was waking him up every day. Right. Yeah. It's like when Snoop says, mind on my money, money on my mind. It's like that type of philosophy where it goes both directions. Like he went to bed thinking about it. He woke up thinking about, how can I find a way to make power, energy limitless so that no one pays for it? This concept of looking on a wall to plug power in, that was a joke to him. That's how it was monetized. That's how it was controlled. Right. Right. So his passion led him down a different path. Right. Now, ultimately, we have these carrots that we call success, and everyone likes to talk about Tesla's work and say, well, he didn't succeed. Well, what does that really mean? Because he died without money. Did he die doing what he loved? Right. Not to mention the patents we have. Without Tesla, guess what? There's no cell phone. That's the power of passion and creativity. So when you look at the same thing and you apply it to a custom model or to anybody who's been a coach, the one thing you want to dive into is the level of passion, what wakes them up throughout the day. Right. You can see derivatives of that in Tom Brady. Right. He's sitting there in an office just like this, right, up in his castle. Right. And you caught that. But he's sitting there for 6 hours sometimes looking at film. Right. What is he doing? He's feeding that hunger, that passion for the game. And so when Michael Jordan talks about walking away from the game, he talks about losing that, right? Losing that. So the realization is you don't have to be in a sport. You just have to be passionate about it. And what that passion does is limitless, right? So Customato, he hurt his eye. What they don't talk about is maybe he had a strong passion to want to play the game, right? So what I would have told myself as a kid is, don't listen to what the baby boomers and all these people about go to college. That's a bunch of nonsense. Sure. You're going to get a degree that's unaccredited, and you're going to find yourself in a school that won't transfer over to a job, and you're going to be stuck with $70,000, basically house note money. People, you're going to be stuck paying that for the rest of your life,
and or a worthless degree,
and unaccredited, right? So,
even if it is accredited,
unaccredited.
But even if it is, do you know how many fucking people I know that went to college and their degree does nothing for them? They were dude. I remember being 19, 20 years old, fresh out of fucking high school. I'm working with you, right? That's where we met. Just so people know, like, we didn't really go into your history on this. Like, I met Anwar. 18 years old, fresh out of high school, working for him at a collection agency.
That's right, yeah.
And I was such a hustler at that time, even though, because it's not like I was just driven. I had this passion. I had this thing that Anwar's talking about, something that mattered to me, and just this burning, epic desire, and this borderline arrogance, this just like, there was no doubt that I was gonna make it. So I would have two jobs. I worked full-time Monday through Friday at the collection agency, and then on the nights I wasn't working, I picked up a
Yeah.
part-time job. So I was working at, whether it be Cousin Subs or somewhere else. And these guys would have exactly what you're talking about. $70,000 to $100,000 of student loan debt,
yeah.
a worthless fucking degree. Sometimes it was credited,
Yeah.
sometimes it wasn't accredited. And all of a sudden they're standing next to me working, and they're working full-time at
Yeah.
Cousin Subs because they can't even get the full-time job I got straight out of high school. Like,
Agreed, yeah.
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it was just this bizarre thing to me to see, and that partly influenced me why I never kept going to college. I took some courses. I took some generals way back in the day, which was so long ago I don't even get credit for them anymore. And more importantly, watching these guys, I was just like, fuck, dude. I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
Plus, I got this other thing going that's going really well. We were making decent money at the collection agency, especially at that age. And then I got the music thing going. And then I also just honestly, I couldn't decide. I wasn't passionate about anything in college.
Okay. Yeah. So let me.
So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So again, I couldn't like manufacture
So let's go
that.
back to that here. So to kind of tie in, what the point I was making earlier is, if I could have gone back and told myself something, it would have been to ignore all of that gibberish and to understand first how to define passion, right? What does that really mean, right? Passion is timeless. So when you find yourself doing something and it's a race against time, right? Because you got clock time, which, understand, not to get too philosophical, but time is a concept, right? That we use.
Time is just a construct, man.
It's to, we use it to measure basically the very quantifiable, tangible existence called life. We use it. It helps us. Now, clock time is real. We have obligations. We have things, but the concept of time is just it's not real. And when you find yourself passionate about something, you're always against that. Oh crap! It's 3:00 already. Oh, okay. You're always late because the only thing that matters is that passion. So I would have told myself to become aware of that at that age, and to find a way to monetize it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Literally, that's all you need. So when we go back to, thinking about, how we met in collections, I guess it's important to really understand what drives a person. How did you get to that point? What did I see as a 22-year-old, manager, or 23, one of those, from this young 18-year-old kid? What did I see? There were tangibles. There were tangibles because when I talk about the advice I would give myself, understand that it's an awareness that at that age, once you become aware of something, now all of a sudden these neural pathways start to form, and you start to see the world to some extent in that awareness. So think about it. If someone would have said, Jared, at a very encourageable age, you're passionate about this, do this. Now you're going to walk out in your world and you're going to see that everywhere you go, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see that element,
Sure.
right? So because of that, so my upbringing was, it was understanding that at a very early age, I was, coincidentally, I wore this T-shirt, right? It's got all the superheroes on it. But, if you ask my mom, my brothers, I had capes on. I was always attracted to superheroes, right? There was something about that at the essence of my, start to this world. Something about, He-Man and action figures, it did something to me.
I wanted to be
right?
Marty McFly.
You wanted to be
I swear to God, dude. I saw that movie as a little kid, especially when he fucking broke down and played the Johnny B. Good part.
He was a good guy. Like, trust me. See, you have antagonists, you have protagonists. Everybody talks about don't antagonize me. What about don't protagonize me? Like, nobody talks about the other element to it. Like, right. There's a good element. It's called the protagonist.
Right.
He's the good guy. And it doesn't matter if it's Marty McFly, because I liked Bill Murray. So much so that he was who was the main Ghostbuster? It was Bill Murray, and he was receding. So I was in the bathroom. I saw a razor, and just naturally, I took the razor and tried to make Bill Murray's haircut, which wasn't a middle-aged man receding. To me, that's how he looked. That's how the main guy looked. So it's not out of the ordinary that you would like Marty McFly, because at that age, we were taught early to gravitate toward the good guy, right? The protagonist.
Sure.
So I liked him too, like he was you were rooting for him, I think is what it comes down to,
Sure.
right? You find yourself rooting for the protagonist.
Yeah. And I identified with him, because he was smaller,
Yep.
literally smaller than everybody. And I'm not small now, but I'm also not a big dude. I mean, I'm tall.
Yeah.
I'm tall now, but I wasn't a tall kid. I wasn't a big kid. I was a
Yeah.
small kid.
Yep.
And I did get bullied for years.
Yeah.
And then finally, through the inspiration of quite literally Marty McFly, I started fighting bullies.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I got my ass kicked for years.
And that's why
I had to do it. I had to, because Marty McFly wouldn't fucking be bullied. You know what I mean?
Exactly. But that's why understanding, where someone came from gives you a direct understanding as why they make the decisions they make currently. So when you go back and talk about being bullied, this was an impressionable time in life for your kid. It means everything was that much more intense. You got people making fun of you.
Right.
Man, you could have woke up in the morning time hurt, distraught about that. But you don't have the verbal skills to articulate, hey, Mom, I'm feeling really down about myself because these guys are making fun of me. To not even be able to say that, right? To just have it all compartmentalized and to have these outlets of people who are expressing something that doesn't allow you to rest into that's what it is. I got it. Okay. That's what it's been this whole time. And you kind of play onto this notion that, so at an early age, we're trying to find, for all of you people who love to, use the word ego, it's just another way of saying I, right? It's that simple, right? It's necessary. When people, try to demonize or villainize the idea of what this means, it's kind of a joke. It's like saying, well, we got these lungs, we don't really need them. Well, it's a part of you for a reason. And to understand that, so that's why I like what Mike Tyson says. He says that we're not put on this earth. We're not born humble creatures. We're born to be humbled, because that is literally how you carve yourself out of this notion of I. That's how I finds its path in this thing we call earth, world, existence, consciousness, right? So when you start to look at yourself early on, just look at what you gravitated to. It was superheroes. I don't know why, right? It just did it for me. And
I mean, you and most boys.
Yeah, most boys, right?
Right.
But then, you look at just history and you realize, okay, so whenever I was hanging out with a bunch of kids, I was always the one in charge. That's looking after the fact. I was always the leader of the group to some extent, right? And
were you always kind of jacked? Were you a bigger kid too?
I was strong, right? I was if you ask my mom, she says at an early age, she knew that, I can remember being probably 11 or 12 in the weight room, and the older guys would say, man, you're going to be a beast when you get older. So clearly there was something people saw.
Sure.
My mom said that when she saw me about 3 or 4 with my shirt off, she knew that, that there was some genetics that clearly gave me what I have right now. Right. But I found that I was passionate at an early age. I wanted to be a gymnast. Now, again, for you 80s babies, gymnastics, doing flips was a thing to do. Now it's kind of a dying fad. But back in the day, if you could bust a backflip, it was a very cool thing to do.
That is true.
But I was about 7 years old, and I watched a good friend, my cousin, that's right. I was at his house. I'm from Augusta, Georgia. I watched him do a backflip off of this crate. He did the backflip, and I was like, he's like, you do it. And I just got on the crate and I did it. There was no hesitation. There was no fear. Now,
I was scared shitless.
And most people are. There's a phobia of going backwards, but I wasn't. And then, but see, whatever that thing was as a kid of being, wanting to be a superhero, right? Whatever that was, it was always present.
Sure.
And now all of a sudden, the marriage of like your Rockies, all these different movies, even though they're, fictional titles, they're embodying a certain element that, people experience in life, which is you're down and out, but there's only one person to believe in, and it's you. And once you start to believe in yourself, doors are open. And so literally at that age, I became obsessed. I started to just practice doing gymnastics, right? Doing gymnastics. And that dream really pushed me, right, to a point where it was an everyday thing. This is why, if you have a kid in a sport and you have to make them practice, it's not for them. I mean, look, you're going to find your anomalies that are just so God-given gifted with athleticism that they'll get far. But the minute it's up to them to push themselves, they're going to fail. And you've heard that story over and over and over in the NFL, right? Or in any league where, okay, you got this guy given athleticism, and that was your trump. That's your trump card. That's gotten you to this spot.
Right.
But guess what? Sooner or later, you're going to be around a bunch of guys just like that.
Yep.
Now what do you have? That hubris, that same arrogance that got doors open for you when you were still fucking up in school.
Yep.
Right? Everybody kind of patted you through because that was good. Now you got this grandiose idea about yourself and you haven't humbled yourself. Hence, we were born to be humbled.
Dude, I see that in the music industry a lot too, man. Like, there's a lot of dudes that I see are some of the best guitar players around or drummers around, but there's a million lesser musicians that have made it farther.
Yeah,
because of all the other shit.
Again, and that's why when you think about, talking about a topic like sports is just some type of word we use to describe a competition. There's always a competition. Everything to some extent is a game, a sport to some extent. There's again, in order to be great at playing the guitar, anything, right? Guitar, piano, instrument we'll say. Anything. What do you have to do? You have to practice.
Yep.
Except it's not practice when you enjoy it. You can't even use that word.
Doesn't feel like work
because it's neither. It's not work. It's not practice. It's called exercising my passion. Mm-hmm. I found it, and now I've been
on your craft.
Working on your craft. I even
refining
your craft, but it's just you. Like, so a good example is when I wanted to. We talked about this yesterday about what does it mean to practice a game winner. You see, you can't really practice a game winner in a game because, lights, camera, action, it's time to either make it or go home. But through this thing called imagination, so you can probably come to the conclusion that kids who are living that passion are literally imagining they're playing in front of like a crowded stadium, right?
Right, we did.
So what are they doing?
Exactly,
they're literally preparing their mind themselves to deal with that pressure.
Yep,
they've already done it.
And it's weird because as a child you have an inability to not imagine and visualize yourself in those huge situations.
Agreed.
You naturally fantasize, whether it's being a superhero, a rock star, a professional athlete. You naturally visualize and imagine yourself in those situations. Whereas as an adult, for some reason, we have a harder time doing that unless you're doing it on purpose. We don't. You have to consciously decide, like, oh, I need to work on this. And there's the physical rehearsal, and then there's the literal visualization. Where sometimes playing drums, guitar not so much, but playing drums, sometimes I'll be working on a song and writing a song. I'll be pounding the skins all day, and I just can't seem to get somewhere. So what I do is I turn on the guitar track, I close my eyes, I sit in a chair, I smoke a cigarette, drink a beer, and I listen to the drums that aren't there, and I visualize myself playing them, physically playing them. All these parts that I hear in my head and then all of a sudden I get on the kit, and I'm saying I do this for a couple hours.
I want to ask you a question about that. Now, you can call it, hindsight being 20/20 after the fact. You can call that, honing in on your craft. But that's just what we use. That's a phrase we use to describe those actions.
Right. Yep.
Those are something that's just coming. Phrases. It's just coming natural. Is my point. That whatever that is, no one told you to do it. It just happens. It just for you to sit there and do that. It's just because it's like Michael Jackson has a song called "Blame It on the Boogie." Right, it's a very got an infectious disco type of beat. Love it, but when you watch the video, toward the end when he says, I just can't stop my feet from that part. Mm-hmm. They said that when Michael was recording that in the studio, that he burst out of the studio because he truly couldn't stop his feet from moving. Right, and it's like, for whatever reason, when you're passionate about something, you never cease to embody a moment that allows you to express that passion. So if it's you sitting there playing something in your mind or in the air, right, we can call those actions honing in a craft, and we can try to put that in a book and quantify it and monetize it, right? But at the end of the day, you have to have that it factor. And that it factor only happens by being humbled, right? So you're this kid, right? You're enjoying yourself. You're really good at a sport. You lose.
Mm-hmm.
Losing is being humbled. The kids who are crying, they've gotten humbled. It doesn't mean that that's a bad thing. As a coach, I love the kids who are crying. Those are the ones who have potential, right there, the kids at the end of the game, because it matters to them after the game.
Right.
If you got a kid who walks away, he's like, whatever. No, unless he's got just some God-given athleticism, that'll take him. But sooner or later, he has to be humbled.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why sports so important, because it teaches you what it really means to be humbled.
Right.
You lose, or you're in some recital, or something happens, failure. But then the beauty about whatever this is, you evolve.
Right.
There's no failure. There's just trial and error. There's no giving up. There's the idea of saying I want to give up because I'm a victim and I'm feeling sorry for myself and I just want my mom to give me a pat on the back, right? But you don't want to give up.
Right.
You want to keep going. And all she does, or he or they, parents, is put you right back into that mindset of looking forward. And that's what you learn, that from sports, everybody's doing the same thing to be great. You have to have a passion for it. You have to sit there and be playing a guitar without a guitar. You have to create that emotion, because that's the one difference that you experience in the moment. Okay? Now you got a crowd of people. You can either use that epinephrine, that adrenaline, to put together one of the greatest performances, or it can go the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've been practicing this moment, you've been ready for it. So when you think about, practice, I don't refer to it as practice. I call it readiness.
Well, and
right?
It's interesting you say that, because there's this thing I give a lot of my buddies shit about, my peers, and these are pros. And I'm like, hey man, you want to go out for beers tonight? And they're like, I can't, man, I have practice. And I go, LOL. And they're like, what's so funny about that, dude? You don't practice? And I was like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I practice my instrument, but
yeah.
I don't go into a room and practice with a bunch of dudes. No, I rehearse.
Yeah. Rehearse, yeah.
There's a huge difference between that. And I think it's so, and this is why I love having conversations with you specifically, and this is why I had to have you on the podcast, because these are the kind of conversations we have where you will say something that has nothing to actually do with music or whatever, and all of a sudden I realize that's what I've been trying to explain to people. Like, no, dude, I've been saying this on the podcast and having these conversations with my previous guests. Like, as a musician, I tell my guys, if you're nervous, especially if you're nervous because there's no one there, close your eyes. Imagine being 12 years old. You're in your bedroom. You're fantasizing about being in Metallica or whatever your favorite band was, and do that. Right. Yeah. So again, it's that to tie back to the kid fantasizing thing. And then when we're at rehearsal, I'm kind of an asshole about guys slacking off. Like, it's almost that Michael Jordan thing, because I got that from him. Like, no, you practice as if it's the game. You practice or rehearse as if it's the show, because for a multitude of reasons. Number one, you're physically used to that.
Yeah.
So now you're not exhausted and you have to slow down just so you can play your parts right. Like, the adrenaline's kicked in because we're all fucking really hitting it. So we're playing a little faster than we should. So you're used to fucking adjusting for that. Maybe the drummer's getting a little tired, so he's a little sloppy. So now you're naturally in tuned to be prepared for all these things that can go wrong. That way, when a big show comes, and it is a huge crowd, and all those things we just talked about kick in, you've already been there and done that.
Exactly.
And then when you when you show up to an empty venue and there's no one there, it doesn't faze you. It's just another practice.
Yeah.
Or it's just another rehearsal.
Get it? Yeah. No, I know what you. Yeah,
and that's what I'm just differentiating. So I practice my shit, but it's the rehearsal, because I'm putting myself through these routines. So when I encounter them, I'm not a fish out of water. I feel like I've been there before. And then when you go from the zero crowds to the big crowds, which is what most people end up doing organically in the music industry, by the time you made it to the big crowds, you can turn around and say, hey, man, and you hear this in the NFL, it's just another game. It's just another show.
And the reason why, going into that is when you train from a psychological standpoint, when you start to visualize, right, and you start to really experience the crowd in your mind, literally you feel it. There is a chemical, there's a hormonal response that takes place that you're in it, you're there. So when it really happens, you're absolutely ready for it, right? Because that's the one intangible that takes place is, well, chemical hormone is epinephrine, adrenaline, right? Flight or fight. So you got to think when you're in this type of moment, right, where the lizard part of your brain is responding very, to this epinephrine, that's when all the preparation takes over. That's when you got to put yourself back in that place. So how you told, one of the members of your band to go to that place, that's literally what you do to overcome that moment.
Yep.
So that you remind yourself, I've been here before.
Yep.
Right? See, this is why it's important to go through life not afraid of failure, but understanding that when you're in the midst of a passion, failure doesn't exist. There's only trial and error, right? The only failure element that takes place is saying, I'm going to quit playing guitar. That's when it ends, right? That's the end of your experience. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to pick up a guitar or pick up a basketball or a football and still play it, you're going to add a different layer. So when you think about your brain and your experiences, you got all these neural pathways that are being created, all these parts of your brain that are just looking to understand and store this awareness you have of a certain event or sport. So when you get into trying to teach someone to be great, they either have to have it, or they either have it or they don't, excuse me. So I succeeded, when Jared came to this job, he was 18, and I had gotten back from mobilization, right? And I felt like I needed to create. I did a military vet. I needed a more secure future. Now, at that time, I had succeeded on the highest level in my job. I had all these awards. I won Collector of the Year, and I won Collector of the Year for the same elements that I saw in Jared. He had a passion to want to be great, and I was in tune with that because my whole life at that point, I had learned how to see this, right? He wanted to be great. He wanted to be great. And so, kind of understanding at that point, the difference is I wanted to give him a mindset because I had succeeded. I had a desk full of these awards, and understand, just like him, I came in as a 19-year-old kid, fresh out of AIT. It might be called something different now, but I was a reservist, and I came back hungry. Because at some point in my life, I realized it's what I put into it. Right. So, and basketball, sports taught me that. So all in high school, I didn't have a social life. I was in the gym. If I were to sit back and measure the amount of Fridays that took place in high school, probably 90% of them I was in a gym somewhere all night, right? What did it teach me? And I see to the world, I failed. I didn't make it to the NBA or NFL. But the lessons I learned and the lessons that I've been able to teach people I work with in the gym, outside in life, in my profession, is priceless. Everything says I succeeded, and I'm going to continue to succeed because that's not how you measure success, right? What success is, how many people did you touch? How many people really understand what you're talking about? How many people have ever experienced a sport and experienced failure? The first thing I do as a coach in basketball is I take all the kids, and they all get around me, and the first thing I do, I realize, when you are a muscular guy and you look like a superhero, they're going to look at you like that. So I want to use that to my advantage, not to be arrogant or be inflated.
You're talking about when you're coaching kids and shit?
So I look at them all. And I say, how many of you guys have cried?
Because you coach football and
Yeah.
basketball, correct?
Yeah, but basketball I've done for 20-some years. Right?
Gotcha.
And
I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure I understood, and I'm not
Yeah.
sure the listeners are.
Got it. Yeah,
100% in.
football and basketball. Football, I'm working on growing in that, but basketball is definitely, basketball is where the heart is.
And we've talked about jokingly, but also kind of serious. Like,
coaching.
if you ever end up with your own high school, because there's a lot of politics getting to the high school football level. Like, you literally, if you want to start coaching, you can start out with your kid in Pee-wee, and if you're lucky, you can slowly work your way up and follow him through middle school. Right? Am I wrong? Correct me if I'm so far.
No, you're exactly right.
But by the time he gets to high school, there's an entire political game that's being played.
Of
and
course.
even if you're the most elite level little league coach of all time, they will allow a subpar coach to be responsible for your kid and the rest of the kids in your high school's sports future for the next 4 years. And it can make or break. So we've joked about and talked about in the past many times, and I'm 100% serious about it. If you ever actually get your hands on that high school,
definitely.
Like, I'm coming on that coaching.
Well,
staff,
and that's
dude.
why
I'm coming on that.
No,
coaching
and we
staff.
talk, and trust me, that wasn't.
And now,
just,
and now I'm going to get you I'm going to get you to commit to it on record, because you've already said yes once before.
The easiest part is making this decision. The hardest part is following through with it, right? Because now you have a responsibility, right? And you have a commitment, and that's a whole different level. So
keep talking. I'm gonna grab another Mountain Dew. Do you need anything to drink?
No, I'm good.
You got all kinds of shit here. All right, keep talking. I can hear you. I'm just gonna grab another Mountain Dew.
So I got it. So you mean keep talking right now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the first thing I like to do is I want to ask all the basketball players, how many of you guys have cried over the game of basketball? And before any of these guys can raise their hands, I raise mine. And because right off the bat, what they don't realize is, even though this is a tryout, coaching has already started, right? I'm looking for the players who raise their hands, right? I'm looking for those players who raise their hand.
The whole thing's
a test.
The whole thing's a test.
Yes.
It's not just
because I want to see those players. I want to look at them and understand I can work with that if you have that.
Sure.
Right? But if you have this ego that never allows you to accept failure, you can't teach them anything, right? It's like when you go back to you think about Mike Singletary, right? You think about really the turning point in Vernon Davis's career is that one soundbite. Can't do it. Can't teach it. Don't want it. Right? And that was because of the arrogance that Vernon Davis was showing.
Right.
Right? And this was like in his height as a 1,000-yard tight end, a receiving tight end. But you learn something about like what success is. If you ask Vernon Davis, that was a turning point in his career. Right? He was never the same guy after that because he understood what it meant to be a part of a team sport. But when you are so insecure,
you're talking about the tight end for the Niners
exactly,
at the time, right?
Yep.
He wasn't drafted by them, but
he was drafted by him. 3rd or 4th overall pick.
Was he?
High pick, yeah. Oh yeah, Vernon Davis. But when you go back to that,
he sucked, right? Until Singletary showed up.
He was. I think he got injured the first year.
Or was it a work ethic problem? Because he always had the
physical. They were a bad
physical
team at that point, right? I think Alex Smith came in as was in and out. He had some injuries and whatnot. You could probably call.
I mean, Alex Smith was a bum for the first 4 to 5 years of his career.
But now you look at the organization and realize, like,
he went full Rich Gannon.
Yeah, he did.
With his career, he went full Rich Gannon.
Straight up Rich Gannon. Straight up, like some guy who peaks early. For all you Madden players, if you you're looking
peaks
at
late,
free agency,
peaks late.
Yeah, peaks late. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see like some 29-year-old guy, you're like, you know what? He's gonna be my Rich Gannon, right?
Dude, I've done that.
We're gonna get this guy going, right? We're gonna get this guy to rise above.
Dude, he's got all the numbers. He's got the throwing power. He's got the right amount of accuracy. His awareness is just high enough. But he's only an 82. He's only an 82. Yeah. Let's do this. I think I can turn him into a 99 by 31. He's 28, 29 years old.
But this Mike Singletary, there's a moment when you've allowed the game to humble you.
Right.
And you can talk to any guitarist, any musician, anybody in sports, because there's such a synonymous relationship between the two.
I mean, even just any business,
Anything. That's why I'm saying that
business person.
Anything, business. If you look at it like a sport, which is all it is, you have to redefine what a sport is. A sport is about competition. Competition is about learning how to be humbled. Again, to quote the wise Mike Tyson, we were put on this earth to be humbled, right? Without that, there's always going to be a wall, and that wall is you. It's that person on the other side of that reflection.
And life is a competition.
It is.
Whether it's a competition for resources,
anything,
for jobs,
bingo,
for food, for water, for shelter, like in some way, shape, or for a mate. You know, I've talked about this with Kevin.
Yeah.
You remember Kevin.
Of course I do, yeah.
I've had 1,000 conversations with him about this. And it's like the fascinating thing about a human being is like, and I'm just going to use the metaphor of the mating analogy, but this, you can take this concept and extrapolate it wherever you want. The fascinating thing about the human being is like, specifically during the mating competition,
yeah,
we're the only species that does like all the things.
Yeah.
So think about it. Like, there's birds out there. Their competition is to do some wacky dance,
or to
sing, or like
show their feathers,
or build a little hut,
exactly,
right? Like, or build a little ring around a thing and like place a single leaf in it, like whatever. Those are mating rituals for like shelter, or like, you know, there's different animals that all the things we just mentioned. The feathers.
Hold on. We
so
got to go back to the single leaf, man. Like,
you know which bird I'm talking about? You know,
we got to go back to the single. Like, hold on, wait. Okay, right? Is that I like how you said, build this shelter and place a single leaf.
Dude, I'm not even exaggerating. So I wish I could share the video. It's so fucking funny, dude. So this bird like goes and finds all these twigs and little rocks and pebbles, and he builds this like almost perfect sphere, this perfect circle around like a level, like he plateaus a little spot, right, and like builds a thing, and then he goes and he finds like a single leaf. It's not a random leaf, it's a very specific type of leaf, and I think it needs to be the biggest one he can find. And he takes this single leaf, and then he just like sets it in the middle of the circle. And here's the thing is like, and then he like stands there for a while, and then he waits until the female birds come and they sit down, and then he looks up at them and he like does a little thing, and he's like, is this good enough? Is this good enough? Huh? You want to fuck? You want to fuck? You want to fuck?
Which could be a dance they do now after that, right? Their whole mating ritual could be like
some of them put on like different animals. Whether and here's what I'm talking about. This whole thing is like a shelter. Like, look how good of a shelter I can build for our family. Some of them do like the feathers and things. It's like, look how beautiful I am. Some animals, it's about they put off the craziest scent.
Yeah.
Rams literally just battle it out to the death. Yes. You know what I mean?
Same with bucks, or deer.
Exactly, right? So here's where I'm going with this. They're all physical manifestations of like, I'm worth breeding with.
Yeah.
Okay. Is what I find fascinating is human beings are the only ones that do all of those things to compete for. So we wear cologne, we dress nice, right? We build a nice house or get a nice job, so we can prove that we're going to be good caretakers, whatever. And women find different things a priority. So some women want a big muscular dude because it's like an alpha brain thing, you know? It's like, oh, this guy's going to be a good hunter and provider and safety. Some women are attracted to wealth because they see the mansion and that's what they value as security. These are all subconscious things.
All of them.
And so men, we do individually sometimes all of these things, right? You put on cologne. I love cologne. I'm fucking obsessed with it.
You might even spray a cologne that allegedly contains pheromones.
Right. Some of us do all of it. You wear cologne, you dress nice, you try to get a good job so you can build a good house, drive a good car, you try to look good, you take care of your body. We do all of the mating rituals. Why? Because no matter how we want to admit it or not, whether you're a fucking competitive aggressive dude like we are, or you're like a chill, super passive dude, you're still competing for women. Like, your chill, passive personality, there's nothing wrong with it, but you're competing for women that are into chill, passive dudes.
Yeah, I mean, and hence, even when you think about your skills, in the words of Napoleon Dynamite,
it's all a competition. Everything.
What does he say? Girls only want guys who have skills. So, all of a sudden, the young Jared, Cantor at the time, right, brings over a girl and she's like, is that your guitar just hanging over there coincidentally? That'll
That'll.
You know how to play guitar?
I
You know,
I
it's
did
like,
that,
yeah, you know, you put it in, and all of a sudden, you know, again, just another demonstration of, hey, pick me, right? And maybe that, you know,
That's the weird one. See, that's the one that I don't understand. In my analogy, the musical skill thing, because dude, that's like I'm working on a bit. I probably shouldn't even say it here, but basically the gist of it is like outside of me being, because now I wouldn't say I'm an ugly dude now, but I still don't consider myself highly attractive. However, when I was a kid, I was ugly as fuck, and I honestly have joked. Other than playing guitar, I have no idea why any other girl let me anywhere near their vaginas.
man,
It makes no sense. And I don't understand what the music thing, I just know it works.
well, I'll tell you what
you
it
know,
did.
or it worked. I'm married now.
I think what it did is it gave you
Didn't work on my wife though. That's the irony.
exactly.
She didn't give 2 fucks. She's never seen me on stage. Well, now that's not true now. Now that we've been married, I've done a couple shows, but yeah. She's the only woman I ever dated that didn't see me play on stage first.
Yeah, I think
or
that,
see me play my instrument first.
So I think that the importance, when you think about, you know, the statement you made, is it's really a perspective you have, you know, about yourself. And there's a lot of people, and I love these conversations because a lot of men are afraid to say what Jared just said, right? They're afraid to talk about imperfections, or, you know, looking in the mirror and thinking, man, I'm just got this big nose. Like, oh my God, man, no girls are going to like me. Right. But
I was just like, well, with this tiny little pig nose, I better figure out a way to get around it.
Or you realize that, like,
guitar seems to work.
But I think differently. Cause look, man, when
sports helped a lot too. I played a lot of sports and I was good at sports. And so when girls would see at gym class, that always helped because we were co-ed. So that always helped.
But that's
I was
just
killing
it
on the basketball
you
court.
weren't
I
an
was good
ugly
at baseball.
guy. Right, like
I was as a kid.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about, like, even.
Well, actually, I went from being a cute kid to an ugly teenager to a decent-looking grown
which
man.
That's most of us people, right? You go through that same stage, right?
Most of us. There are ugly kids out there.
No, yeah, but you know, you go through the awkward stage, you know, where your teeth are like bigger than your face at the time, right? It's the awkward, it's the growth stage.
Well, and then as I became a teenager, I had long hair. See, I cut my hair by the time I came and worked with you, but I used to have long hair, and that didn't make me look any better.
But we're always constantly, if you are, you know, as Bruce Lee says, be like water, right? If you're always flowing, then your style is always changing, no matter what, right? And I think that that's why, you know, one of the things that, you know, sports teaches you is how to maintain that hunger. Again, you have to be aware of it first. Now, when you think about some of the struggles that a person goes through with, you know, their identity or with the things they see, confidence is what sports teaches you. What is confidence? It's like your threshold to overcoming failure. It's almost like, and it has a yield. If I overcome failure with confidence, I become more confident. But then it takes more failure to penetrate that level of confidence I have now.
Right.
Right. And so I think that, like, the problem is, if a person starts to develop a complex about the way they look at one imperfection, whereas somebody looks at you and they see the entire picture, right? Like a woman might not like this side of her face, but she's looking at that side of her face in every picture. So she's going into the picture, right, looking for that flaw.
Right.
Not knowing that, like, just like a movie, just like any perspective, right, people see it differently. And if you start to notice that, like, most of these girls seem to find you attractive, maybe you've had it all wrong, right? Maybe,
no, it was definitely definitely being in sports and being a musician.
As you got older, as you started to get older and realize, nah, man, like, you know, it's just how I've chosen to see myself, right? And if you see yourself like that, you're going to project yourself just like that, right? If you look at yourself, so like when you think about, you know, why does a person? A lot of people think that the attraction is all it takes. If you're aesthetically pleasing, that should be enough. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. The other element to that is, the one thing we have as people is this confidence, whatever you want to call it, it radiates from people. And when Jared Cantor got on stage, he became somebody different.
Yeah. In case my name is or was Jared Cantor.
Sorry.
I translated it. I didn't change my last name. The way it was spelt, it's the literal Yiddish word for singer. So all I did was translated my name That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Well, yeah.
So when people are confused by that, that's what he's talking about because he knew me before that.
Yeah. But
plus Kate Cantor, my wife wasn't super stoked about that.
Her last name was Cantor?
No. We were getting married.
Oh, she didn't like the combination of the
Well,
name.
And it wasn't that. It was just like it didn't sound great. And then her dad kept giving her shit. He's like, well, just keep your last name. It's a great name. And I was like, that's not cool.
No.
So how about we do this? How about we translate my last name? Because everything sounds good with Singer.
Yeah.
Like, and she was like, God, you're right. Like any of our kids' names will sound good with Singer. And we looked it up. It's not a popular name, so it's still just as unique technically as Cantor.
You're the only singer I know.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, and now that I'm not a singer anymore, it's not fucking weird.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of normal. There's a couple Jared Singers out there. I think there might be like a hockey player. But yeah, whatever.
But like kind of going back, to what does a person learn, from sports, athletics? You learn the process of trial and error, and you learn that the fuel you need is fueled by failure,
right?
By disappointment, by losing, right? So going back to that group of kids that you're encountering, that's what you're looking for. But the first thing you have to do is you got to let them know that it is cool to be a little bit emotional. And it's weird because sometimes you talk about
or at least let them know at a minimum it's normal.
Well, yeah, but I want them. So again, they come in, they see this guy. And again, you never really understand what people see when they see you. I don't look at myself as some big muscular guy, right? Even looking in this camera, I'm not like, oh wow, I don't see anything. Instead,
I mean, compared to me, you look like fucking the Hulk. but
either way, like that is so.
I'll still fuck you up. You touch my wife's booty though,
dude. Look,
I'll fuck your big ass up. You touch my wife's booty.
I wouldn't do that, but.
I know you wouldn't. That's why I said it, because it's a preposterous situation. But I would fucking smack somebody, and I don't care how big they are. But let's just acknowledge, you may not be taller than me, but you're way fucking bigger than me.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely. But this is like a prime example of if you're teaching kids confidence. So when you go out there and you confidently project a certain image to children, right? You're more than a coach now. You're becoming a role model. So so now they see you, and you go out there, and sometimes I don't know what happens. Sometimes the moment takes over. Maybe it's because the very gym. So yeah, to kind of give everybody a preface, my basketball career started when my gymnastics career ended. So in 1993 and 94, males gymnastics was a dying fad. It wasn't what it was. So most high schools and junior highs didn't cover it, right? I know. See, he has a different association with it, but what he doesn't understand is the upper body strength.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
I just started laughing because I'm not judging. I'm just not surprised that it was a dying thing.
Yeah.
Like I just.
It was very expensive for one.
I'd be surprised if it got more popular.
Yeah, but like for instance, now as that's going down, right? I needed something. See, that same kid who wanted to be a superhero was the same kid who now, from ages 7 to about 12, practiced. We'll use that word as we redefined it.
Well, yeah, because practice is practice. I mean, you're working on your craft at that
bingo.
point.
And I didn't know I was working on my craft. I just enjoyed doing it. There was euphoria.
There's nothing wrong with practice. I wasn't ridiculing
No.
practice. I was giving my buddy.
You were giving your buddy.
No, you're going to rehearsal to prepare for your show or
you
tour.
Agreed.
You practice at home.
Yeah.
You practice a song, but you're going to rehearsal.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking.
You are making that's exactly what I was talking about. Is when you're at home.
Yep.
If I say practice, understand there can't be this condensation that I was told to. This was me outside, in my yard.
Yep.
This was me as a 5th grade kid going to the library, checking out nonfiction books because we were broke. My mom was on welfare. My dad, I don't know that he supported the whole idea for the same reasons Jared laughed about it earlier, right? But he didn't understand that it was a dream. It was like an obsession.
You're making me look
Right?
like such a dick.
No, but in all fairness, you don't even hear about gymnastics
My
anymore,
friends
right?
that are watching are going, "Oh, trust me, Anwar,
Yeah.
he's not making you look like a dick. You're doing a plenty good job by yourself."
No, but so in that situation, I needed something to place that because as I look back in life, I was always whether it was a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, there was always a training montage. So there was something early that was hardwired into my DNA that said I have to prepare.
Sure.
Right? At very early age, all the Rocky scenes. Any of these, this same sort of pattern in an 80s movie, right? Good guy gets, loses something, tries to fight the main antagonist, gets beat, goes and trains and gets better, right? Well, it's like the best part about those movies is the training when you think about it, right? Like what made the Rocky movie so great? Don't get me wrong, the slugfest fight scenes, whatever.
No, but the training montage.
The training, because it's once you open that part. So when I talk about becoming aware of certain things, you're going to start to see that in you. You're going to look at that training montage and visualize yourself doing the same thing. So at a very early age, that was in me. I knew I had to practice.
There is something incredibly cool about it that you see in a lot of those films, the preparation montage.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, did you ever watch Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner and I think Morgan Freeman?
Of course I did.
When they fucking finally decide they're going to war,
they start preparing.
Yeah, and they go
getting
into
swords
the
ready, getting the arrows ready. Exactly. There's
start
something
making
about
arrows and shit, and it's
Agreed.
like, oh shit, let's
It's
go,
time.
baby. Yep.
Right.
There's something so weird about that. I don't understand what it is.
Well, but we do it. It's talking again. We have words in our language that define this, but it's talking to something that we're all born with, right? We just have to learn how to find it and attach it to, allow it to really amalgamate in our own environment. But that's my, point is going back to just that age. I was checking out nonfiction books because nothing was going to stop it. And then it happened. I got a chance in 6th grade to go to my only 3 gymnastics sessions. And the first session, I just went along with the tutorial. See, the unspoken truth. I didn't know I was supposed to tell them that I knew how to do this stuff already. But understand, I could walk on my hands. I could do the splits. I could do 30-something flips in a row, no-handed twist, full twist. I learned how to do a lot of the actual exercises at the playground. I took bars and made parallel bars. I took the same bars and made the horse to learn how to, do these things. So realize that when I got into this experience in 6th grade, where I got an opportunity to actually be in organized like a practice, a place where they teach you. The first day I just sat there and went through their tutorial and I'm like, okay, this is gymnastics. And then the second day we were doing back walkovers, right? And I could already do all this stuff, so I was doing them. And I just decided at that point that I would just do flips the rest, or the correct term is a flip flop, right? Back handspring. That I would just do it all the way down the little track. And the coach at the time, he stopped and he said, "You can flip?" And it's like that, hold my beer type part. It's like, yeah, I can flip. Yeah. And then I proceeded to just snap off. I was just no-handed backflips, twists, and you could see this kid just enthused by it. Then I went on the balance beam and I just pulled the Russian splits. Where did I learn that from? Jean-Claude Van Damme. How many movies was he doing the splits?
Right.
So you can. So again, my point is, when you find it, it's in all these directions. It all got to this certain.
You swear it wasn't Footloose?
I wasn't a Footloose fan growing up. I never finished the movie till I was like my girlfriend at the time. She liked the movie, but
I'm just fucking with you.
But literally, when I saw that movie, when I did just idols, like I looked up to him. Right. Like the best way to say it is Jean-Claude Van Damme as a kid. He showed me what it looked like, but Stallone taught me how to get there. Right. The training montages, the noises,
Right.
I don't have very many Arnold moments like that because his movies weren't really geared toward that sort of thing. It was just him being an action hero for the most part.
Right. He was just a badass the whole time.
Exactly. But
he was rarely ever the underdog in his movies.
Exactly, because he was This is Mr. Universe, 8-time, I think, 6-time,
Right.
7, 8-time, Mr. Universe. He was never ever to be some underdog. So after I got done with this, the point I'm making is I believe that if I would have chosen, if the fire was still strong enough for that dream, it would have happened. When I tell you how good I was, this guy said, "How did you learn this stuff?" I said, "I taught myself." And he was blown away by that.
So you kind of entered gymnastics with a little bit of an advantage.
A little bit would be an understatement. I was as advanced as some of their most advanced kids.
But where you were going with this, you were saying, so your basketball career started as your gymnastics career was ending.
And I wanted to give that because I wanted to build an understanding that there are things that I took with me to basketball that that I learned from honing in that passion I had for athletics, for sports. And that was that just I never gave up. If you wanted me to practice, once I became obsessed, it never ended. Like I learned how to walk on my hands by being in the kitchen, right? Using the fridge to to hold myself up, and I would hold myself there for about 30 seconds. That turned into a minute. Then 2 minutes. Then I would walk away from the fridge and then walk back, and pretty soon I was walking on my hands. So literally everything in gymnastics, and my older brother was a big role in it too. He'd always go up there and help me, throw me in the air, and he supported the idea. He was always my biggest fan. My mom too, and all
That's
my
cool.
cousins and whatnot. But so now I'm in junior high. I never played football at that age. I never played. I mean, we had a basketball court at the park, but I wasn't a fan. But then it happened. I saw this guy who had just come out of retirement by the name of Michael Jordan. I didn't know anything about Michael Jordan in 1993. Anything. I heard about him,
he came out of retirement in like 96.
He came out of retirement in 94. Remember, he came out of retirement in the 94. He I think 16 or 17 months he took off, and he came back.
I have to go in reverse. He won the championships in 98, 97, and 96. They made the playoffs in 95. That's the year he came back, but they got beat out
by Orlando.
Yeah. So it was the year before that, which would have been 94. He was out. So the 93 was their third championship.
Yeah. So he's
92, 90.
So 93 he left. Right.
Yep.
The Bulls won 50-something games that year, so that was one full season. And I think in the second, which no one ever talks about, in the second season that the Bulls had without Michael Jordan, they were barely 500 at the All-Star break. And when Mike came back, I think they were maybe 26 and 50 something, 36 and something, and 31 or 30, and they went 14-3 or 13-4 with Mike back. But Mike wasn't the same Mike. So
not yet.
So I came back to the game.
I thought they covered that amazingly well in that documentary. Like I never understood. So this is how, like, I did not play college football. I barely played any high school football. I quit to focus on music. But one thing I found fascinating, because I had no idea, I was just like a pretty good athlete and could play all these sports. I played basketball, I played baseball, and I played football, right? But there was, and I understood like being in athletic shape, you know, and I was always being told by my coaches, I got to go into the gym and put on more muscle and all that, blah, 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 blah. I had no fucking idea that there's different body, like he had a baseball body. He had he was in baseball shape, which is bizarre to me because like, that I found very interesting because it explained that it took him time to get his body back to a basketball body.
Definitely.
And then all of a sudden, boom. Now, that could have been a built-in excuse if it was just him saying it. But when the baseball coach said that, and he was like, I warned him, I was like, this may end your basketball career.
The eye test, though, says, so kind of, when he came out of retirement, realized that, like, let's talk about how someone – you're a kid in the 80s. No matter what, you're running around outside having a good time. Typically, you come in when the sun is down. You don't have all these distractions. So really your outlet is going outside, right? And then you start playing sports, right? So now you're playing sports sometimes after school and even in practice, during school. And you got gym class.
Yep.
So by the
On
time,
lunch break.
yeah, literally on lunch break before
I don't
school.
even know if they have real recess for a lot of these kids
Yeah,
anymore.
I think they still do, but you know, you sort of rode this momentum, and then now you get into high school, and you get a hold of high school coaches. So then they perfect that momentum. Now they got you working out in a gym. They got you doing things to perfect what you already have, right? But what happens is you stop. And what do we know about stopping? The muscles say you are what you do, and you are not what you do not do, basically. So if you stop doing something, right, the muscles aren't as, you know, from a neurological standpoint, they don't fire the same because you stop doing it. So now you take a person who they go to college and there's no sports and blah, blah, blah anymore, right? Now they gain a little bit of weight because now they don't have that momentum that carried them through school, through sports. So you can take someone who was athletic all throughout life and in high school, now all the bad food and the stuff they were eating that wasn't really a problem.
Right.
They just needed anything at that point. Now it's a big problem.
Yeah, and that's a classic thing when
Definitely.
guys go to the NFL. That's one of the things you hear from the most, like rookies. That's rookies and second-year players. That's what I think, like, it almost sounds like a cliche at this point.
Yeah.
But, I mean, cliches are cliches for a reason. It's because they're usually fucking true. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, so,
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and that's true in the music industry as well. I talked about that a little bit with dude, it's so hard to remember if it was before, during, or after a podcast, and even who it was too, because I have so many of the same conversations now. But no, that's a big part about going on the road too, like being a touring musician. You and I've talked about this in the past. You seen who was it? Usher. You seen a video on how he prepares to go on the road.
Physically prepares.
Physically. Conditioning, strength training, agility, all these things, so you're not pulling tendons and fucking hammies and all kinds of shit. It's real.
Let's back up though. So you made a comment about, and it's funny you said this because I was thinking the same thing. When they talked about Michael Jordan, about was he in basketball shape, right? If you feed an idea, what you do is you give it life, right? So, and think about it. In order for you to build momentum in something, you got to believe in it. So if Michael wanted to believe that he's going to get in baseball shape, because then you look at Bo Jackson, it's like, well, hold my beer, says Bo. Watch this.
Sure.
I'm going to go play football. I'm going to go play baseball, and I'm just going to do it, right?
Dion.
So, Dion, another example. So whatever that means, to me, it just shows because you got to be committed to something in all elements, right?
The only thing I could possibly think of, just to answer that specific point, whatever, you didn't really ask me a question, but is the only thing I could think of is maybe because all these other sports, there's huge pauses, and you don't play like in basketball, especially a Jordan. I mean, what's a fucking pro basketball game? 42 minutes long? 44, 48.
Yeah.
How many minutes did Jordan play? 44?
Probably the high
46,
30s. High 30s. Right.
So but more than anyone. So it's stamina, endurance, whereas especially in baseball, I think it's a lot more about strength. And so your stamina in baseball is definitely not required to be that. I won a state championship in baseball, and then I was playing football at the same time, and the strength training and endurance and agility were all the strength training and the agility drills were all the same, but there was a way higher emphasis on stamina in football. I wonder if that's also true in basketball, because you just don't get the rest, the breaks. That's the only thing I could think of, because that fucked me up during that documentary.
So to answer that, like, you can
does that even make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. So the one thing,
I don't know if it's true or not.
What I would say is he didn't have his legs, right?
Sure.
Like, for instance,
we say that a lot.
in that same season, I think Michael Jordan actually did some type of like charity game and scored 50-some points in that layoff he had, 16 or 17 months, right? The issue is not being able to do it, is sustaining it over a long time. And so that's when we get into the legs. If you have been jumping every day, or you're not going to have the same pop and for that say. And that's why Nick Anderson described him as no longer being Air Jordan anymore, right? So for those of you, if anybody's understands, Air Jordan wasn't from the free throw line, is because literally the guy Luigi style on Mario 2 would literally be moving his feet in the air, like looked like he was walking on air.
Yeah, it almost looked like he because now that I'm watching those replays, because in real time it was just it was like a syntax error in your brain, and you just kind of like, oh my god. Now watching it, it really does. It looks like when he figured out a way to like flick his legs to like offset his momentum so he didn't fall. So he figured out like it almost looks like he's not gonna go any farther, and he would normally start going downward like any other
he
normal.
Would spread his legs more.
And he would do something to like It almost looked like he'd spread his legs, dude, and it almost looked like he just would travel across the air.
Yeah,
and then
literally.
dunk.
So when you think about what
incredible.
I saw at that age as a kid, man, is so the realization I had is I needed a sport, but that passion I had, literally, I'm watching. So now Magic Johnson comes out of retirement, and this is what took me by surprise. Magic Johnson comes out of retirement, and understand the whole legacy of Michael Jordan in the first three-peat I had no knowledge of. I didn't understand he was a defensive player of the year, the same year got MVP, like just ridiculous. Like he was the cheat code, right?
Right.
The closest thing you would ever have to a Thanos in any sport would have been Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So, and literally,
it's
right?
true though.
Like
and we've never seen anything like that in any sport since.
Never.
The closest thing.
Maybe
that was
Wayne
happening,
Gretzky was.
I was just gonna say,
prime, was there.
But that was actually at the same time, technically.
Yeah.
So. Take
but
it or leave it.
But then you think about the longevity of it. So I'm in 8th grade now. I didn't play any sport in 7th grade because I think I had missed basketball and I just whatever. But the guys I'm hanging around in high school, they're talking about basketball, or junior high, they talking about basketball all the time. And I'm like, let me go check this out. So Magic Johnson, they were interviewing him and they said, tell us about this Michael Jordan guy. And, how do you feel about it? And Mike's and Magic said, he's the toughest competitor, but off the court, he's your best friend. But on the court, he'll score 50, 60 points on you. When he said the 50 or 60, relative to my knowledge of sports, I thought that was an exaggeration. I thought, it's just like somebody hyping him up, right? I thought he was out of his prime. Like I didn't know anything about the legacy of Michael Jordan until I saw it against the Knicks, until I saw him score 50 points. I remember the game. He just could not miss. It was just, I was watching.
Is that when he was doing this?
No, that would have been the Portland game, game one in the 92 finals, right? So then all of a sudden, I'm watching Michael Jordan play and understand that you can take an art and make it out of anything. I mean, they got, what's this ridiculous? No, I'm not going to say that. It's not ridiculous. It's called, they use a broom. It's an Olympic sport. Curling, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You with the rocks and then the dude does the broom in front of it.
So there are people who have devoted their life to this.
I think that's curling.
Yeah, it's curling. Okay. So there are people who devoted their life to this sport. Like, you got the analysts who are like talking about the sport and they got all this esoteric type of communication. Like, there he is. He's going to use the Darwin technique. You're like, what the fuck? What Darwin?
You're talking about curling?
Yeah, like, they have their own.
Jared Allen does curling now.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Former Vikings player. Former Pro Bowl Vikings player.
But that just,
joined the curling team.
So it's like, so you're watching this on TV.
This is Jared Allen. And look at him move.
Exactly.
Look at his discipline, his brush strokes on that broom. He is smoothing the fucking shit out of that ice. So curling would be so much cooler if they had those golf voices, but they just dropped F-bombs. Look at this motherfucker sweep the ice. Like, and then when the rock gets down there, and when it doesn't hit, you just, son of a bitch. That's gotta fucking kill a man. Jared Allen probably gonna go home tonight and beat his wife.
But dude, this
that's not funny. Don't laugh at that, you guys.
Yeah, it's just a joke. People.
Violence isn't funny.
And it's just
it was inappropriate. I crossed the line.
Yeah, it's more of an indictment on the aggressive man, not the fragile woman. Okay, so
Jared Allen does not beat his wife. No, Jesus Christ, what are we saying? Oh my God,
he does not beat his wife. Okay,
I'm still hoping
it's okay to have a little exaggeration here. He's just making a point. Okay, so. But when you go and you realize, like, when you don't understand a sport, you don't really understand how to make it relative. So when I saw Michael Jordan do it, you come to the realization that what mesmerized me was the art form. Art is expression, right? And, when you get into art forms, you see ballet, you see this grace in this guy's play, you see this pretty turnaround jump shot, the fadeaway jump shot. So it was 8th grade that, I really kind of just got bit by the Jordan bug. And that's when that same energy that I had in gymnastics became basketball. I mean, it became me, doing this, fantasizing about it. And it happened. I got a chance to experience my first disappointment. I went to Northview Junior High. And in Northview, you could come play. So many kids wanted to play basketball that they had to have 4 or 5 B teams, right, to literally facilitate all the demands of basketball. And the problem was
in that time period, because of Michael Jordan,
man, just because of Jordan, because just the popularity of the sport,
which is directly because of Michael Jordan.
Exactly,
he was the first.
Well, he made it universal. Basketball got worldwide appeal because of Michael Jordan,
right? And there was no.
You look at
he redefined what a celebrity was between him and Michael Jackson,
and even Mike Tyson. Between those three, these Mikes, they just had a larger than life persona. There was something about them that just made them. Because you hear stories about Mike Tyson, it's like when celebrities you can't the same way I'm talking about Jordan, I feel the same way about Mike Tyson. But if you listen to Joe Rogan, it's almost like if I got a chance to really sit and talk to Michael Jordan, I would try to explain to him why you cannot be arrogant. You have to understand that this art form, it's progressing. People have taken it. It doesn't. If LeBron James stops on the elbow and shoots a fadeaway or shimmies his shoulder, that is Michael Jordan. But before Michael Jordan, there was David Thompson, right? Mm-hmm. David Thompson would do all that except not fade away. So you see the art form without these necessary pieces. It doesn't work.
And that fadeaway jumper specifically was an evolution of his game because he couldn't jump and dunk from the free throw regularly.
He actually still could,
right? But not regularly.
But he never. But
his knees were starting to go because he developed some serious knee problems that last year.
But you know what Michael did though?
Which is why he retired at the end of '98, and it took him a couple. Well, hold on,
you saw the special. Back. He retired because of the whole Phil, politics, because of the whole Phil Jackson thing. But realistically, I believe if they would have come back, they'd have won a 4th title. Not a doubt in my mind. They would have got Rodman to sign. Pippen would have been tough because he was a free agent. If they would have had the money to sign him, great. But understand that Michael understood how to.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. That's why he retired from the Wizards.
Yeah, I mean he was 41.
My bad. But it was that knee specifically.
But remember, the Wizards promised him a role as
no, I was just I
got it
because you were right because it just threw me for a loop because I was like, fuck, he's right, what the hell am I talking? And it was like, no, because I watched another
he was 41 years old.
I watched an amateur documentary about that right afterwards on YouTube about his Wizards years, possibly the most underrated of his career.
Yeah, and I've seen that documentary.
And he fucked up his knee, and then just and apparently that knee injury originally happened in '98. He just didn't talk about it or let anybody know. My bad. I convoluted those two things. I will get fucking eaten alive if I say something like that fucking wrong.
Well, it's all good because I'm a Jordan fan. So in this situation,
some of these fuckers.
But understand, man, when I began to watch him play, I understood that this was the pinnacle. This was what it took.
Right.
So then I started reading books about him. So you see the irony to this situation is everything I've used Michael Jordan, everything people are talking about from the '92 season, about people saying what he couldn't do and he rose above. Everything on that documentary, if anybody that I've ever coached is watching, they know that I've been talking about the legacy of Michael Jordan and all these. See, I was there at that point. Mm-hmm. So as I'm watching these games and whatnot, it's always there. Because when I was obsessed, right, if a game came on TV, just like being a real fan. So people, you can't use the word casual fan, okay? Because the word fan is short for fanatic. You can't be a casual fanatic. If you are a fan, it means you are balls to the wall in on this team. You're not a fan. Remove the word fan and call it, bandwagoner. That's what I call those people. Not a bandwagon fan. You are a bandwagoner. You just hop on the bandwagon, and you're probably like this in most elements of your life. But if you're a fan of something, it means you have emotions invested into that sport. Meaning, if Jared is a hardcore Viking fan, which we know he is, okay, when the early on in life, if the Vikings lost, maybe a hole got put in the wall, maybe something got broken, right? When you're a fan, that's how you feel when the game is over. Now, everybody doesn't get mad and put a hole in the wall, but you feel horrible into the next game.
Just go ahead and tell.
We'll get to that point, trust me. But I want to digress here. But
Jesus
you know,
Christ.
the important thing to understand is
I know what bush you're beating her on.
we'll get there.
Tell him.
We'll get to that point.
Oh,
but we need
God.
to. So watching this whole thing unfold, right? Like watching Michael Jordan and learning what it took to be great. I read his books in 8th grade, and I got a chance to experience my first real failure, and it was our games, you know. So let's say we had a 1A team and 1B team, okay? Or excuse me, every other team had one. So literally you had the traveling B team and you had the 1A team. So if we had 4 B teams, every 4 games you got a chance to play the other team.
Sure.
They needed a way for us to play, so literally they just kind of we had to play each other in morning or after school. So literally we had morning league basketball, and that was, you know, right before school, right? You got up at like 5:30 and played. And as school was coming, people could come in and watch the games. I had never played in front of a crowd of people, so I wasn't prepared for it, never even thought about that. And I wasn't very good at the time, and, you know, people came in, and I wore the number 23. And I remember, you know, these kids were laughing, making fun of me, and I experienced the pain.
Were they making fun of you because you were wearing 23?
They were saying I couldn't shoot. Just, you know,
Okay,
kids.
so they were just making fun.
They were just being
Okay.
kids, exactly. And you know, I didn't deserve to wear the number 23. I mean, kids are brutal, right? And this is junior high.
Oh, so they were doing it all. Got it.
Yeah. So, I went into it was like the 4th quarter. I came out of the game. I went in the locker room, and I just put my hands on my head, and I cried. And I told myself that I would never, ever be booed in the game of basketball ever again in my life. And that is officially when the obsession went on a whole nother level. So that summer, the summer of 9th grade, we lived in South Minneapolis. I was staying with my mom for the summer. And from sun up to sundown on some hot court outside, I played basketball. I watched the sun rise in the east and set in the west every single day. I didn't have money for food. I didn't know how I was going to drink water. It did not matter. I would figure it out because all I thought about was playing basketball. And the obsession of wanting to, like, show those kids who made fun of me that I was ready, I'm ready. What I didn't realize is that repetition in the sport was starting to build this sureness, this confidence. You don't know any of this at the time. And now I'm overzealous. I'm like, I want to go play basketball. I had a family reunion that year in the same summer. Where's the basketball court? I need to play basketball. Where's it at? I need to play basketball. That was the obsession. No one can teach that. You either have to have that in you, and if you don't have it in you, no one can put it in you. You have to, you learn from this failure. And so and this was the year they went 72-10. So that summer I was watching Michael Jordan play the Sonics that year in the finals.
Right.
And my mom's husband, he had all these, this is before YouTube, people. So to show you how hungry we were back in the day, we had to have this thing called VHS. And you couldn't just go to a spot, okay? You literally had to watch and hold the fast forward button down unless you had a remote, right? But either way, I would watch every single thing that Jordan did, how he moved, his decisions. And if I was watching it, I was reenacting. So kind of talking about what Jared is talking about earlier, how when you're practicing, how that visualization is key. And it just took off. And literally it got to a point where I wasn't trying to play like Jordan. It just kind of happened that way, right? I'm not like, there was no conscious decision. It was just, this is who I was watching for hours out of a day, and then going to the basketball court for 12, 13 hours.
I still to this day have a James Hetfield-esque stance when I'm playing guitar because that's who I was watching, and it looked cool, so I started doing it just because it looked cool, but I also didn't know there was a different way to stand
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just who I watched. And as much as I've changed that and gotten rid of that, there's still an aspect of it
Yeah.
that I can't get rid of.
And you're
It's
not
just
supposed
ingrained.
to.
And same thing with the way I actually play guitar and the sound. Because when I first started learning music, they were all Metallica and James Hetfield riffs.
But that's the point, is like when you think about art is progressive. And all you're doing is taking a piece of that, right, and applying it. And that's why we talked about this before. Without Dr. J, there'd be no whatever. You follow this train of like progression in any sport, and you stand atop of the shoulders of the people before you.
Right.
And so if you're watching Michael Jordan, it's inevitable that you start to play like him a certain way, right? And you could see the same thing in Kobe. He had to be obsessed. What better teacher to learn from?
Kobe was a little more egregious about it, though. Like,
yeah,
he was a literal carbon copy.
But realize that, like, from Kobe's standpoint, no one ever takes this angle, but your offensive to some extent, like the Tex Winters, right? The architect of the triangle offense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who was that offense geared toward? Michael Jordan. Who's your head coach? Phil Jackson. Who did he coach? Michael Jordan. What position do you play? Two guard. It's like someone saying, hey, we got this example of what you can follow to succeed in this sport. Why wouldn't you do it? Why wouldn't you? Everybody was trying to do it, but now you have more incentive because your head coach wants you to play the same position that Michael Jordan played, right?
Mm-hmm.
To operate in a certain way. Everything about it says this is the formula for success. This is what I need. I have the same thing. I don't quite have the big hands, but I have athleticism. And Kobe had the same diehard work ethic. And anyone who's followed Kobe understands that. So people knock
Mm-hmm.
Kobe, but all he did is follow the blueprint. That's what he did. He
Right.
followed a blueprint for success, and he retired more wealthy than when he was playing. That's the blueprint. It goes greater than just the game of basketball. You got to carry yourself. You got to realize you're your own brand. You got to market yourself a certain way. Jordan had the gambling, Kobe had the rape allegations. But each player battled through that and found a way to reinvent themselves. The whole thing with the fadeaway was about reinventing,
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay, because people are watching footage. You got to come with new stuff. And Kobe had the same thing. Kobe even took Dirk's high knee in the air shot because he understood, Bruce Lee, take that which is necessary and apply it, use it, make it your own. But always go back to the source and show humility.
Mm-hmm.
Always go to the source and say, I learned this from this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
And Kobe did that.
And Kobe did that. And so, like, no one can knock Kobe for what he did because that's what he was supposed to do. He was supposed to, like, success isn't guaranteed. He found a way as some high school kid, the first guard ever taken in high school, out of high school, to be a Hall of Famer, to win 5 NBA titles and to go to 7 NBA finals, to go 5 out of 7. Right. And people can say what they want to say, but some of that basketball, there's only one Michael Jordan.
Dude, no, you're right. And KG never did that.
No, there's only one Michael Jordan, but now we can say there's only one Kobe. And Kobe did exactly what everybody else wanted to do, which is emulate the greatest player. Kobe can't help it. He came at the time when he came. Jordan is greater. He's an icon. Okay. He's greater than a legend. He stands. Michael Jordan and basketball are one and the same now. And now, the league in this, very manufactured element wants to just give that away by using metrics and whatnot. But everybody knows that the difference is Michael Jordan taught me how to deal with failure. Right. So when I go back, understand it was like reading about Jordan getting cut from his the varsity team and playing JV and needing to accept the cards he was dealt. Right. So in 8th grade, when this happened, I didn't make the A team, and I said, I'm not good enough. That's okay. I wasn't disappointed. I wasn't good enough. Okay. But then when 9th grade came, I still made the B team, but the A teamers saw the ability that I had. Right. They saw the change. They saw the growth. They saw the passion we shared. And that's when, I started to dominate in 9th grade. Right. And the A teamers would come and watch. And they were really supportive. Zach Kiko, Demetrius, he was like undercover, a guy who had some of the greatest athleticism I'd ever seen at that age, dunking a basketball in 9th grade.
These are your teammates?
These are guys who we went to junior high who were A teamers from the time we started.
Sure.
Darrell Peterson, Deshaun, Steve Deshaun, I can't remember his last name. But I remember, Zach, he made a comment like you was looking like Jordan out there, and it didn't dawn on me that it was because I was watching those tapes. That literally that's what did it. That's I showed from that year to that following year, I made a huge progression, and then by the time I got to be a sophomore in high school, I was pretty good. I remember one of the basketball coaches said I was one of the best guards in the school, and this is as a sophomore.
Right.
So that was literally the transformation. So what did basketball teach me? It taught me a commitment, right? If you want to succeed in anything, you have to have commitment. You have to understand that the days that you don't have the same forward momentum when you started, right? You're going to have that some days. But when you start it, you'll pick it up. That's what commitment's about. Maybe when I wake up, the initial feeling isn't to do it, but once I'm in the lather of it, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna do it well. I'm gonna be reminded this is why I do this, because I love it.
Right.
But the issue for a lot of people is the learning from failure. Failure brought me to tears, but it was also the key to pushing forward. Right, taking those next steps to making that decision to say, you know what, that pain is going to be my motivation. That pain I felt in that locker room, that's going to be my motivation. I'm going to think about that shit every single day. That's a character trait. Either you choose to learn from it or you choose to be a victim. I chose to be a survivor. And under those circumstances, that's when I made that decision that I was going to be committed to the game of basketball. It didn't matter if it was raining. If it was snow outside, I went in the garage and dribbled all day. It didn't matter because I was obsessed, and that's what it took.
Right.
And so maybe I didn't go to the NBA, but instead – what I learned from the sport is I learned dedication, hard work, that those same elements are what it takes in anything, whether it's a sport. It's all a sport, as we said earlier, right? It's you have to look at it like that, right?
Right, because sports are really just competition.
Exactly. Now,
everything's a competition.
Everything is.
There's not enough jobs for everyone. There's not enough dream jobs for everyone.
No, there isn't.
So if you want your dream job, if you want to do something, there becomes an element of discipline and work ethic, because you understand for example, this stupid podcast I'm doing. It's not stupid, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This silly little podcast I'm doing. I'm not competing for viewers. There's 8 billion people.
Yeah.
But I kind of am at the same time. I'm really not, because people can subscribe to, you don't have to pick and choose.
Yeah.
You can subscribe to as many channels as you want.
Of course, yeah.
But there are still so many minutes in a day. And I'm doing this big 3-hour format, this long form format, which people love. We already know the wheel spins. There's countless people that have proven this. Literally, I think there's 100 million podcasts now. So we know it works. But I do have to compete for people's time.
Yeah.
So I need to make sure that I at least have my product as good as it can be right now with the resources I have.
Yeah.
So there's no shortcuts. There's no laziness. There's no, diminishing responsibility. I have the capability, but it's not really that important. That's what the high school kids and the college kids do when they have a junk diet.
Yeah.
And then that shit catches up with you when all of a sudden you're in the pros, because you're not the biggest, fastest, strongest kid anymore. Or maybe you still have the physical capability to do so, but now you don't have the discipline or even the skill set to have the discipline to make those changes. That's why we see a lot of these NFL players come in overweight year two, especially running backs.
Yeah, but we talked about this, and that's why, it's important to understand, that work ethic is how you prepare, right? And preparation is everything. How do you practice? How do you get ready? What is your routine? How do you eat, right? So when you're preparing for something, you're prepared to basically emulate what you do in practice, basically. So I have a motto, and I always tell the players, you practice how you play how you practice. If you want to do these slow-ass
That's
layups,
exactly what it is.
Then guess what? You're going to be doing slow-ass layups in the game, right? So, but you can take these same elements, and understand that they apply to life. If somebody's ever said you failed at a job.
Now, hold on. I just want to say something.
No, go ahead.
Because we almost never speak in absolutes. But you said something there, you get on your players when they make these slow-ass layups. Okay, let me ask you a question. Because you'd think that is something that makes perfect sense and can be extrapolated across any concept analogy that we're trying to bridge to here. But I will tell you, in music, there is a dramatic advantage to intentionally rehearsing things extremely slowly. Like as slow, like whether you're playing guitar or you're playing drums, if you can slow that down, because everybody goes, well, let's challenge ourselves and play faster.
Let's back up for a second. So when you break your practices down, okay, your fundamentals are about.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying like habitually doing things slowly and lazily.
I'll bring it extreme. So when you're doing a 3-on-2, 2-on-1 drill for those, basketball fans, that's a drill that's full speed. When you're in the layup line, that's not to be done in a lackadaisical format. Now, when we're working on fundamentals and saying
like running drills,
right, left knee, right knee, in the air, release. You're not worried about speed. You're worried about technique at that point, right? You're worried about them honing in on how to do so it's all muscle memory, right? So when you take a kid who's right-handed, he's just unknowingly done a lot of things with the right hand. And once you break a player down, what you start to see is they're playing a script. Like they think that they're doing these cool moves, but really they do the same sequence every time. They go through the right knee, behind the back, and then they go. It's all like, so you get to a point as a coach where you're like, that's your thing. You worked on this, and then at some point you did it with competition, and now you're doing the same thing. It's like someone's just saying play, and then you're doing that. Right. But when you break someone down and teach them the fundamentals of the game, opportunities open up. So now,
if you find a guy, let me ask you real quick. So as a coach, if you find a kid who's got that one thing, especially if they've got it down, is your first instinct to dismantle that and get rid of it and start them from scratch, or do you go, okay, you got that, let's create a second
You always
move.
Build off of it.
So keep that. Let's build you a second move and then a third. So eventually we have a nice toolbox of tricks or skills or whatever you call them.
You want them to see the matrix, right? You want them to see the game for what it really is. And in order to do that, they can't have any limitations, right? So if a guy has got all this athleticism and skill, he has to be able to use both hands. If he can't use both hands, he's limited to one side of the court. So you see this kid,
like literally, if you can't handle a dribble on pursuit while a defender's like holding your shoulder with your left hand,
can't dribble with it.
Or even extrapolate that into a more complex situation. Like sometimes I couldn't really lay up with my left hand, so like no matter where I was coming, because I could dribble great with my left. But when it came to time to put the actual shot on the backboard, because I was never athletic enough to even come close to dunking, it was hilarious, dude. Now I could probably grab a nice handful and hang from the net at best. But when I was a kid, no matter how high I could jump, dude, my best day, I'd like flick the bottom of that net. But anyway, so I always had to lay up, and it was hugely limiting. Partly because I didn't have the discipline and the work ethic. Also, I didn't realize this until I was looking backwards and reanalyzing my own self after I stopped playing basketball when I was just fucking around with some friends. I was like, fuck, man, I never developed a left-handed shot, which is never going to happen in real life, but that left-handed layup. So that literally limits me, because even when I come from the left side towards the hoop to make that, I still have to eventually bring it into my right hand. And I'm not Jordan. I can't palm it, wrap around, come to the other side and flick it. So knowing that and then not having a secondary skill set to compensate for that, I had no idea. It was very limiting, and I was still pretty decent.
And that's where coaching comes in. You know, that's where, where a coach like me who wants to look at a player and say, okay, what does he have? Because we don't want to ever take away. We want to build from it. So if this kid has, this raw ability. So I had a kid, his name was Q. Arguably the most athletic, gifted player I think I'd ever coached. He was probably maybe your height, probably even your build, but he could catch alley-oops. He just had God-given athleticism. But the one thing I saw in him was that fire, right? I saw
was he an angry kid?
No, not at all. I wouldn't call him an angry kid at all. He was definitely passionate. But
I only asked that because that's where my fire always came from. Was just pure rage.
No, he wasn't. I wouldn't call him that at all. He was just he took the sport serious, and I always if you're coaching house basketball, the first thing I tell these kids is you're here because somewhere in the game you underachieved. Now don't get insulted by that, because again, what you're trying to do is humble all these egos.
Just in case anybody doesn't know, explain what house basketball is.
House basketball just means you don't travel, right? They got to pay. You play games. They're allotted a certain amount of periods based on the amount of players you have. right? You can't bench them, right, in the middle of a period, right? This is an opportunity to take kids who fell through the cracks and give them some playing time. So but we've done it all. Coach AAU basketball, coach traveling. House, though, to me was my way of atoning for the sport that was so good to me. I love coaching house because I love finding players who just fell through the cracks. So
Sure.
a lot of the kids that I end up coaching, even in house, went on to play. Not a lot, but I had kids who went and played varsity and made the varsity team. That to me is a win. When you take a kid who was not seen in that program,
Right.
come to you, and then voila, it's almost like you've changed that kid's life, and then the memories that come with the sport. So I think the one element that is always missed is when the kids are in it is what they're learning from the game, right? We live in Minnesota, so in the wintertime, guess what? There's a lot of reasons you could lie about not coming to practice other than the real reason it's cold as hell outside and I don't want to get in the car, right? Or I'm doing something, or I'm playing a video game. But these kids, the ones who really want it, show that level of commitment. And so they're learning.
It's the same thing with rehearsals. It's the same thing with rehearsals. Guys will never miss a show. Well, some guys will, and that's when they're out of the band. You start missing shows, you're done.
Bingo.
But even the guys who won't ever miss a show, you'd be surprised how many of them will find excuses to miss practice.
Let's go back to
rehearsal.
okay. So literally, house basketball, you have to play them unless you go to the commissioner and really say, hey, you know what? I have a rule that these kids are coming to practice. We can't execute if one player wasn't there, so they're not going to play. You okay with that? Okay, fine. But these same kids who
Sorry, dude.
No, you're good. These same kids who literally, Jared, would
we don't have COVID. These aren't COVID coughs.
Oh, I don't give a
I'm smoking.
You know how I feel. Come
I
on,
got
man.
cigarettes going.
We can't even open that door. Right?
I keep just trying to take a little puff and put
you're
them out
good.
so I don't smoke out my guest. But because Anwar's a super healthy guy, he's a physical trainer now.
You know what,
we didn't
man?
even get to that yet.
It's all good though, right? But you have a kid who shows up to a game, has missed every single practice. You don't even know how they even knew about the game, but they found a way.
Right.
Somehow they're at this game, has not come to practice, but they want to play now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's an issue. And if their parents are condoning that, so oftentimes you have this talk with their parents, because sometimes parents are the biggest enablers of this media, this nonsense where they keep making excuses for them. It's like, look, parent, you paid $170 to do this. Don't you want your kid to have a basketball experience?
Right.
But to the kids who do, you get a chance to really offer the lessons that you learn in the sports. And again,
I loved practice. I loved going to practice because I loved sports. It had nothing to do with whether the lights were on. Because, dude, where I played sports, there was a lot of really good funding. Even as a really poor, underprivileged kid,
yeah.
The city where I was at, personally, we were poor, but the city wasn't even that well off, but they just put a lot of money in. So, dude, like, we had fucking like legit lights, like an electronic billboard, like seriously, Coon Rapids Little League Baseball, they take that shit seriously. Like, you go up there still to this day, you look at those, it's a complex.
I don't know if you know Scott Latta, but he worked in the building that we worked at both of them, St. Louis, Brooklyn
even
Center.
all the way through fucking Minnesota takes high school
Well,
sports seriously. These fucking stadiums around here, dude, like Edison High School.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. So Scott, though, was in charge of Little League in Coon Rapids.
Oh, no shit.
That's why I'm bringing that up.
When?
He's been I don't know. He's been the commissioner, but it's serious for him, right? As far as funding, the uniforms, all this stuff. So, he's
I can't believe I forget the name of my coach when we once stayed. This was Little League baseball.
Yeah, but he's a 50-some-year-old man, so he's been doing it for a long time. But
we were on. Ask him next time you see him. Ask him. So we were on the Dodgers. The team was the Dodgers.
I'll ask him how long he's been doing it first. Right, we'll start there.
And our head coach was also the treasurer of the league.
Okay, yeah.
And the year after we won the title.
What league were you in?
The National League.
Okay, so I'll
literally Coon Rapids Little League Baseball National League. That's the serious one.
Okay.
There was 3 divisions. They broke it down. So there was like the National League was like the good one. It was well funded. Our fields were amazing. Our uniforms were great. Like we literally had professional uniforms, the same ones the pros were wearing. So
I'm actually trying to message him right now.
The second one was the American League, which those were like the players, because you had to try out. Like, you had to try out and literally get drafted. I'm not exaggerating this at all. This is for anyone who doesn't believe this. I'm not bullshitting this. So if you wanted to play Little League Baseball in Coon Rapids, they take that shit so fucking seriously. You go to a tryout, and then you get drafted. It's almost like what you were talking about with the basketball thing, right? Or the gymnastics thing. Like, these tryouts were like real. And it was amazing because I thought I was like, it felt like I was in a professional thing as a child, as a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, I think. Yeah, 12, 13. And I remember the phone call. I get drafted. Rich Anderson is his name. That's his name, Rich Anderson.
Rich Anderson.
Yep, that was my head coach's name. Andy was the treasurer, and he got busted for embezzlement.
As most of them do, it sounds like.
Yep, and he ended up doing prison time. Like, it was pretty embarrassing, but he was 100% a legit coach, and our baseball team was good. We were amazing, and I remember getting drafted, and then that's what I'm saying. So the American League was filled with the kids who couldn't get into the National League. They weren't as well funded. And then the Central League, they called it, or something like that. Rich Anderson. Rich Anderson. He was an amazing coach, dude. I learned so much about just like how to really actually have fun and not take it all too seriously, which kind of saved my music career. Because this thing we've been talking about all day, this burning passion, this drive, this like, I have to be great. Like, it's great and it can motivate us, but it can also alienate other people. And sometimes it can, can do the opposite of having a winning culture. So that's why I've been talking lately and just reminding people, like, also don't even try to do it unless it's also fun.
Yeah.
Because if it's not fun and you don't love it, then in order to do everything else we're talking about and be great at that, you're probably not going to get enough out of it as far as fulfillment goes compared to what you're putting in.
Yeah. So when you go into any sport, and I think I want people to understand that the things I say aren't from some book I read, from some coined statement. This is a way metaphorically that I've made sense of the things that I've gone through in my life. When you talk about why you're doing it, it's like when basketball was over and I joined the military, I wanted to be strong, right? And I wanted to bench press 400 pounds. I was probably 26 or 27. And
how much do you even bench, bro?
Yeah, I know, right? But okay, sorry, I love the response though, because literally,
that's for you, Jason.
No, but look, literally,
that's specifically for you, Jason.
That is why though, is because it just seemed like a cool thing to be able to do.
Right.
But
I assume you got to 400.
Yeah. Well,
of course you did.
But the problem was this though. So
I don't even think I can bench my own body weight. What do I weigh? Fucking 180. I weigh $180. Maybe in the winter when I get soups fat, I get up to close to 200.
Man.
But I got some shit to work on, dude.
Well, but like you were saying though, like this the biggest issue.
I can see it secretly in your face that you're trying not to laugh at me that I can't bench 180. I can see it.
No, Jared. I don't think that's funny because I've been in the fitness world for a long time.
I know, but it is funny though. It is funny.
It's really not funny because
somewhere secretly in the back of your head you're going, weak ass bitch.
No, hey, we got to get on the same page here.
I know you, right? And I love you, and I know you would never mock me, but I also know you think that's hilarious.
No, I don't. You got to understand my experiences with the gym. It's not like, okay, while he sits there and he laughs at his own joke, because I want you to understand this is not me. This is all him. This is something internal going on inside.
The joke's about me. That's what's so funny.
The joke that you created about yourself is about you. That's correct. All right. I don't think it's funny, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because 180.
That's also why I'm laughing so hard, is that you're adamant that it's not funny, which is secretly what's making it funny to me.
Let's think. Oh wait, hold on. Let's think about what 180 is. let's back up here. Let's think about what 180 pounds is. Okay, so for all you weightlifting guys, if anybody's watching, what is that? We got one plate on each side, so that's 135 pounds. So we need about 45 more pounds. So we need a 20, 2 tens and a 2.5 on each side of the bar with the 45. Most men, when they walk into a gym, right, after not benching, are not going to be able to just lift that, because you have these antagonistic muscles that need to be conditioned before you can even think about lifting a weight or heavy weight. It's like if you took a 12-year-old kid and had him just use the bar, you'd see all this instability. If he's right-handed, you're going to see the right hand, driving for it.
Just the bar, which is something that he would easily be able to lift, like poundage-wise. So, you're saying there's no problem.
Well,
but it's the uncomfortableness because he doesn't have certain muscles built and conditioned.
So what happens is you'll see that people who are strong, it isn't about lifting the weight. It's about after 3 weeks into it, the gains start going through the roof for someone who's never lifted weights, because you're training all these stabilizers that are just very inefficient at that range of motion. They haven't had a lot of time and attention. So
interesting.
So literally 180. Now, if you said the bar, right, that would be funny, right? That's 45 pounds. But you have people who can lift the bar, right? You have people like, that have 45-pound bar and they're struggling. But if you like a bar and a 10 on each side, man, that's 65 pounds. There are people who initially struggled with that.
What's the like standardized? Is it 225? Where that's like the measure, like, and then it's just how many reps can you? Is that what they do for the combine? And or is it 200?
It's 225. That's 2 plates on each side.
What's the purpose behind that? Why is that the number?
The purpose of it, because 225. So
because then we measure strength based on how many reps you can do.
Honestly, it is something. When you get into that competition with 225, honestly, it has a lot more to do with pride than anything, right? It has a lot more to do with who's working for it, right? Who's serious about it. But 225 is a measurement that if you make it to, high school sports, college sports, you're going to see 225, right? You're going to work your way up to it, because you start off with one plate. One plate is like you graduated, you got some antlers now, right? That's one plate, that's 135 pounds. But now when you get to 225, that's 2 plates. So you understand that in everybody's progression of weightlifting, you're gonna see that path on the bench, and you're gonna attempt to get there, and then you're gonna rep it. So when you get to where I am, and I do want to say,
what are you up to now? We established you're at 400, and then I think you're doing more than that now.
Yeah. So I can do 405, with the resistance band, right, wrapped on the, so while bar's pulling, band is pulling it down, I can lift it. That band's probably got about 30, 25, 30 pounds of
And when you're doing
pressure.
this, you're doing it from a bench.
Yeah, from a
You're
bench.
not doing like a deadlift.
No.
But are you trying to do like a max weight 1 rep? Is that what you're trying to do at that?
Okay, so
like what, like build, like
I will.
Like show me the experiment.
We got
Paint
started.
the picture for me.
We got started with this because we talked about why someone does it. So when I got at 26, I wanted to bench press 400 pounds. And as I got close to it, I remember asking myself, well, what happens after that? And that was a tough question for me to answer because I had no answer, right? What happens after that? I didn't have the right reasons as to why I was doing it. I had a short-term goal, and what I didn't realize about the goal is it's like when you take a marathon runner, right? The amount of practice that a marathon runner puts into running a marathon builds more character than the marathon itself, right? Because the amount of miles they put on just from this sheer training for a marathon, they got to run 26 miles, right? They're running probably well over in the hundreds somewhere to train for it. And all that training, all what was going through your mind, the waking up, the preparation, the diet, the dedication, that's where the character is built. Mm-hmm. So I didn't have that reason. And that's why oftentimes when you're trying to really get down that path of weightlifting, there's a couple of intangibles. One is, who do you really believe in? No, really. Do you believe in this idea that you have to consume this macro count? Do you think that you reached your anabolic threshold and you need to take steroids? The toughest part for every weightlifter who takes it serious is the lack of belief in yourself and the belief you start to put into these outside stimulants like Do I need to count my protein? Do I need to do 1.5 grams of protein per skeletal, muscle?
Okay, so because when you went to the military, you had this goal that you wanted to bench
Yeah.
400 pounds. And if I remember right, that's where you got your college education and you went to school for nutrition. And wasn't that also technically your job in the military?
Yeah.
If I remember right, your job
Yeah.
in the military was to meal prep men and women
Meal
for
prep.
deployment, for not just caloric intake, but the proper balance of the right foods based on them and where. And I think you didn't. I think if I remember right, correct me if I'm wrong. Back then, the data, the science hadn't been as solidified it is now. I mean, fuck, dude, this is 15 years ago we're talking.
Yeah.
Because now you're talking about, we've had some conversations about like blood type and different things where you can really start narrowing it down for the person. But back then, it was more about like the environment, how long they were gone for, what type of shit they were going to be doing, whether it was like fucking heavy special forces shit.
Well, really too on award though. Like you think about patients on award, so being a reservist, there was a couple of things we had to do. One, initially they didn't have a job for us. So literally during exercises, in the reserves, for anyone who's been in, it was a lot of inventory.
And you did get deployed, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Got deployed in 2003.
Right. Iraq?
Iraq Enduring Freedom. Yeah. But we ended up losing our mission 90 days into it. So got sent home.
Sure.
While we were still in what do you call it? Our mobilization site, where you go to get ready and get prepared. So the weird thing about, as you're trying to prepare, people, I kind of lobbied this idea that we had all these reservists that were failing PT tests. And I said, we went to school for nutrition, but we're not even doing it here. And so literally I spoke to the first sergeant and our dietitian on hand, and we got a chance to interview people and work with the people who were failing their PT tests. And that was the first taste I got at realizing I could do this. I could help people. And so I took a lady who was in the process of getting chapped out of the military because she couldn't make weight. And although my understanding of nutrition has changed so dramatically,
make weight, she needed to
lose
weight.
If you fail a PT test, then
did she need to gain it or
she needed to lose weight?
Oh, okay.
Because she failed a PT test. If you fail your PT test or you pass it, but you're like at a certain size, you'll get a waiver. It's all numbers. It's like you got to be this % body fat. But if you pass your PT test, it doesn't really matter. If you fail your PT test, right, it's almost like it's not a problem until it's a problem.
Right.
Okay, now it's a problem. Now we need to go and reevaluate everything you're doing.
How often do you have to do these PT tests?
Man, what was it, every 6 months?
Okay.
So it's real. So, but when you're a reservist, you don't have anybody now. So again, going back to when we talked about these athletes who they come out of this college program driven, right? Because they got this college on their back. So for me, that was like basic training, right? Basic training, you're dealing with these cock diesel drill sergeants, man. I'm talking about like guys who you're like, but you look up to them. Right. And that's how my whole persona with basketball came, is there's so much of this marriage between how I looked at the drill sergeants and how I wanted to create that within, my coaching regimen, right? Within how I coach the players, because they're going to naturally look at you in a certain way, right? They're going to look at you, especially if you're a man, you have a stature, you have a build, you have authority. They're going to look at that a certain way. So you got these drill sergeants motivating you and pushing you. And so one of the best stories I have of that is, I felt like I underachieved in high school for sports, because by the time my senior year took place, I hurt my knee really bad. I developed real bad tendonitis, and I literally couldn't explode anymore. So when I joined the military, I was
running back, right?
Yeah. So I never really got a chance to really hone in on those skills and abilities. But in junior high, it was great. But then I didn't play football until my senior year of high school. And it wasn't a very great experience because I had a lot of things going on, dealing with adversity in life.
I don't want to get off topic, but you played semi-pro football after you got back from the Army.
Yeah, so that was kind of my atonement for whatever I went through in high school. So I played semi-pro, ended up leading the team in rushing. That was a fun experience, right? But, when you are talking to people and they're, trying to prepare themselves for a PT test, it's no different than any of this. You have to have a certain level of commitment because there's nobody that's going to hold you accountable but you. So when you're in basic training, you got these drill sergeants, you got all these people. You're in a controlled environment. You can't eat anything that isn't presented to you, right? So you can't go get a bag of chips. So I remember I was always, I could dunk a basketball, and as a sophomore in high school, I had great athleticism. I was All-American in weightlifting. So it wasn't an entire, did my only weightlifting competition as a senior in high school and took second in the state. Could have got first, but I allowed arrogance to get the better of me, went for a weight I didn't need to get, right? But the moment said try it. But
Sure.
either way, got a little ribbon
Seemed
for
like
that.
a good idea at the time.
It did, but I didn't have it that day. So I went and I, you just come to understand, like, when you have someone pushing you, right, what you come to realize, they're not really pushing you. They're teaching you how to push you. You don't know that at the time. You don't know that all they're doing is teaching you how to push you. Because when you're growing up, you use competition and you measure yourself against other people. When you evolve in competition, you realize it's always been you measuring you. It's never ever been a competition with anybody else other than you. Mm-hmm. And that's when you start to make these synonymous comparisons to, life. To how do you see these same comparisons in life? So now you get out of the military, and this is why I laugh at people when they say if they had all that money. I had a military career that said I needed to be in shape. But, just like an athlete would, I allowed distractions because now, you don't have a drill sergeant telling you to go run in the morning time. Mm-hmm. Someone regulating your food. You're drinking. You're doing everything a 21-year-old kid
when you
would
get
do.
home, you're saying. Yeah.
So now you need that. And most people, you find they really do need that. But there's a progression to where you can teach them how to listen to them. Mm-hmm. But it has to start off with them listening to you.
Right.
So you don't have that opportunity. So in basic training, I'm not a fan of giving yourself these labels, because to me, labels are just limits. If I say I'm not a long distance runner, then guess what? I'm going to start to give birth to an idea like that. Before I know it, I'm not. So whenever there's an opportunity to run long distance, I'm not going to run it. Right. I'm going to say I'm not a long distance runner. But I remember, in basic training, I believe that narrative. And then there were 3 phases, red, white, and blue phase. In the first phase, you're running around this track. It's like 3.5 miles. I never ran 2 miles, let alone 3 and 4.
Right.
So now all of a sudden they want me to run 3 and 4 miles. Guess what? I'm not a long distance runner. Right, that's what I told myself. Right. I'm not a long distance runner.
Sure.
And we had this big kind of stout company commander who kept lapping me. And you're aware when you get lapped, but it was because they never stopped.
Yeah.
And what was probably a Monday or Tuesday to him was a life-changing day for me. He walked by me. He jogged. He said, "You know what, soldier, every time you make this decision," see, everybody thinks the military is this place where they got like a whip and you're getting hit across the back like you're some horse. Nah, I learned how to become self-motivated. I learned how to find something I had the whole time. Because the realization is, what do you think pushed me in gymnastics? What do you think pushed me when I made the decision to want to be great at basketball or any other sport? It was this drive I had. It was always there. I always wanted to be great. I always learned from failure. I didn't read that in a book. I learned it from life. Right. And here was a situation where this guy basically said, every time you stop, it's just going to be that much harder tomorrow. If you just make a decision, no matter how bad it hurts, to keep going, watch what happens. Right. And the next time we ran, that's exactly what I did. I kept going. I felt the cramp. But one thing he told me, one thing that I realized he was talking about, when I got done, I felt this thing called a sense of accomplishment.
Right, that fulfillment. Yep.
And it's infectious, man. It's like it wants to be fed now. Mm-hmm. So now I want to run it even faster and even faster. And now I was a kid who said I wasn't a long distance runner, and now I'm running 2 miles in under 13 minutes.
Right.
Right. And that was because I had to get rid of this idea, these limits. Everybody has this idea of who they are, this thing that we carve out, call our ego, right? Mm-hmm. I am this. No, I am that which I am. It means you can be anything that you want to be. Right. Not to be proverbial, but it's the truth. But you have to believe it first. And when you believe it, you start to see it. You start to imagine it. If you don't imagine it, it's because you don't believe it. There's a difference.
Right.
If you're saying it to test your faith, that's not going to work. But if you are a part of that faith, it will work every single time when you start to find yourself in it. Now I got this guitar in my hand. The problem is, as kids, we allow our lives to callous us, and we forget what it means to dream. Because we're nothing but dreamers when we're kids.
Right.
We're nothing but pure dreamers.
Naturally.
Naturally.
No one teaches us
No
or
one
tells
taught
us to. There's something innate.
And now you go through these things in life and you allow this thing called what the made sense of world tells you to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you need to be this, you need to be that. And all that does is put limitations on your life.
Mm-hmm.
I was told that as you get older, your testosterone goes down. Well, I can tell you guys from a person who's never taken any growth hormone, any steroids, that I'm stronger than I've ever been. And I don't see any signs of slowing down. Because it's what you take with you to that gym. If you didn't wake up feeling that way, then you didn't go to bed feeling that way.
Right.
If you go to bed feeling that way, you're going to wake up. Now your subconscious mind has had 8+ hours, however long you sleep, to sit back and form this mindset you're going to have the next day for how you're going to take over. Right. And so learning that in the military taught me that when you start something, you get this thing called a sense of accomplishment. There's nothing greater than that feeling. When you talk about how your house is a work in progress, you're showing me all the things you've accomplished, but all the things you have yet to accomplish, and how all you have to do is start one. And once you get going, literally, it's like, let's do this now, but you got to start. The hardest part is starting. The hardest part for me was to keep going, to keep taking those steps. That was the hardest part.
Yep.
And once I fought through it, it got easier and easier and easier. And the reward for that sense of accomplishment was this thing called confidence.
Yep.
That all you need in life is to be confident about whatever decision you make.
And this concept can be
applied
put anywhere.
Anywhere.
I mean, investing. That's something you and I have gotten into
anywhere.
Recently. You and I both, coincidentally, without discussing this with one another, both started investing in the stock market almost at the same time.
Yeah.
With similar dollar amounts, similar game plans. Like, just completely ironically, we didn't know this until like a month or two later, it randomly came up. And then we started talking about which stocks, and coincidentally, we invested in not like the shit you would think. Like, the similar ones weren't like Walmart and dumb shit like that. It was like video game companies,
of course.
Things that we know about and like are going to do well in the future and shit.
So, you know, the part that makes a person.
But you had to start. That's where I was going.
You
with
have
that. Like, we had to start, and then we got a return on a couple things. It built some confidence. Like, gave us like, we got that little serotonin release, you know, and okay, let me see if I actually was that luck. Let me try it again. Oh, okay, and then you see, I lost money on that one. Got it.
And then what happens though when you get too overconfident? You have to be humble.
You fuck up,
right?
Yep.
You fuck up. You have to be humble, right?
Yep.
Again, going back to the narrative. We were made to be humble.
And then what do you do with that opportunity? That's the big one.
You go
when
back
you get
to
humbled,
the drawing
when you
board.
fail, do you quit? Or do you go, okay, that didn't work. Why? And then break that down.
So if you
that's also a separate, completely different mindset, because most people, when they fail in most endeavors, we quit. Why? Because you're not getting out of it what it takes to put in and get better. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. So the only time that people really fail is when they do this thing called trying, right? That's when people fail. Because to me, when someone says, I'm going to try, in the words of Hamlet, either to be or not to be, when a person says you're going to try, you're leaving this other door. I'm going to try to quit smoking. It means I'm not going to fully commit to doing it, but it means that if I do quit, I get to look at you, Jared, and say, I tried. Sure. Trying, literally, when you use that word, is looking to fail. It's looking for that one out that says, yep, look, I'm trying. No, you're failing. That's the difference.
I never thought about
when
it
you
like
make
that.
a decision, when you develop passion, you will never
This
fail.
is why that old shitty, callous cliche exists. Like, there is no try, there is only do.
Correct. This is why, because when you make that decision to be committed, now the important thing is,
because it sounds like shit when you say it. It sounds like shit. It sounds callous and harsh.
Let's go back to it.
One-dimensional.
Because the one important thing I think that people should hear is how you take these things and make them your own, right?
I wonder if that's because when you're saying like, I'm gonna do this, like I'm gonna do this podcast thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm already, by saying I'm gonna do it, is this what you're saying? Like, when I say I'm gonna do it, I'm acknowledging there's gonna be failures and lumps, but I'm going to already get through them and finish and keep going. Whereas I'm gonna try to do a podcast, see how it goes.
Okay, let's do this.
Is that what you're getting at?
Yes. Let's redefine this thing called, when you were in the momentum of setting up your studio, there was only the direction of, okay, I can't do that. What's next? There was no real failure in setting this up, is my point. The only failure we experience is when we say, well, I can't do a podcast because this, and this, and this, right? But when you had your mind set on a podcast, let's look around. We're down in your basement doing a podcast with
Right.
all your, all your high-tech equipment. You got amplifiers, you got things over here to control your volume. You got all this stuff. You found a way, is my point.
Yep. I
So-
used the resources I had
Yeah.
already, and then when I didn't know what else I needed, I did the fucking research. I put the work in.
So
I
so
figured
you
out how
weren't
to-
trying, you were doing, is my point. When someone says, I'm going to try, they haven't started, is the problem. They're going to give you all these reasons.
You're right though, because I didn't say I'm going to try to add video. I said no, I have to
You
have video.
to. And if that meant going to a pawn shop and getting a screen, like there was no, again, there's a book called The Science of How to Get Rich
That's
by
funny
Wallace
because some
Waddle.
of this gear was purchased at a pawn shop because that's where it was. Dude,
Bingo.
some of this shit has been price gouged, like these fucking cameras, dude. A lot of this shit because everyone's starting a podcast, working
Yeah.
from home, whatever. Dude, it's hard to find it. Right, I could have used
Yeah.
that as an excuse. Well, I'm going to try to start a podcast, but we'll see how it goes because, maybe I just don't have the ability. Well, no,
Yeah.
I was like, no, I have to start this podcast now. I have time because of COVID and the shutdown and everything. I have some equipment. I know, and then again, going back to the visualization, right?
Yeah.
I sat there and I said, well, what do I want my podcast to just even look like? What do I want it to feel like? How am I going to do this? And quickly figured out, no, I need 3 fucking cameras. There's no doing it without the 3 cameras. So I got to have 3. Okay, where am I going to get 3?
Yeah.
Got 3. Plugged them in my computer. They all work. Cool. Wait a minute. How the fuck do I switch these? Like, I can only use one at a time. Oh, fuck. I didn't think this through. Well, okay, let's figure it out. Boom. And this took months of, dude, I can't tell you how many times I would come down here at 8, 9, 10 in the morning. I'd go up at 2 o'clock, and my wife would ask me, how's it going? And I'd be like, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Because it was just reading and searching and searching. Half of it was figuring out what the words are I'm using, or what words do I need to use to even search for to describe the
Is
problem
it-
I'm having.
Define your problem.
Right,
I get it.
Right.
Yeah.
So like part of it was just understanding the language. Like
Yeah.
I know conceptually what I'm trying to do because like you said, I have a music background. I know what I'm trying to accomplish here, but I don't know like Google search like make camera switch. Like no, I was oh fuck, I need this, and then it was learning how to use the broadcast software and everything else there in between, and then finally all of a sudden I get it all working, and I'm like, well, the room looks like shit. It's fucking, this is horrible. I don't even like being down here.
But then you found a way
Yep.
to make it into a place to broadcast a show.
Yep.
And at no
And
point,
it definitely doesn't feel or look like we're in my basement.
no,
Like once you're down here, it's actually
you're down
comfortable.
here. It's cozy, it's comfortable. What I can see is a person who put a lot of themselves into making this environment what his imagination, deemed fit to be a part of reality. So, the realization is when you try, in most cases, you really haven't started.
And I definitely sacrificed other things
Yeah.
I wanted to do
You-
with my money.
Exactly.
But this was something that, so
Tr-
because you've been talking about, we've been bouncing back and forth in the same pocket, but with different philosophies
Yeah.
here. Another one I wanted to add is the time management. But right now I'm talking more about the sacrifice. So there's a lot of other things I could be doing with my money that might be more fun, like literally, like go party, go fucking take a vacation now that things aren't as locked down. But I felt this was a better place to literally go back to a trope we were using
Yeah.
earlier, invest my money versus spend it, right? So you were
Yeah.
saying the stock market versus
Well, this is an investment here.
Exactly. And it's an investment in where I spent my money as far as these things will get me more value over time, but also an investment in myself
Well, think about this. You said
instead
fun.
of
Yeah.
someone else.
Fun lasts for a moment, but passion can last a lifetime.
Right.
Right. So again, this isn't when you're in the momentum of it, right? I mean, when you think about momentum, think about how an avalanche starts on top of a mountain, right?
Yep.
No, it doesn't matter. It's just going down. Maybe there wasn't a piece of snow to make it bigger, but it's going so fast you don't even realize it. By the time it gets to where it gets, it's unstoppable. And that momentum is what you use to build a studio. There was never a point, only the frustration of coming out of a comfort zone where how do I Google search something that I don't even know how to articulate? How do I type this in?
Dude.
Okay, I don't know what this piece of equipment is called to say if this thing I don't know doesn't work. How do I get the cameras to switch? Like, no, you had to literally, you had to come out of your bubble, and you had to redefine who you were. You had to become,
because my music terminology and knowledge wasn't translating perfectly.
But because
it's different equipment. It's so I'm like, I know I need something that goes in between these, but I don't know. It's in fucking in music. It's called an interface. It's easy.
You ever hook this? You ever mess with one of these before?
I mean, no, but I knew exactly. This would be a better example. Like
that one. Okay, that's
okay. So that's a musical interface. I knew exactly how to use this top down, and I knew I needed a version of that for the cameras.
Yep.
Didn't know what it was called. Didn't know how to find it. Didn't know what to search for. Didn't know what I needed. Was stupid enough to order my cameras before that piece that we're alluding to right now. So once I figured out what I needed to find, I wasn't even 100% certain if my cameras were going to be compatible. Guess what? They weren't.
Yeah.
So then I was like, okay, well, if I would have spent way more money and gotten the high def, super fucking expensive cameras that I couldn't afford or were sold out or on back order, because again, the circumstances. So I had to be resourceful and get the USB cameras for now. And then literally it was like, well, how do I control these now? How do I do all this? And so it got so bad that 2 different times I literally humbled myself and just said, fuck it, I need help. And I called a couple of these companies that do this kind of shit. And I got online with their customer service, and I was like, all right, listen, Brittany, whatever her name was, I was like, I need fucking help. I was like, here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to start a podcast. Here's what I want it to look like. Here's what I know I need. Here's what the equipment I already have. How the fuck do I do this? Like, what am I missing here? And she was so helpful because she's like, oh, really? That's actually super common. It's super easy. You need this and this. How much is it going to be? She's like, total? It's like less than $200. I was like, done. Boom.
Dude,
but then I still needed to learn how to use it. So we're just taking a really long scenic route for this stupid little analogy. But even once I figured out the equipment, then it was another skill set, you know? So it was like,
So what, but understand what I hear. What I hear is stopped here, growth there. Stopped here, growth there. Stopped here, growth there.
And I got to give it to you. You're right, because it literally was never, I'm going to try. There was, it was like, I'm going to do this, and there's no stopping it. There's no doubt. And I'm not saying it's the same like when I was a musician. So I told you about this earlier. When I was a kid, I had this just vehement overconfidence. There was no doubt that I wasn't going to make it in the music industry. I was going to make it. Okay. Now, I also thought my music was going to be huge. I'm not saying I think my fucking podcast is going to be the next Joe Rogan, but I do think it's going to work. And I have confidence that I'm going to do this as I'm going through this process. I'm not saying I have this like, I know this is going to be the greatest thing since Joe Rogan. That's not at all what I'm saying. Okay, is what I'm simply saying is that I knew I was going to do this, and there was no way it wasn't happening. It was only a matter of how, not when, not even why. It was
it was like, sit back and understand this is going to happen. While I allow it to just happen, it's going to be fun to watch how it happens, because it's going to happen. I'm going to figure this out. And the hard part, like I said, is coming outside of your comfort zone. It's coming to the realization you're going to have to relearn some shit. You're going to have to unlearn some stuff.
Yep.
Right? You're going to have to realize, okay, this has no correlation to my music background, aside from, you said this has a music interface or whatever.
Yeah, it's an interface. It's a 4-channel, so I can do guitars, and like it's standard. This is a standard piece of music equipment.
But everything else, though, is like, this is something completely new.
Yep.
And so when you make that decision to be committed, you know, I quoted the Eagles before, you know, the music group, and he talks about one of the lead guitarists or musicians in the group. You know, he says that, you know, in the midst of life, it's just nothing but chaos. But when you look back at it, you see the magic. You see how you climb the top of the mountain, and you see the beauty about life.
Moments
is every time you're humbled, right? You see, the problem with society right now is they don't understand how important it is to shed that tear. When you're frustrated, to open up, to be like, yeah, it's okay being a man. That emotion, it just means you reached a point. Don't hold that back, because those tears sometimes, that frustration, when you're down here like, I'm never going to, nope, it's never that. It's just frustration. Like, how am I going to do this? And all of a sudden you let go of that. It's almost like literally the tears are like, okay, here, let's get rid of those for you. Here's a new mindset. Without humility, there is no inspiration. There's no growth. You have to be humbled by everything you do in life that's out of your comfort zone. You have to feel that frustration. You have to feel like, how am I going to do this? You got to feel like you're a failure at some point. Because when you feel like you're a failure, there's another side of that coin, and that's success. But you got to feel you got to taste what it feels like to be a failure. Look at yourself in the mirror and say, I've underachieved. For the sole sake of what? To overachieve going forward. Because there's always that decision to go forward no matter what. And the problem people understand is you got to wake up and you got to look back at your life and you got to come to some sense of atonement. Anything you hold on to, the realization is you need to let it the fuck go, because it's only holding you back.
And there's a definite reality that the human mind and body, and this is proven literally by dozens of years of science, are far more strong and capable and adaptable than most people think.
Most people
used to think it would be dangerous to run more than a marathon. That was the longest you should run because of the damage it does to your bodies. Now people run ultra marathons, 100
miles,
24 consecutive hours. How far can you get?
Exactly.
You know, it's not even a distance thing. It's
just
how far can you get in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Dude, what people have been able to do with their body and their minds, like, it's really just about discipline. And then one thing I want to make sure that we cover, because we've been talking a lot about like inspirational shit and mindset, and like that's really where all of this begins, is like getting in the right mindset.
Well, just to show you that we don't digress, this all started with how I met Jared and how he became.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is
just
where we
so
started.
You know that we're just deep in the rabbit hole. But at the very top of this, it was talking about how I met him, right, and what I saw in him. But understand the knowledge that we're talking about. It all fits into the scenario of what I saw. I saw a kid who had, these types of traits because I learned this from sports. I learned it because it taught me that life is a big sport, and you have your hard workers, you have your people who aren't as athletically gifted. You can take that into, you have people that aren't the smartest people in the world, but yet they succeeded in whatever field. Based on smart, the pontificator, the person who likes to sit back and spit out spreadsheets, these idiots on SportsCenter who like to talk, or ESPN who like to talk about, I have this advanced analytic. It's like, no, did you watch the game?
Right.
Okay, he didn't take a shot in the fourth quarter. Like, you can't play these stats to people who watch the games.
Yep.
Right.
That's where the eye test.
That's where the eye test comes in.
Experience, knowledge.
So, but just the understanding, that you take away from sports is the humility you gain from it, because sports in most cases is where a lot of people experience first losses, what it feels like to lose,
right?
To
before
feel
you
pressure.
get your heart broken,
exactly.
Before you lose your job,
exactly. Before you get your heart broken by a girl, lose a job.
Most of us lose a game, a sports,
right? And you can see the people who have that competitive gene. It starts with their brother. In this case, Michael Jordan. In my case, I had an older brother who was 7 years older, competing against a person 7 years older. It was a nonstop, like, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to, nope, I got this, until eventually I started beating him, in like Madden and in the sports. But having an older brother, but having that competitive gene definitely plays a role. But you have to be able to be humble, and to be humble is sports is going to teach you, like a lot of things about life, how to move ahead in life. Right. And a lot of people who are entitled, they justify everything based on their unfortunate circumstances.
Right.
Well, I didn't have them. Okay. Well, okay. So here's the question. If life has no guarantees, this bullshit idea you have about how your life was supposed to be, you're putting a guarantee that if you had a dad, that you'd be a better person. Who the fuck made that rule?
Right.
That's an idea. That's an idea that's held you back.
I definitely think it would have given me more of an advantage.
Unless he was a dick. What if he's slapping your mom around? What if he's abusing you? Sure. Is he a detriment, or is he something helping? It's just an idea. It's an idea that we hold on to as we try to carve out who we are.
That would have helped me more earlier see who not to be.
Exactly. And that right there is a coping mechanism, learning how to look at that in life, which allows us to progress, right? See, that mindset says if I would have had a jerk as a dad, at this point right now in my life, I'd be able to say he gave me an example of what not to be. But
Sure.
it doesn't mean it wouldn't have come with his growing pain. It doesn't mean you wouldn't have been some irrational, fucking horrible boyfriend who's like losing it at the top of his emotional, output.
Well, and specifically to me,
I got dad issues. I'm sorry.
Well, and specifically on that, like with me, once I met my dad, because I did eventually meet my dad later. I think I was like 16, and I got to know him pretty well. And he's a cool dude and all that shit, but he hates organized sports. So if I realistically put myself back in that situation, rewind time, him and my mom don't split up. Who do you always try to impress when you're growing up? Your dad. So if he doesn't like sports, I never joined sports.
Or my dad never came to any of my games. That's why I hate him now. He never supported me.
I probably would have never even joined sports, and then I would have never engaged or found that competitive drive within me. I would have had all this misplaced anger and rage. Because that's the thing is I was a pissed off kid. I was a pissed off teenager. I still got a little bit of a chip on my shoulder, and I'm not 100% sure why, but that is literally what motivates me. Like I feel like I still have something to prove to someone. Maybe it's myself. Maybe it's the world. Maybe it's God. Maybe it's my wife. Maybe it's still my family. Maybe it's still I don't fucking know. Honestly, here's the difference. I don't care anymore.
There's one word you could use for that, and that's life.
Well,
right?
Either way, but
no, I mean you want to prove yourself in this life.
But not everybody has this. Not everybody. And that's the difference. Is it used to be about like I need to prove it to X, Y, and Z. Here's the thing. I've now accepted this as part of my character, and it's also that anger and that deep rage within me. It's not like the Hulk. It's not like a weakness, a problem where this monster comes out. No, it was a tool that I needed to learn how to use constructively. It's a hammer. You can use a hammer to destroy, and you can use a hammer to build. I took it and learned how to build or destroy like something bad in my life, like an obstacle. That same anger and rage, that same tool is now it's
now weaponized to say I'm going to put together this.
Exactly. That's the term. Is I weaponized my weakness.
And that's what I encourage people to do. So the first thing that a person has to do is realize that in sports you're going to face adversity. You're going to go through the same in life. In sports you're going to have an idea. You're going to be overconfident sometimes, and that overconfidence might lead to a very humbling fall. But getting back up and realizing that I was put on this earth to survive and thrive, not to fall and victimize my life. When someone says that I've been hurting for 20 years over, it's like the best advice you can give somebody is get over yourself. And you learn this. So I have players in basketball. Basketball can be 90 plus possessions. I always tell them, you're letting one play dictate your current demeanor, disposition over the next 88 different drives or possessions we have. Think about that. You have to forget and move the hell on, period.
Yeah.
And you have to learn that in your life. If you think that you went through something in your life that is unforgivable, then understand it is your burden. It is you who walk around carrying it. The only way to continue to thrive in life is to look at everything that you've gone through and make that decision that, this happened. I'm going to learn from this and I'm going to move the fuck on. But don't have this mindset that, well, it's the reason I am this way because this happened. I got abused as a kid, said the victim to the other man, until she found out that very man went through the same thing, except he got molested by both a man and a woman.
I think this is more important than ever to talk about, especially now, even if some of the listeners aren't that into sports. I know we've been really hitting sports heavy, but again, these concepts really transcend sports. We learned them from sports. That's why we keep talking about them, because that's where we learned them.
Do you think Michael Jordan is a billionaire without sports?
No.
Right? Quote unquote, right? How many times in that documentary did you see him cry?
Too many.
Too many, right? What does that say? That crying is that wall to overcome. It's when you have to be humbled, and it's when you let go. To deprive yourself of that is like for a person to deprive themselves of laughing when they're happy. Whoever told you in this world that crying is a weakness, no, understand that that's what gives you strength. That's when you realize you got to get the fuck up and you got to move on in life. Because if you don't do it, nobody else will. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else will. It starts and ends with you. And you're going to learn that in life, because you're going to learn it hopefully in sports somewhere, and you're going to see that it's all been the same thing.
And we've been talking about inspirational tears, but this also is like tears of sadness too. Like, okay, you're down, but there's a great metaphor for this. Like if you're walking down the street and you physically fell, Everybody's done this.
Yeah.
You've tripped, you've fallen. What does every single person do? They jump up as fast as they can, brush themselves off, and keep
Like it
moving.
didn't
And they
happen, yeah.
hope nobody saw that. But for some reason in life, when we get down, a lot of us just lay there.
Yeah.
And it's bizarre because, like, I don't. I don't know, man.
No,
it's a
that's
weird
a perfect
fucking
analogy. No. It makes perfect sense because it is what happens when you have taught yourself how to be. Look, when a person makes a decision, and this is a way out in left field, to be a serial killer, if they do it enough, they're going to get really good at it. They're going to get good at compartmentalizing their life, right, with hiding it. Even though more of their psyche is officially serial killer, where they're like one flip away from being like just permanent serial killer, right? They still have this life that they live that dictates who they want people to think they are.
Right.
They get good at it. If you spend your time being a victim, you're going to get great at being a victim. You're going to talk about how all these things happen, and that's why you are where you are. Realizing, no, you are that which you choose to be. And at some point, you got to wake up and realize that life is a big choice every single day. You want to be mad at something, it's a choice. Don't get me wrong, the hormonal response is real. You might be pissed off, but then after a certain point, it's just a choice to stay angry because you feel justified because he wasn't there for me. You don't know that if he was there for you, you would be a better person, but you assume you would be because that's this idea you live in as opposed to living in absolutes.
Is
right?
that just optimism?
Well, it's how people cope. It's like instead of dealing with losing, it's like saying that team wasn't as good. They won though. They won. They beat you.
Right.
And you got to accept that.
Like Reggie Miller in that documentary. I think we were the better team.
No,
dude, you fucking lost
a
7-game series, no less. There is no like we were the better team. They just had the day. No, they beat you. Like you had 7 chances to go toe to toe with them. You never went 7 games with them. Or the Pacers
7.
did. The Pacers did. But they lost every series.
Yeah.
They never did it. So fuck you, Reggie Miller. I get it. You are also one of the greatest of all time. But like, dude, you're not the better team.
You have to.
You can't keep saying that. You have to acknowledge the fact that no, you may have had better players, but you were not the better team.
Agreed.
And they proved that through a 7-game series. That's the beauty of football.
And they lost
it's one game. Anybody can win one game if you're motivated enough, if you're focused enough, if you're disciplined enough, if you're prepared enough. In basketball, hockey, baseball, these things where there's a 7-game series, the better team is always going to win.
It's funny you say that because when you go back and think, it's like, no, Reggie, you lost to the eventual champions who
that's another
won,
that's a whole other thing. You're right.
Won, they three-peated, right? And so you have to at some point, take all these lessons you've learned from life and realize you see them in sports, but you see them in life as well, and come to this greener pasture and realize like I'm holding me back. Nobody else is holding me back but me. I have all these expectations, and here's the best way to do it. Look at your life, look at yourself, and realize that you have one fucking choice, and that's to accept who you see in the mirror, because it's never going to change. All right. Now, if you believe in reincarnation, guess what? You might be in a different state. You might be a butterfly, but you ain't a butterfly with a man's perspective. You're just a butterfly. You got one life to live, and you got one opportunity every single day, and that's to look in the mirror and say, I'm going to accept it or I'm not. And guess what? As long as your heart is beating, you have another opportunity. It's called every time you choose to look in the mirror and add equity to what you see. There is the start. There's the path to saying, I'm going to be something better than I was yesterday. But if you hold yourself back with all this resentment and all these different things, all it does is prevent you from living a fucking life. Because if you're not going through a range of emotions in life, if you're not crying, if you're not laughing hysterically, if you're not motivated, excitable, you're not human. You're not experiencing the human element, because it's all a part of this life.
Right.
And how many times you see that in basketball? Ups and downs, ups and downs. Yep. You go through a sport, football, you lose, game-winning field goal, missed, extreme high, extreme low, right there, all in one kick.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to look at these situations and ask yourself, why am I holding me back? Because you're expecting some magic trick to change your life instead of realizing, Jared, if I don't make this decision, said Jared, to build this, who's going to do it? I can
Right.
keep romanticizing about the idea of putting together a podcast. I can keep trying to do that. I can tell people I want to, because that sounds good for the ego, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm thinking about, I'm going to start a podcast. In other words, you don't have a job. You're not doing anything right now, right? We have to humble ourselves. Really, it's like
Well,
people.
it's funny you say that, because I started this 2 years ago. I did 8 of them, and I was working. I did 8 of them.
That wasn't all meant toward you directly.
No. I know.
Right?
I know what you mean, though. But it's funny because, like, literally, I started this 2 years ago when I had a job. I did 8 of them in a row. Hated how it went. The guests were great. It was me. It was the vibe. Like, I didn't put my best foot forward. And then it took me 2 years to do it again.
Yeah.
Not because of any of the things we've actually been saying, but I knew what I wanted to do, and I knew where I needed to be in order to do it. And then the point is I did let other things, like I'm remodeling my house, we're fucking doing all this shit. I'm still a newlywed, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden COVID happened. And it was like, I heard like the fucking, the public safety tornado signal, weather watch alarm.
Yeah.
Not literally. I'm saying I heard this in my head.
Yeah, I know what you
like,
mean.
This is it.
Figuratively speaking.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is it. Like, I'm going to lose my job. I know it. Like, I know my job's going to be, because even if my business gets deemed essential, our customer base, they aren't. So boom, our workflow drops. I get laid off subsequently. Okay. How am I going to survive? Because I don't think this COVID thing is going to be just a short-term 2-week shutdown and then I'm right back all smiles. I knew this was coming. I knew exactly how this was going to unfold. So everything we talked about earlier is I refuse to sit down and say, all right, well, I lost my job. The government took it from me, which I've actually said on the podcast. Like, I didn't lose my job. The government took my job. The government shut the economy down, and that shit was taken from me. Exactly. Now I could, and I did collect the unemployment. Okay.
Which you're entitled to. We pay an insurance, right? If you,
if you're an employer. Yep. Exactly.
Insurance.
Yep. And most of this didn't come directly from them. It was federally funded, through a stimulus package. But where I'm going with this is I said, I have to survive. And now is the perfect time to do the podcast. So I'm going to do it. There was no more, well, I'd like to be, we really should finish the kitchen first. It's like, I can finish the kitchen anytime. I'm never going to have, I knew we were going to be laid off for 3-4 months. I knew it. I warned my entire friend base, my family, everybody. I'm like, dude, if you think this is going to be 2 weeks or a month, you're fucking out of your mind, dude. They're lying to you. It's not a conspiracy. They're lying to you, but they can't cause that much panic. Like, it's not going to be 2 weeks, dude. It's going to be months. And everyone's like, that's a little paranoid there, Jared. And I'm like, watch. Don't take my word for it. Just literally live it over the next 3 to 4 months. Sure as shit, here we are. Fucking August 1st, it's over. CARES Act, done. CARES Act 2, it's a joke. It's not enough for anybody. No one can survive off that. So I know I'm not monetized. I know I'm not making money off this. But I had the time to sit down here, and maybe it would have been great if I would have started my podcast at the beginning of this fucking shutdown. But I still took that time and used it to learn how to do it, build my set, get everything set up the way I wanted it, and do the research so I could at least, when I did do it, put my best foot forward. And at the end of the day, it all just boils down to the fact that, like, I invested in myself. All of these things that we're talking about are naturally in us, but there's a million people out here that'll tell you this shit. Like, you go want to start a podcast, go look it up on YouTube. What first 10 things to do? Number 1 on everyone's list is start doing the podcast. Like, I sat down here and was like, I should probably upgrade to the $400 microphones. They're more professional. I probably should get my 350. The cheapest real camera you can get is about $350. Probably should do that. But, that's another, and I want to do 4 people, so I should, get all 4. And it's like, okay, well, that's $1,600. There's another $1,000. That's cool. But unless you can afford that right now, work with what you got. Do with what you get, something started.
Yeah, so
get something moving.
We can talk about the same thing. So, I bought a house about 5 years ago and had all these grandiose ideas. Like, I wanted to set up surround sound. The only problem was the guy who owned the house before me already had all this speaker wire hooked up, and he had some speakers that were mounted. I mean, he had a wall mounts and everything. I never mounted speakers. I just ran the surround sound, via, core throughout wherever the spots were. I knew how to set it up, but I let that hold me back for 5 years. For 5 years, I kept saying, I need to wait on the right moment, right? Charlie and the Chocolate Factory seller, I need to wait on that little dollar. I need some token. I need something to tell me it's ready to go. Right? Instead, I just, in the process of allowing myself to grow, I said, this summer, I said, I'm going to put together a list. That's right. I'm going to put together a list of things to give me anxiety. That's right, people. Anxiety is not an enemy. It can be weaponized. It can be your best friend. Anxiety is called purpose. And typically when you have something you have to do, you feel this thing called anxiety. If you don't think you do, there's a problem. If you've been taught that it's bad, there's another problem.
Right.
Anxiety is necessary. And that thing burning in the back of your mind, you know what you have to do, but you just make a decision to make excuses every single fucking day other than looking at yourself and saying, I'm lazy, I'm unmotivated because I'm unhappy.
Because that anxiety makes you uncomfortable.
Exactly.
So you try to come up with something to calm yourself, give yourself an excuse you can believe, because it gets rid of your anxiety and it makes you feel more comfortable.
And it's always about who you are now in your own shoes. It's always this thing, I don't have enough money. If you really want it, you will figure it the fuck out, people. It's that simple. If you really want it bad enough, money will not be an issue. You're gonna say it would be, and
it can be, but it's not the only. It's not a real obstacle. It's a hurdle. Money to do things like, okay, if you don't have the equipment sitting around to start a podcast like this, then you can literally start one on your phone.
Okay, I got a question for you then.
Yeah.
We're talking about how bad you want something, right? There are people at Lifetime who find reasons to go to the gym. Okay, that means that every hailstorm, every storm, every snowstorm, come hella high water, you know who I see? The same nucleus of people who find reasons to go. If you want it bad enough, you will find a way to earn revenue. It doesn't matter if you have to give or money, currency.
Right. My neighbor across the street started a painting business. I just met another guy this morning who fucking started his own construction business like 15 years ago for a litany of reasons that we just discussed. Is where I want to like tie this up, because I don't know if you realize this, dude. We've been going for basically 3 hours now.
Oh, shit. Okay.
We can keep going as long as you want, but where I want to like, how do people put this kind of shit into action? And that's why I brought up time management earlier, because I think that's a big part of it. And that's what can talk about this all day long, but
let's talk
people
about
need
that.
To put this into action.
Okay,
and there's a lot of people depressed at home. Maybe we've got them all hyped up and motivated. We've been talking about concepts, sports, music.
Let's talk about the tangible world. The first thing
how do we put it into play?
The first thing you need to do is one of the things, if you just follow Jared's story about how he put together a studio, he had to educate himself. Okay. This brain is like a C drive. Okay. It's like a computer. You have right now in Jared's RAM. Okay. The things that he sees, the things he can image right now in his own view have enhanced because he understands more about what he's doing. So if you were to look at his understanding of that equipment, he knows now he can plug up Gibson or guitar to this thing, right? He knows he sees the world differently because even though he didn't want to, he had to undo this idea of learning and realize when learning is there out of necessity, you will absorb the information. You will realize you get a Snickers bar because you ain't going nowhere. You're down here to research. It's survival instinct at that point almost. It's survival instinct because you have to realize there is no choice. A wise man once said, if you want to take over the island, you need to burn the fucking boats. Okay? You need to burn the boats. It means you need to realize there is no choice to go back, only forward.
And so some people would say this is dramatic. Why is this not a dramatic way to think?
It's not dramatic because it's about a lot of people are just afraid to take the first step because they don't know how to. So another thing that Jared brought up in his whole thing is he didn't even know how to research the things he was looking for. But somehow he found a way because eventually it finds a way to prevail. Because every day that you research something, it's working. Maybe not in the conscious mind, but it's all in the subconscious mind until finally it starts poking at you. Now you see it. Now you look at this thing differently. For instance, let's say someone set all this up for Jared. It'd be even worse. He would know how to operate it. But now this is a part of him. I didn't even think about
it that way. You're so fucking right, dude.
Now this is all a part of him. Now he understands what to do, how to troubleshoot issues. If I do this, if I let this thing start up, because he had to go through it inch by inch. In other words, you have to realize that a part of the process of growth is learning. And you have to fall in love with the process because the process is where you learn all the actual elements of how to perform. So, but if you're just so fixated on the result, on climbing the top of the mountain, what are you not understanding? The valuable knowledge you gain on the way up. So to
That's
make a
huge.
decision that he was going to be committed to putting together a podcast, there was growing pains, right? But we all know growing pains, they hurt. They're supposed to. It's resistance, but it always prevails. Everything else just gets smaller, right? You got a pair of jeans, guess what? They look like high water, Knickerbocker style, because you're growing. But there were some pains that came along with it. But now you've outgrown your scenario, your scenery, your environment. So as that happens, so should the environment that he's doing the podcast in. Maybe he upgrades this and this. This is all a part of the progression of what happens when you make the decision to put the next foot forward. But in order to do that, you have to realize that what do colleges gear a person to do? To surround themselves around the knowledge base. But then when the actual topic starts to work through you, you see things differently, right? So now that Jared put this together, he can walk in this room and his whole view of this room is different. He understands. It'd be setting him up for failure to say, here's your podcast room, make it happen. Make what happen? What do I do? How do I start? I see a camera there. I see mics there. How do I get them to work? But he can tell you every detail about it because he had to fall in love with the process.
And not even every detail. There's still, like, from the first podcast to this podcast, it visually looks better. I figured out how to use this equipment better because I'll have to go in something I didn't like. Same thing. So it's also self-evaluation. Going in, going, there's probably a way to make this better. Let me go in. So I'm barely even scratching the surface
you
of
are
this.
Articulating
From literally, it started off, I told you first, we started with this piece of red equipment, my audio interface, right? I knew I could plug mics into that, plug it directly in my computer, it would work.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, they prompted me to register it. I was like, fuck it, I want to make sure it's registered so I get a warranty, all that shit. Boom, they give me a free controller, it's called. And all of a sudden, my entire world is opened up because I realize I can use this thing in a way I never had any idea. Then, as I want to hook up, you mentioned the headphone amp and the monitors and all this other shit. I figured out, and I knew technically it could do something like this, but I was just scratching the surface. So now I've unlocked that audio interface. I'm running that thing to the balls, to the tits, whatever your stupid analogy you want to use. I'm fucking getting everything I can out of that. This broadcast software, these cameras, I'm still probably not doing as well as I could with these fucking... It's a whole thing of like actually implementing it, first of all, having the imagination and the discipline to do that, and then continuously critiquing yourself and figuring out ways to like make it a little bit more professional, a little bit better. So let's put this in the context as like we're starting a construction company.
So let's start there.
Let's start a fake construction company.
But let's go back to some of these tangibles you were talking about, right? Like for instance,
actually, let's just stay on the podcast. Let's not switch analogies.
When you made a decision, like we talked about money. Most people say they need money to do this. No, you don't. You need a will. You need a will, meaning a way, a drive to do it. Right. Because it's never ever really about money. It's about you hide behind all these excuses, and money's it's a safe excuse. I don't have the money to. Most of these people who started a business, they took a leap of faith. I don't want to. No, you didn't fail. Jared didn't lose anything by doing this. What happens is this: you start to make after the fact sacrifices. But they're not sacrifices when you're doing it because that's going to bring you more pleasure doing that than saying I'm going. You know, you're not like I got to go hook up this system down here. I can't go out with you guys. No, this is not like some homework that you had to do when you were a kid against your will.
Well,
you
I definitely wanted to do it because it's fun, but there was that too because it's like, well, there's other shit I also want to do right now.
But what won? Okay, what won though when you look around? What won?
Here's what it really boils down to is like, Kate asked me yesterday, it's Friday, I have no podcast scheduled yesterday. And she's like, so what are you going to do today? And I was like, well, I should probably go downstairs and keep working. And she's like, I thought you don't have anything to do today. I was like, well, here's how I think about it is there something productive I can do today that'll make my podcast better tomorrow? So yesterday, I spent the majority of the day reaching out, networking, following up, scheduling, because that's still part of it, right? Did a little bit of research on figuring out how to do another thing. I'm trying to figure something out. Didn't work, but we'll get there. I put it aside. You know?
So going back to what
we're working on the lighting conditions, which I still don't have. I bought these new lights. I don't know if people can actually see this. The waviness in the screen, it's fucking driving me nuts, right? That's a lighting thing, and I think through research, right, it's bothering me. So I did some research. Why am I getting waves, blah, 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 blah. I think it's because these lights are operating at a certain frequency and it's fucking with the frame rate. So I think through research and wanting to make my product better, I think I got to fucking go into my program and like change the camera's frame rate to like, I think it's 24 frames per second.
Got it.
Instead of trying to record at 30, because it's taking pictures at
So-
the wrong time. I don't know.
so
that
let-
may
let-
not even be
Let
real.
me tie this
but
in
that
here,
is
though.
exactly what we're talking
So
about.
let me tie why this is so relevant to, like, we talk about progressions and we have a tangible, example here. So when someone makes a decision that they want to eat right, the first thing that I hear from people is they always say they don't have time. But what you find is that you always have time, but making time is a whole nother thing.
For me, it's
right?
the money.
So, but let's get to that. So, like, for instance,
Eating healthy is really expensive. Bro.
well, it just depends on how you define that, because it can be very cheap too. So going back to like this idea that, a person says they don't have any time, but when people are really obsessed about something, you will make time. That's
That
just
is
another
true.
excuse, right? You will just make time. You'll make time. Everybody says it. No, like, to the single mother with 3 children who found a way to, get herself through college, she determined that this was a necessity in life and time wasn't an issue. She just chose how to prioritize her time differently. So,
Time
like, for
management,
instance,
yep.
someone says they don't have time to meal prep. Yeah, you do. I don't want to hear this bullshit. Basically, what it comes down to is you don't want to. You want someone to set up your studio for you, but you're not going to know how to use it, because part of meal prepping is learning about food, right? So a lot of times it's just this understanding that people have is they're their own worst, like, obstacle. The realization, Jared, is like, when you start to make sacrifices, it's like, I'm going to find a reason to go to Lifetime. And all of a sudden, your life just kind of starts to form around these priorities. Like, okay, if I just put $700 in my Robinhood account, guess what? I can't do shit for a week. But I did that because I wanted to do it. I did it because at the time, the sacrifice was the easy part. It's only a sacrifice when I analyze my life after. It wasn't really a sacrifice. There was more driving me to do it as opposed to doing it.
I mean,
so,
dude, okay, so let's keep it.
So
let's keep our analogy on talk, because you're right. And here's the thing is, like, I would have said at the beginning of this conversation, I had to sacrifice playing video games as often as I do as a source of stress release.
Yeah.
However, looking back now after having this conversation, that's not a sacrifice. Is what I did is I trimmed the fat, because that operation, I still play video games almost every day, but now I'm doing it for a half hour to 45 minutes to wind down at the end of the night, or I'll do it in the middle of the day because I'm pulling my hair out because I can't find the fucking problem I'm trying to fix, and I'll be like, all right, stress relief, boom. I can pop the TV up, turn it right here, sit here, play some NBA 2K or some fucking Madden or Civilization or whatever I'm playing at the time. And then I like start getting that anxiety, that thing in the back of my head, like, okay, dude, you like relaxed enough now. You got your mind off it. Like, this isn't actually helping you achieve what you're trying to do, which is fix the fucking light frequency problem. Like, you need to get back and research that.
So now think about this. So you have
so it's a discipline thing again.
So and that's starting to form itself. Like I said, it isn't until you go back and reanalyze your actions that you start to see the gems, the real Pulitzer material that like, holy shit, no, this thing's really been working. I say that because if someone says meal prep, right? Okay, so I have a job, right? What I would do is I wake up at 5 a.m. and the first thing someone says is, you wake up that early? You know what? Come back to me when you're really serious, because you will find a way, is my point. They won't. The only thing holding a person back is themselves. So, or you'll do it at night. So it got to a point. Look, I can tell you a science. So you were talking earlier about the steps of evolution, how we evolve in things, right? How your understanding continues to evolve. How now it's something working through you that just wants to know how to fix that, right? Yep. It's a different type of feeling. It's got a purpose to it. So it's to a point where I can tell you, when I make my bulletproof tea every single morning, the first thing I do as I'm getting everything ready is while the tea
What's
is
bulletproof tea?
Bulletproof tea is what I drink. I'm a keto guy. For those who don't know, I've been doing keto for about 7 years.
It's a brand name or what? Or
it's a type of a drink.
So it's like a recipe or whatever.
Yeah,
like ranch dressing.
Yeah, exactly. Except it's got like heavy
Except
cream.
not ranch dressing.
No, but not ranch.
It's healthy.
Right. So it's again, when you develop this passion for something, you just evolve in it. So basically, when I make it in the morning time, I put the tea bag. I take the tea bag. I take the piece of paper off because it's got metal on it. I put the tea bag in the water, and I got 3 minutes and 30 seconds. In 3 minutes and 30 seconds, the heavy cream, the butter, the MCT oil, I got
that's
like
all
a
happening
collagen.
during that.
It's happening
you're
while
being
it's
as
beeping.
efficient as you can.
And that's just something that
That's
happens.
time management.
Bingo. But you don't know you're doing it. It's just
Right.
a drive in you that forces you down this path of excellence. And if you don't start, you'll never achieve that. And every day,
That's like that old saying, like, and this comes from the military, like the reason you make your bed at the beginning of the day is because it's one accomplished task.
right when you wake up.
And then no matter what else happens when you come home, you at least got that one
Exactly.
thing done. So that's it's where it starts, but it's also starts getting you to pay attention to the little things.
The little things, yeah.
You may not be able to tackle like the mess,
Yeah.
you know, because we're talking about basically cleaning up a mess metaphorically, or unfucking tangling some Christmas lights, right?
Yeah.
You look at the whole thing, it's
Yeah.
too much. So you just start with the little things around the
Yeah.
side. So maybe this is the thing, is you figure out a way to shave off 5 minutes off making your coffee or tea in the morning, because you realize there's 3.5 minutes sitting there where I'm waiting for it to be made. I can do all this other shit. This is just a small example of, again, a way to actually implement these concepts that we've been talking about.
If you just make a decision to start, and every day, eventually the subconscious mind is going to start to literally present you with all these things now that become a part of your relative mind, your conscious mind. One day how do I know? Oh, that's what that is. I mean, a great analogy is like looking at the first Karate Kid, how, you know, Mr. Miyagi had Daniel doing all these different things. And Daniel's like, I want to learn Kung Fu. And finally he looked at him and said, wax on. And he realized that was blocked. This whole time he's been trying to condition him for this bigger picture, but Daniel couldn't see it because how he broke it out. I need you to paint the house. Why? Because this is block up, right? He knew, like, in order for this kid to understand, to shave the learning curve as an adolescent kid learning karate for the first time, he had to break it down in increments. And every day, if you just want the finished product, you will not understand how to master it. But each day that you put it together, you're putting bits and pieces of you. Whether a corporation pays you, they're paying you for all, or doesn't, they need you for one thing, and that's for your energy output. When you start to put your energy output into your own life, the satisfaction you feel, it cannot be replaced by anything. When Jared, showed me a studio, I saw pride. I saw a sense of like, yeah, I know, but I got so far to go. But look, man, I feel great about this. No different than now when I look at my surround sound, I can tell you what Dolby Atmos is. I can tell you all this shit because every day I'm like, let me go to this menu. Now I know what ohms are. Now I know that speakers have a certain ohm range. You see, we're all talking the same universal language, but it's understanding how to just realize the key is stop worrying about the future, stop worrying about the present. Right. Focus on now and realize, like, the discoveries he's talking about setting up his podcast. When you go to my house, it's like a TV is mounted. I held off on mounting the TV for 5 years. I did all this in a day when I made the decision, and I've been perfecting it. Since then, I didn't have enough money to get these cool speakers, right? Now that I know what I know, I could have bought the receiver first, used my old speakers, and just bought it by increment. Literally what I've done is I wasted $300. See, you realize your mistakes after the fact, on buying what I thought to be a receiver that was worth it, plus some surround sound bullshit speakers.
I know exactly what system you're talking about too. Like, it's got like the 7 little speakers.
Exactly,
and it's
7
like,
channel.
This is going to be dope. And then it's when you go to listen to music, it's not actually very loud.
So now I've replaced those with clicks, by the way. Very incredible speakers.
Those are Bluetooth, aren't they?
Yeah,
they all
can
link
be.
up together.
So the wiring is already mounted. So once I learned how to mount, I just mounted everything.
Got you.
But
okay.
I'm bringing this up because now I can share with you the discovery. And the only way that things evolve in life is through creativity. The only way we create is through experience. So now I can look at these comparisons and say, I can tell you what 7.1.4 means. It means you got 7 total speakers. You got 1 center channel, or excuse me, 7.1. You got one center channel, and I think you got 1 subwoofer. And then if you have more after that, that means how many speakers can be elevated. Why? Because at some point in the midst of me learning all this information, I stumbled upon this idea. That's what 7 point. Because you hear all these numbers. It's like when you talk to some fucking car guy, he's like, yeah, I got this 880. What the fuck is an 880? It sounds cool, but that doesn't mean shit to me. What is an 880?
Right.
Tell me what it means. Oh, it's got something to do with the engine. What? Okay. All right. But until you understand like how that guy got there, is the same way we get to anything. We experience it. We go through the trials and tribulations. So every day if you really want it, because what I tell people is if it's not happening, you really don't want it. Because when you really want it, you're going to find excuses to keep going.
Yep.
So like literally I have the only speakers now I have left to replace are the back surrounds. I got new fronts, and it all came in increments because you're too busy loving what you've done.
Right.
Right? This is why you don't want the finished product. You want it to happen in progressions because you will love it. You built this. I can tell you how these speakers work, how to adjust them, why the volume goes that way. The same things you're talking about by just driving slow and embracing the process.
Yep.
Instead of being in such a hurry to take a helicopter to the top of the mountain, enjoy each step you take because you're learning something. If it isn't about yourself, it's about a process or all the above. So
it's
now
this weird balance between wanting to be great or know a lot or do something well, but also being humble enough to know that you're not great and you don't know it all.
Bingo.
And you're not doing it as well as you could. So you're constantly trying to get better. Like it's so simple, but
I have a rule in the gym.
But why doesn't everybody know this? Why isn't everybody doing this? Why does this sound like such common sense to you and I? But it's so hard because I guarantee you if we were in a bar right now, we'd have a bunch of people standing around being like, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. And then we'd have a bunch of people who would have walked away because they don't even have the balls to confront us and say what we're saying is wrong. And then there's that third group, the butters. Yeah, that's easy for you to say, oh yeah, fucking yeah, because you're privileged. Oh, because you got all this privilege. And we didn't even fucking touch on half the subjects we usually talk about. We did touch on the victimhood thing, which, you know, is very applicable today. You know, a lot of people are victims because of COVID or because of other issues going on. But these concepts transcend all that, whether you're trying to start a business, whether you're fucking even just struggling in your marriage or just getting your house clean. Jordan Peterson talks about that. Like, you know, clean your house. You want to get your life together? Like literally just start with cleaning your house.
Agreed. That's discipline, right? That's the key.
Well,
right?
and then once you're in a good environment, you feel good.
You start better. Doing better. Dude, exactly.
But people don't even know how to clean sometimes. So it's like, okay, let's break that down. Just clean up all the fucking pop cans. Start with that. You got a million fucking pop cans or beer. Just do that. Now all that's done, get rid of all the little pieces of paper. Now that that's done,
go back to
clean up all the change. Okay, now that that's done, now all your surfaces are clear. Wipe all your surfaces off. Fucking get all the ashes and all that kind of shit. Now that that's done, fucking vacuum. Now that most of the vacuuming is done, pull the furniture away from the walls. Fucking vacuum into the corners. Detail vac. Now put it all back and wipe everything
when you
more
become
time.
The moment, though.
Now all of a sudden your house is
spotless. What's funny is when you
see what I'm saying?
When you become all of this, nobody will have to tell you to do it. It just starts to happen. Right? Like when you go to the Matrix, you think about it, he's like, well, hey, when you realize you're the one, you won't have to dodge bullets. When you realize like what you're capable of, you will just start doing it. It's like almost like this cleaning bug takes over. Now you're looking at fucking wall outlets like, let me wipe this off. It's something that takes over. Some people get that through meth. I've never taken meth, but I hear these stories about people. They're like, I've never noticed this dirty, you know, like, but it's the same.
They unscrew the screw in between your outlet. They have to unscrew it and they take it out and then they got rubbing alcohol and a magnifying glass. I can see it. Yeah, it's rust. It's rust and that's why they can never get it off. They're in the...
Yeah. So let's talk about that mountain climb you were talking about though. So like, the reason why, like when I talk about climbing, so if I take on a person, I say, I'm your guide. Okay. I have to climb the mountain with you, except I get to carry the rucksack because I can do that. I'll let you climb on your own. But the one thing you have to tell yourself every day is I don't have it figured out.
Right.
I don't have it figured out. Meaning like, because if you do that, so here's a good example. I've never ever taken any type of performance enhancing drugs. I never will. I lost someone close to me that really lit a fire inside of me about 8 years ago. And that moment was a very, very powerful moment in my life that really, you know, transcended, you know, my view on things. And I wanted to stand for something that says, hey, you know what? If you focus on having big arms, it'll never happen. But if you focus on pushing yourself in a way that says, okay, I can curl 70 pounds with this arm. Okay, I want to curl that 85. So I know progressive overload says I can do it, but I got to want it. Because if I don't want it, it's not going to happen. Okay, so now I start to do it.
Progressive overload?
Progressive overload just means like, think of it's a way of working out. It just means like you're going to add weight over time.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Very simple, right? So you're going to do that. And eventually, this is the key. Fuck the idea of the future. You don't know it. It's just going to set you up for failure. Instead, what is Anwar going to look like when he can curl that 90? Who cares? Whatever happens is going to happen regardless. So watch how to force the result. Okay, you want a big chest? Okay, Jared Sanger's chest is gonna look different if you can bench press 120 pounds now. At 180, changes are gonna happen. Could be in the delts, could be in the shoulder. I mean, could be in the chest. Could be in the delts. Could be in all these other places. But love that change. You see, when you get to the top of the mountain, love the view.
Right.
Okay, love the view, but be prepared to climb down the mountain to climb another mountain. The biggest issue with people's egos is they want to stay at the top of that mountain. I'm a doctor. That's why I can give you nutrition advice. No, you're a doctor. That's why you shouldn't give me nutrition advice.
Right, because you're not a fucking nutritionist.
Okay, exactly.
That's a big one. We can save that for a whole nother podcast.
But these titles,
doctors are not nutritionists. Don't take nutritional advice.
But their
from
title
a
has so
doctor.
much power.
Right.
And so much assumed power that, well, my doctor told me I got to eat more broccoli. Okay, if he told you.
Because you're a nutritionist.
Yeah, correct. Right. And
huge difference.
There's a huge difference.
Explain to people that don't know what the fuck we're talking about. What's the difference between a doctor and
a doctor?
And why shouldn't you be taking nutritional advice from your general doctor you go see for your checkups?
A doctor is just
and while you're explaining this, I got to go to the bathroom. Keep talking. You're talking to them.
No, I got it. A doctor is just basically, when you think about it, a person who, when you think about just a general practitioner, it just means they're a person. They have a certain understanding of things in the medical industry. But you shouldn't assume that food is one of them. And that's the problem is when someone says a doctor, they have this instant credibility to tell you everything about how your body works, right? And in most cases, they're just repeating jargon they heard from some nutrition course they took. Whereas being a nutritionist or nutritional care specialist, that was my job in the military, it gave me a daily dose of understanding nutrition. But the beauty about progressive thinking in anything is it should change. Meaning how I felt about cholesterol, say 15 years ago, is not how I feel about it now. Because we all know that, dietary cholesterol consumption does not have any effect on what we see when we measure a person's cholesterol. But a prime example is a doctor might say you have high cholesterol, but what's he basing it off of? Right? He might look at your cholesterol and make a statement that is based on some chart. If you're a ketogenic person, then let me give you this. When you wake up in the morning time, your blood sugar is going to be high, but high relative to someone who's more carb dependent. Your triglycerides will be high, in check, right? But understand, like, your blood sugar is going to be at 70 or 80, whereas a person who's carb dependent is going to more than likely have a lower level. So they're going to say you have high glucose. It's what happens when your body has become fat dependent. Now uses fat as the primary method of eating or energy as opposed to the other two macros. So
does this tie into when doctors tell people like they had they're having heart problems and shit like that, and they're like, you need to get off red meat.
Well, yeah,
you need to stop eating X, Y, and
what
Z because they're looking at these metrics.
And what they should be saying is you need to cut this inflammatory crap called sugar out of your life.
Or cheese
not even
whatever.
That. It isn't.
Or dairy or...
See, the issue is this. And when you take a piece of, when you take a saturated fat like butter, at room temperature, what does it look like? It's
a
hard,
solid. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But what happens when you put it in the fucking microwave?
Right, it liquefies.
So room temperature is not 90-something degrees. So if I put fat at 90-something degrees, the idea that it's going to solidify in your arteries is just something that it's pseudo. It sounds like it makes a lot of sense because that's what fat does. But put fat in 90-degree weather and watch what happens to it. It's not going to be anything solidified. The only thing that a person should avoid is the hydrogenated. So if someone's having heart problems, avoid hydrogenated oils. That means man-made. Okay, that's all hydrogenated oils are. Trans fat.
So literally fucking margarines.
Canola oil, margarine, spray butters, all these things that are man-made.
Canola oil? I thought canola oil was natural. That's an artificial one?
Yeah, artificial.
Okay, so canola is the artificial version of what? Vegetable oil? Or
a type of oil, right? Like people could use it in place of, say, olive oil, right? But for the most, olive oil, which typically cold press. So you wouldn't want to ever use olive oil to cook, only at low temperatures. Typically make olive oil something like a topper if you're going to make a dressing. But for the most part,
I've fried fish in olive oil.
Yeah, I would use butter.
Amazing.
I'd use butter. If you think olive oil is better, oh my God, butter. Why? Because the idea is
it's just easier to transport when I'm camping. That's really why.
Yeah,
I go fishing,
I get that. It's in a jar.
It's in a bottle.
Yep,
pour it out.
Yep, jar. Yeah. So or bottle. But if you don't question, if you don't ever hear these layers of development in your psyche that allow you to question everything to find the truth, you're just going to accept a credible source as truth, and you're never ever going to grow. You're going to hear this.
And the gap between doctors and nutritionists is because as a nutritionist, you're required to continue to update your knowledge. Doctors are not required to update their knowledge on nutrition.
But that's
well,
just
if you're
it.
going to have credibility as a nutritionist,
credibility
you got to stay up to date.
But okay, so staying up to date is
if you're a nutritionist passing out advice from the 1980s, you're not going to last long, right?
Correct. Unless, well, doctors do it all the time, though. That's the problem.
Doctors do it. That's what I'm saying. Because they have
but
this
more
authority
people,
and this credibility, right?
More people go to doctors than a nutritionist, right? So, and even nutritionists are still going to give you the same macro count. Like, okay, a good example is to all these weightlifters who are out there that think they need to eat all this protein. I'm going to give you a news flash. The amount of protein you think you need is just an idea that you've created to stimulate this sort of persona. Like, I'm a weightlifter, so I got to walk around with a protein shake. Okay, a good example is what I did yesterday in the gym is I did lunges, and I think I did 305. So imagine what people squat, right? 305 pounds on my back, and I'm doing one-legged lunges.
Yeah.
How did I get that way? Progressively. I started off low and worked my way up until eventually 300 pounds got to be relative, right? And I got home. I had a steak probably 4 hours later. I had one meal yesterday. Today, I had my bulletproof tea and I had a couple of eggs. When you have a drive or for purpose, energy will be supplied. Gains are hormonal. You have to put the body. So again, and I won't maybe another, but I'll give you this really quick. So
well, yeah, and we're going to do this more than once.
If I okay, so let's say I'm training somebody. And I have a thing, I call it the Hulk Builder. See, the beauty about working out is you do have the ability to make your own workouts out or exercises. If you think it's already been done, that's part of the problem. The only way to evolve as a society is to have a progressive mindset, meaning creativity. You should be creating. You might have a way of setting your podcast up that's unique from everybody. That says growth. I'm doing that. No, I think we should do this. Maybe we have this thing hanging. You know, there's so many ways you can go with that. Right. So my point is, realize this: high testosterone is a mindset. Now, I don't want to be vague when I say that. A lot of people say it's a mindset. Let me explain this to you. You have a wife upstairs. Somebody breaks into the house.
Last time I checked, she's still up there.
She's up there, right? Somebody breaks into the house. You hear him. Flight or fight. The most primitive part of your brain is very sensitive to this epinephrine. What do?
There's really not a choice for me.
It's not a choice. It's survival. It's fight. Okay. Yeah. So what happens if I'm the opposite? What hormone?
With that bad boy.
Damn right. What happens if I do the opposite? A hormonal response is taking place in all my cells to allow me to do the opposite, which is run. Okay.
Right.
What happens when you look at these bucks fight? We were talking about this earlier. Right.
Yeah.
It isn't like the one is bleeding. One just kind of stops.
Yep.
You don't really know why. It's just like, okay, and then the guy gets on top, mounts the female, and that's it. But you don't really understand, like, okay, did you just get like an uppercut to the rib, like a horn to the rib? What happened?
There definitely, you know what didn't happen is a ref didn't step in and
no,
call
they just
the fight.
Like, all right, man. Like you watch these two kimono lizards.
There was no cops that showed up and broke it up.
No, there was nothing. You watch these two kimono lizards. All you see is him, doing this, and then one guy leaves. It's like somebody imposed their will.
All right, fuck it.
Exactly. Like, all right, man.
You win.
Or they just hit it with some like 6-inch punch. Like, the little final body bump was the one. It's like, all right, man, that got me in the stomach. I'm out. It's like you don't really know. But my point is, on a more serious note, is what you're aiming for is to create that in the gym. So I have this exercise where I'm pushing down the weight on their shoulders. And I said, I need you to imagine that somebody broke into your house. No. Imagine. That means it's happening right now. Don't think about it. Imagine it's happening. And it's either you or them. Your children are upstairs. What the fuck are you going to do is my question for you. What are you going to do? It's happening right now.
I've heard Joe Rogan talk about this too. That's where he goes for
Are you going to let go? Are you going to give everything you have? Because what happens is big muscles are just it's a stimulant. It's a result of an adaptation in your environment, or bigger compared to what you had the day before. So if you want that hormonal response, you got to put your mindset in a mindset that says, I have no choice. That's why guys get big in the pen. Now, when you get into if we want to sit back and talk about macros and protein this and protein that, I can tell you that it doesn't matter. I can tell you that it doesn't matter. I can tell you that I've gotten the least amount of protein consumption over the past 2 years.
Don't you need it to heal your muscles?
Well, the question is, how much do you need? You see, we like to make a graph out of everything, and that graph fits a certain world, like the fitness world.
Sure.
Go get the protein shake. How much is in that powder? About 30 servings. That seems like the average of about 1 month. Got it. Wait, I need to have 2 servings? Because they all want you to buy more. Okay, everybody who's experienced corporate America, what do they want? They just want more. There's no end game. The end game is more. That's all it is. I just want more. You had a record-breaking month last month. We want more.
Right.
There is no end game to it. And it's the same way in the nutrition world. A good example is if you guys take the pre-workout, all they're doing is adding more caffeine to it, because we all know that we build a tolerance to caffeine, so it stops working. But then they call it creatine, or excuse me, not creatine. They call it C4 Nano G4 Explode. It just means we've had a lot more of that endogenous caffeine to it, because the other shit is not working. We've added a more potent blend. Right. But it's more.
It's just another
we need to give you more
technique. It's just to get you to buy
Correct.
more shit, to consume more shit.
So I call it astronaut food. Okay, astronaut food. Most of these weightlifters, these guys. So think about this: if these guys are taking steroids, right? They're taking steroids. What are these big weightlifters using? Food. They're not taking any protein drinks. That's the marketing scheme.
I have heard that dude from the big time strongmen.
Yeah.
Fucking.
I know you're talking.
I forget some of their names, but yeah, they asked him about their diets, and he's like, chicken and rice, beef and rice,
chicken and rice,
this and rice, this and rice. It's most of those guys stick to rice,
and they're
some
juicing.
Of them get into some other shit. No, they're
no. These guys. Okay, so when you get to the top, it's a part of the sport.
Heavily tested.
Not for steroids. It's okay. It's a part of the sport. I'm not here to shame anybody taking it. When you get to the level where you're deadlifting 1,000 pounds, they're taking. It's just another derivative of
I'm
high
talking
T.
about the world's strongest man competition.
So when you get into the world, it depends. If you talk CrossFit, there are certain. If it's not tested, like when you get into the world's strongest men with the rocks, those guys are on. They're on the juice. It's okay.
You think so?
I know so.
Like fucking Bjorn, fucking whatever his name is, the guy who comes down to the Vikings game.
Yeah.
The guy who was the mountain in Game of Thrones. You think he's on juice?
But it's
because it looks to me like he's just a giant. See,
the problem is this: people think that when you take steroids, you just become like this veiny, like no. It like think about like Lance Armstrong.
All it does is heal you faster.
All it does is think about this. It increases protein synthesis. So, for instance, Lance Armstrong wanted to be a better cycler, right? Or so when you looked at him, he wasn't like neck to to the core. No, he was better. He was able to do better at what he was doing because it's allowing a faster recovery, but it's increasing protein synthesis, the art of which we build. Your muscles tear down due to a process called hypertrophy, and over time they rebuild themselves back up. Protein synthesis. And so when you have a hormone that's telling your cells to do this, everything's just happening faster. You're recovering faster. But ultimately, it's not to take away from what the mountain does in the gym, the intensity. It's just giving them like this guy's already a badass, but give him the super soldier serum and he'll be a badass times 2. You got to be a badass first to see these results these guys are seeing at the world class level. So I'm not taking away from what anybody's doing, but what I'm saying is it's the realization that all this astronaut food you take is because you've lost belief. The only way that Jared got this, and I'm using you in the third person. It's weird. Maybe first person too. I don't know. So the only way that you did this, at some point you had to have this belief in yourself. You couldn't believe in anything else. The minute you start to take your belief and put it into something else is the minute you failed. Because now it's no longer about you. It's about doing some very controlled workout, 4 sets of 10, and then you drink some protein powder and you call that a diet and you call what you just did an exercise. It's not an exercise. You're in a comfort zone. And the biggest issue that people have is they're surrounded by all these ideas of what to believe. So my perspective about marginalization of all these supplements doesn't come from someone who has never, I've been there where I was counting my carbs, counting my protein, counting my macros, being obsessed, being a prisoner to the fitness world. I'm here to tell you that there's a different way. And it's simple. It's called rededicate yourself to the passion of why you do what you do, because you love it.
Right.
And once you figure that out, you realize just like being a kid, you went outside every fucking day and you played a sport and somehow you got better and faster. There was never a break. Hold on, my mom made this protein shake. If I don't drink this protein shake, I'm not going to get stronger. But somehow you got stronger because muscle gain is a result from a stimulation in your environment, a
Well, and
hormonal
I
response.
did notice that anytime I was in those situations, my appetite just went through the roof.
So it's already calibrating. But the difference is, as a kid, when you're in nothing but passion, especially in the 80s, baby, I may have been outside playing all day.
Yeah.
And I wasn't starving like Marvin literally until the lights went on, or the street lights came on. I'm like, oh shit, I got to get home.
Yeah.
And then now I got this mom's cooking. I walk in the house, appetite ravenous, right? You got to get back to that element. If you start to rely on the science, so I had a guy who is all about the supplement world, and I'm trying to help him understand that you have to find a belief, right? It says in the Bible to not test faith. Don't test it. If you're looking for a result because you want to test it, if you're looking to question why I'm doing it, you're testing. No, belief is something we all have. So I took these, let's say 130 pounds in the gym. Anybody who's watching and understands, let's take 130 pounds. That's like, in most gyms, that's like the heaviest weight for a dumbbell, right? Most people, they get them and they'll do a couple of dumbbell presses, or, with the 130. So that's 260 pounds. Well, I was using them to do flies, okay? And this guy was asking me, what did I take? And I said, I had some bulletproof tea in the morning time before I got here. And he said, imagine what you could take if you really focused on your nutrition. He didn't know that I'd already been down that road. When I let go of this idea that the made sense of the world has, it says you got to eat all this protein, not realizing that, look, your body will find a way. When your body made a decision that it was going to grow, it found a way to make it happen, right? It just does.
Well, what happened is I got sent to boarding school.
Well,
and
yeah,
I finally
but-
got fed 3 square meals
Yeah,
a
but
day.
you went to you go through the but the hormonal response is puberty, right? Your body's secreting growth
I
hormone.
grew 6 inches in one summer.
And that was destined to happen, is my point. It was written in your DNA that this is going to happen here at this age, not a moment sooner, not a moment later, because that's what the instructions say. And then the cells do what the hormones tell them to do. So you can continue to rely on something exterior, or realize that Luke 17:21, it says the kingdom of God is within, right? It means your salvation is where you'll find it is when you believe. When you're on your knees trying to figure out how to make this happen, it was the inner belief in yourself that said, this is how. So you have to have a system. You have to believe in one thing, and that's yourself. Okay? You have to believe, because that's where it starts. That's where it ends. If you want to make things in life come to the tangible world, you have to believe it. You have to believe it. And it says to command it, to command it. To command it. Don't ask in prayer. It says command it. What does it mean? It means when body, mind, and soul are on the same page, you won't ask, you'll roar.
Right.
I'm gonna get this done. I'm gonna get this done. And that's the difference with a lot of people. They're still waiting on some symbol. They're waiting on, they got all these excuses, a pile of them. Not enough money, not enough time, bullshit, right? But what they don't understand, all they need is to first, how do I do it? First, I got this mind. I need to download information. Once I download it, at some point, it'll start talking to me. All of a sudden, I'll see things I didn't see before. Then I need to start to just put one foot forward, go down here, measure things out, educate myself. And once you start to educate yourself, literally, you saw the path needed. You see, all the ingredients per the Science of How to Get Rich, right, by Wallace Waddle, all the ingredients have always been there in your life to do this. You just became aware of them.
Right.
And it wasn't about money. It was about a decision to keep doing it. And it all just kind of happened. Why do you think they say, if you got to start a podcast on your phone, it means you don't need anything?
Right. And that's what I was saying earlier, is like, first is just do it. Like, I knew.
Wait, do you know Rich Anderson, Little League, Otsego LL?
Maybe that's where he's from, but it was originally.
I'm saying he knows who this guy is.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it was the same league. But keep going. I didn't mean
Yeah.
to
No.
interrupt you.
I'm glad we finally tied
Yeah.
that back together. Yeah, that was my Little League coach. We won state championship with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And then the next year he got fucking
Yeah, and
caught for
I think he
embezzlement
knows
and went to
something about
prison.
this guy. So you make this decision to realize it's already here for you.
Yeah.
But the issue is you're holding yourself back.
Well, and that's the thing, is like, if you're just doing like a podcast, like whatever it is, like figure out, this is why I always say, like, if we're putting this into action, first thing is first, close your fucking eyes, visualize and imagine, use your imagination and figure out what you want to do actually physically looks like. Okay. Make a mental note of that, draw it on a fucking piece of paper, whatever, right? If it's a business, if you're starting a construction company, Okay, it's the same metaphor. Okay, what kind of construction are you? Like what do I want us to look
Well,
like?
hell,
when
what
we're
can
on the
you
job site?
build? You know?
Anything, yeah. But
Like-
all of those things, like you can learn how to build shit, right? It's just a matter of like, oh, I want to do roofing. Okay, well then figure out what you need to do roofing. Let's keep the
Yeah.
context consistent. I wanted to do this podcast, not just a podcast, so I knew I needed the right equipment to do this style.
Yeah.
Some people can literally just start on a cell phone. They sell microphones that plug right into your cell phone. You can buy on Amazon for cheap. There's a tripod, your cell phone goes on it, and then there's a ring light around it to give you perfect lighting. These iPhones, if I had 2 or 3 iPhones,
I have an Android.
whatever, same thing. These fucking Androids, these high-end Samsungs, dude, they all have fucking true killer HD cameras on them.
Yes.
If I had a couple
Yeah,
more
they
pieces of equipment, like including if I had, let's say, this phone, another iPad,
Mhm.
and even an Android phone that were nice enough that we weren't regularly using. Unfortunately, I don't have
Yep.
any of those things except one iPhone. I could actually probably figure out a way to switch these cameras and use those.
Exactly.
So it's just a matter of figuring out what you want to do. What does it physically look like? That's that first step. And then making sure, actually the first step is finding something you love doing so it doesn't
Yeah.
seem like work. Then visualize it. What does it look like when it's complete? And then immediately start doing it.
and don't
That's
think
the first thing is start
exactly.
getting towards it. For me, it was literally setting the table in the room,
Yeah.
inviting a couple buddies over and hanging out. And it was like, yeah, see, like this table works, like it's cool. Okay,
Yeah.
let me visualize this a little bit further. Boom, I put up my computer where I'm already recording my music. Now I got a little hub where
Yeah.
I can record my music, and if buddies come over, I can set down the guitar and we can hang out. Then I'm like, all right, well, you know what? I want to play video games down here, be a little bit more comfortable. What if I want to do the gaming thing, game streaming thing on the podcast? Who knows? Okay, let me put this TV down here. Oh, it's not working right. Got to get a TV stand. Okay. Figure that shit out step by step. They were all increments I could make to making the podcast actually come to realization while enjoying it
Yeah.
in that space. And for me, I had to sit and live in the space. So I would come down here whether I was doing a podcast or not, and I would sit down sometimes for an hour or two just thinking, like literally sitting back, just fucking smoking cigarettes, fucking drinking beers,
Yeah.
just trying to figure out, okay, like what do I want to do? How do I want to do this? And then you just slowly manifest this thing into a reality. If you want to start a fucking landscaping company, here's the easiest way to start. Drive through everyone's fucking alley until you find somebody throwing away a lawnmower. Save up 50, 60, 70 bucks. I can almost guarantee you that it's going to be a bent blade on the bottom and probably a carburetor. Simple mechanical fixes. Anybody can YouTube how to do this. Boom, you have a running lawnmower. Now go down to the city, register
Yeah.
your little tiny small business for less than 100, 200 bucks, and the city or the county will literally give you a list of addresses that have been neglected and they need their lawns mowed.
Yeah.
And they will pay you to go mow each of those lawns. It's a flat
Yeah.
fee. Here's 150 bucks. Here's 150 bucks. Here's 150 bucks. Now you have a business. Now your job is to figure out, how can I mow more lawns in a day? You got two choices. You either get a more efficient lawnmower or you hire more people.
More people, yeah.
Right. You got to figure out how to scale that thing up. So all these concepts we're talking about don't matter. Like I have no desire to start a landscaping
So let's
company,
go
but
back
I
to
already
that.
know how to do it.
Let's go back to that.
Do you see what I'm saying?
So
Though?
go
'Cause
back to that word though. You have to, if you are in this life to impress your parents, you will never find desire that way.
and you'll probably never impress your
So
parents.
exactly. And until you stop trying, and coincidentally you do is when you stop trying. So like you think about if you have a desire to do it, none of this stuff will be pulling teeth. You will find a way to get these things done. Like if a guy is willing to find a lawnmower, it's because he wants so very badly to do this that to him that's an opportunity. This piece of garbage here. But again, most people want these ideal circumstances because that idea is good enough to stop people from passing.
And
go.
I get it. No one is like a landscaping company or lawn mowing is their dream job. But you know what is a dream
They
job?
are though. Look at
You know what is a dream job? Just for a lot of people, not working for someone else.
not working with someone else. Yeah.
That's it. That's all they want to do. I just want to fucking not be able to have somebody fire me. Here,
But think about
go
this,
fucking
though.
mow lawns. And in the winter, you go, that's a summer job. In the winter, they just turn around and the list turns into sidewalks that haven't been shoveled.
If you have it's this simple. If you have a person who is willing, right, like a person that's willing to move forward in something they want, these things that happen in life, like, okay, so I got rid of a couch. Initially, I'm like, we'll just toss it. And my girl said, why would we do that? Just post it on the internet. Somebody will pick it up. I'm like, no, they won't. Why would somebody want that couch? Because somewhere in the universe, someone has said, you want a couch? We got an opportunity for you.
Where do you think I got this table?
Everything we put on the internet is sold. I even had a receiver. I bought a receiver for sound.
Dude, so I found on Facebook Marketplace, somebody was putting out an art easel, right? A really nice high-end art easel. Free. Just got to come pick it up. Maybe it wasn't even free. Maybe it was $20, whatever. Well, Kate is an incredible painter. So I'm like, I'm going to get this for my wife. I get there and we start talking. We, chat it up and shit. And somehow this idea comes up. And I was like, yeah, I just got to find the right table, and fucking like set it all up. And so I've been scouring the marketplace. Again, being resourceful, realizing like I can't afford to go buy everything. So sometimes you got to find something that's like cheap or free or used. Same thing. I got this chair from my old office where I worked. I got that chair from the exact same place. They were going to throw them out. There's nothing wrong with
my question
them.
for you, Jared,
Dude, just upgraded. I said, I'll take them for the podcast.
Did you find this?
As fuck.
Did you find this or did it find you?
I found it.
Okay.
I went and looked for it because at the end of the day, but again, I had, like you said, you don't just pray and hope for it. I took action on it. I started looking for stuff.
But like this table you were talking about, right?
I got it from the same guy because while I picked up the easel for the wife, I mentioned the podcast. He goes, you're looking for a table? I have this table. If you want it, you can take it now.
So go
free.
back and look at it from this perspective. This table found you. My point is you needed a table and somehow, some way, Tony Dungy's book, A Quiet Faith, A Quiet Strength, talks about how whenever he truly wanted something in life, there was no voice, there was no symbol, there was no angel that appeared. Instead, things just had a way of falling into place. So again, just listen to what you said. I went looking to go pick up some easel, right?
Yep.
Easel.
Yep.
For my wife, and somehow I wind up with this table.
Well, it's because we talked and I mentioned it.
but
I put it out there.
You put it out there. But this table is in your possession. You didn't go looking for this table, but somehow, some way in that conversation, you talked about this podcast. Like who would have thought, right? Because all the stuff I've got done, it's just like they come get it. That's it. There ain't no like combo, right?
Right.
But again, I'm saying you can call it God, call it the universe, call it Allah, call it Yahweh. It doesn't matter, Jehovah. But it will find a way to provide when you go out there and start putting your best foot forward, when you start putting those feet in front of you to pursue any dream you have, when you're living it, you got this table because this table was destined to be here right now because it is right here, right now.
Right.
Somehow on some random he didn't have to give it to you.
Right.
But whatever you said inspired him enough to say, man, you know what? I got this table and it fits so perfectly right here where it needs to be.
Yep.
And that's why I'm saying when people make excuses about money.
It is literally the perfect size, at least for two people. Maybe when I get to 4, it'll be a little, but they could sit on the corners.
Sit on
Fuck
the corners
them.
right here.
Fuck them.
But even so, but when it's time, and this book that the Science of How to Get, it's not a business plan. It's realizing that if you want something in life, you have to really want it, and it'll find its way to you.
Right.
Look at the kid who wanted to wrestle and had no legs.
Sure.
He came within one match away from winning state. How? He really wanted it.
Probably psychological warfare as well.
Exactly.
Like, it probably fucked with a lot of people, and like maybe they underestimated
but when you get to
him,
state, it's like
that's true. Though.
They don't want to lose this guy. It's like, come on. But he won. He won because I guess a blind man doesn't focus on seeing well. They focus on hearing well, tasting well, smelling well. So when you look at this kid's upper body, realize he took everything he could and perfected what he already had. Right. And now because of this whole idea that
he probably also learned how to weaponize his weakness of not having legs because other kids didn't know how, like, well, dude, he doesn't have any legs for me to wrap up. How do I fucking even, all my moves are now half of a move because I'm not.
They didn't know how to wrestle him. It's almost like getting attacked by a predator.
Weaponize that weakness.
Bingo. Some predators don't know how to kill you because they never had to kill a human. It's not a gazelle. They're like, what do? I'll just keep scratching at them and talk. They don't understand how to kill you, which is why it's violent sometimes, right? So, it's just the realization that if you really want something, somehow you put this together. You didn't have when we're talking about the progressions, all this happened when it happened. It happened when you were ready for it to happen, and you got everything set up. I'm doing a podcast right now, right? And everything about it says a podcast. Why? Because we've been talking for 4 hours, and it feels like hours somehow. There's not enough time now.
Yeah. No, dude, we're running up on 4. 3 hours and 52 minutes. Feels like we just started.
It feels like we just started because, again, when it seems right, when you're in your passion, there's no concept of time, you know? And if you were meant to do this, and so you're doing it. My point is, you have to look at the things, like, to me, that's what people call a blessing. I went to some guy, right? So you're in church, the guy's like, I'm giving a testimony. I needed a table. Okay, I went to go pick something up, and all of a sudden I got to talking to some guy, and he just gave me this table. Praise God, hallelujah! If we went to a Pentecostal church, right? Because that's what they're going to say. They're very candid about.
Well, where I bring God into that literal example is that guy chose to get rid of it at that time. He posted it on that website, and I happened to not only be on that website, but be on my phone at that time, see it for free before, and have the ability to, like, all the other things lined up. That's where I'm like, I think that's where God came in, and he placed an opportunity in front of me, but I still had to fucking take advantage of the opportunity.
Of course, you have to be present in the moment, right? Again, it says command. When you made a decision to put this stuff together, it just kind of happens, because that's what happens when you have a certain sense of faith.
And it took time, and it took a lot of patience, which is just like, we'll stick with the silly analogy of the podcast, because some people are out there starting podcasts.
You say silly analogy, but it's actually a good analogy.
Well, and I just mean it's literal, and like, I'm not trying to make it all about this, but let's just stick with the analogy, and it's a silly little podcast. I mean, let's not take it more seriously than it is. But in the reality, there's other people that want to do this as well. And once you get it rolling, I talked about like YouTube, what it takes or what you need to do to start a podcast. That's a great thing to do. But what is the first one? Start doing it. Well, once you get it rolling, the number one mistake new YouTubers make is they expect something unreasonable. It's also about patience and taking time. So I have to, in this idea that we're taking here from nothing, which is I want to do a podcast, to doing it, to that channel then growing successful. Everywhere along there, you have to keep pushing through, and it's not always a Rocky montage. It's not always exciting. It's not always, fucking motivational, inspiring, unless you edit it up in the right clip and put some cool music behind it. Sometimes it's patience. Like, I knew I needed a table. I knew I didn't want to go spend $800 on a fucking nice looking table that was the right size and all that shit, or even go spend $200 on this exact table.
Yeah.
So I had to remain patient. Same thing. I know I want to do 4, but I didn't let the lack of 2 other mics and 2 more headsets defer me from that. I said, no, for now, we're going to do this, and I'm going to be patient. And when I'm ready, I'll add on a 3rd mic, and then we'll have a 3rd guest sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. Same thing. When I launch my channel, my views don't immediately get any views. Or my videos don't get any views at first. You got to be patient. You got to I think I'm doing pretty well on the podcast so far. I think people are enjoying it. I think for a newbie, I think I'm getting some pretty good views.
Yeah.
But in the big scheme of things, like, it ain't shit. I got to be patient. I got to understand that this thing takes time just to get monetized. 4,000 public watch hours, 1,000 legitimate subscribers. That takes time to build up. That's patience.
And it takes momentum too,
and
right?
Fucking belief in yourself. So to bring it all back, everything we keep saying all day long has just keep tying back to the same fucking concepts. You brought up performing under pressure earlier. A lot of people get nervous on the podcast, right? That's kind of how we started it. Is like, this is just another conversation. We have these conversations all the time. Right. The one thing that's nice about this format is it's easy to forget about the cameras. It's easy to forget where, even with the microphones and the headphones, the way it's set up, it's comfortable. They're not.
I agree.
They're not fucking heavy like my other ones. They're not squeezing on my glasses. This isn't too invasive like some of the radio microphones where the big screens in front of it. You slowly forget. You get comfortable in this, and you're able to just have those conversations. But let's wrap it up with some fun shit. So you talked about performing under pressure. I got a question. We know in football, home field advantage is probably more important than any other sport out there. Basketball, hockey, baseball. football home field advantage because there's a communication issue. When your team is loud enough, the offense does a lot of communicating.
Yeah.
And they have a hard time hearing each other, which gives your team a strategic advantage. Foley, 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 old man Foley.
Oh yeah.
Him and I got into an argument last night, a friendly argument about how much the lack of a crowd is going to affect the players on the field. And I said, well, I think some guys will perform better without the crowd because of what I just said. But I don't think the lack of a crowd is actually going to hurt any individual player's ability.
Let's talk about that then.
Maybe the hype walk, and let me just throw this out there, and then you can tell me where I'm wrong or if I'm right or whatever. But basically, like when the game starts, there might be a little less energy because the crowd's not there, the roar, all that kind of shit. But dude, I played football. You played football. Once you get hit once, you're not thinking about the crowd. You don't hear the crowd. When you go up to make a great play, you go deaf. You don't hear the roar of the crowd. Like it's until afterwards.
Well,
when
yeah,
but
okay, so let's
see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you. But let's think about this, right? So working in a call center in Minnesota or in the States is different from the Philippines. When you go to the Philippines, you're a celebrity. When you walk into the Philippines as a manager, they have this accent. They're like, "Hi, boss. Hi, sir. Hi, boss."
Oh, because you went out there and trained them.
Yeah. So I went out.
My boy
there.
Jason went and did that.
Okay. Yeah.
You know Jason?
Which one?
Of
course I do. Yeah.
Yeah, he's my boy. I love that guy.
Yeah.
He's the man.
Same here. We get in good conversations,
dude.
Right? So
he's the fucking man. Yeah. I have so much respect for that dude.
Oh yeah. So we talk. He works in the same office, and we.
I ain't trying to put him on.
No, I got it.
I didn't get his permission to say his name. All my other buddies, musicians, they all know the deal. They're in the public eye. He didn't sign up for shit. I ain't putting him on.
To answer your question,
he can come on if he wants, though. By the way.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. Definitely, because he's a good guy. We've had some good conversations in his office. But
hell yeah,
we So when you walk in,
we should have you on together. That's what we should.
Oh yeah,
do.
That'd be fun, man. When you come in, it's when you walk into this type of environment, just the 30 people that are doing that, it's almost like you have this meter, and you're rising and rising and rising. Now the difference is when you've heard 30,000 people cheering for you. It's a whole different type of drug. Now imagine this. You go to a game, right? And we're going to talk about primal instincts. You see the most beautiful women staring at you, watching you. We know that this causes a spike in testosterone, right? So the game's more physical because
honestly, how many NFL players do you think really?
Well, no. Okay, I'm talking basketball. So now when you get in, let's
stick to NFL because that's
okay. So let's go to the NFL. So think about this: when you get booed, you feel it. You feel it when you get booed. When Christian Ponder was getting booed on the sideline, you could see that awful sinking feeling.
Do you think the Tom Brady's their game is going to be affected at all
I
by
think
a crowd or not? I don't think so.
So Customato says that a coward and a hero both experience fear, but how they respond to it is what separates them. Does Tom Brady feel that? Yeah, but how he responds to it is when we get back to the mental preparation. How, just like how we talked about how he's sitting there for 6 hours in he's Tom Brady, but he's still got the hunger to be great, right? He's there right now and working with his wide receivers.
See, I think he might perform a little better without crowds because nobody can fucking make his job more difficult.
I think that Tom Brady, though, remember, just like Michael Jordan, Tom Brady was created out of failure by people doubting him. Mm-hmm. So when people boo him, it might have opposite effects. Like all you hear about with Michael Jordan stories, all you had to do was talk shit to him, right? And everybody, if you watch all those, they're like, don't talk shit to him. Don't do it. So imagine if you boo Michael Jordan, right? Like a good example is, going to football, when you score a touchdown and those fans are cheering, right? It's dopamine. It's an endorphin rush. It's dopamine.
But that's after the play.
Well, yeah, but during the play. But so that's moment. Okay, so when we get into this thing called momentum, right? It's easy to establish that for home field because you feel the emotions of these people. So you score a touchdown, that might motivate the defense to play better, right? So you got this this sort of circulatory type of effect that happens at home field because the environment, everybody's cheering. Imagine if everybody kept saying, Jared, oh my God, you're awesome. You can hear people yelling. They want your attention. They want you. That is making you feel better about yourself. So you're going to perform in a different way because you got all these people. It isn't just during the play.
Can you even make that? I don't think the players can hear the crowd at that point. They're hearing their teammates.
You hear a roaring crowd.
Well, right, but you don't hear individual people.
It depends on where you sit. So now if you're down there on the ground and you got these people who are sitting right behind you, they hear. Well, how do you think you hear about these guys getting into matches with the fans? A lot of times
those fans are talking shit.
But they hear them is the point. So if you hear that at home, you're going to hear away. You're going to hear all the good shit at home. Like, I love you so much, Jared Swinger. Like
Swinger,
a singer. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. I thought you did it on purpose. I thought you were like,
that would have been funny if I would.
Because fans will do that shit. Yeah. They'll intentionally mispronounce.
But you hear it. It's like I was watching Mike.
Because I would have done that, dude. I'd be able to ignore. Oh, fuck you, Jared Singer. You suck. But if somebody was like, oh, Jared Swinger, that one would have got me. I'd have turned around, motherfucker.
It's like I'm watching.
Or I'd have done this, just the single finger over the shoulder. Yeah, fuck you,
dude. It's like I'm watching.
Yeah, I hear you, but I ain't gonna fucking turn my head for you.
People like I'm watching Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
And he's talking, and all of a sudden, all these people like, I love you. He's like, I love you too. Like you hear it, and it has an effect, obviously. So my point is, don't focus on during the play. Focus on the momentum after the play. So now think about this, right? We just scored a touchdown, right? Now we're already happy off that. Now you got these fans like, let's go, I got you. So you're feeding off of the residual effects of the previous play, right? And now all of a sudden you stop a team on defense. The momentum. You feel it. Think about it. It's 3rd and long, right? And we get them off the field. Everybody's like that. You get that because
but I'm just thinking, dude. I'm thinking at that level.
It isn't like you're a robot and the meters are. But you at the level. That's the greatest euphoria. Like
I'm just thinking at that level. If I'm and I'm trying to put myself in all those positions because I played a bunch of them.
Okay, so think about it.
I'm thinking I'm so hyper focused on beating my man, doing my job, completing the play that. I literally, especially while the play is happening, I can't hear the roar of the crowd. You can't,
but after the fact, once the play is over and you're celebrating, you're all on the center. Like a good example. So I remember when I played my first game as semi-pro, and I ran some sweep to the right, and I saw this cornerback, and I looked at him and said, "No, I'm running him over," right? And I lowered my shoulder, and I don't even know. I just remember like falling forward. And I got up and I heard my teammates like, oh, they were in it, right? So now imagine you're in a basketball game and you cross somebody over and you hear the ooh, right? And then that's why most of the time when somebody falls, they always shoot it because they're playing to the crowd. It's no different than you being a lead singer in a band and you're playing off people. That's what makes it such a great experience for people because people play off emotions.
Well, and again, now, there is some truth to that, but I practice the discipline of not allowing the crowd or the lack of the crowd to affect my performance.
It may not affect your performance.
It is inevitable. If it is a large crowd, it will naturally give me more adrenaline. If it's a small crowd, I have to dig a little deeper and do it myself.
But imagine everybody to a point where like,
but it doesn't motivate me to be better. Well, I'm just thinking like,
but it isn't about being better. It's about
here's what I'm saying. I think bad teams are going to get exposed, especially at home. Like I have a fear the Vikings are going to look as bad at home as they do on the road because we don't have home field advantage. Whereas the really good teams like the Chiefs that are really well coached, the players are disciplined, they're focused, they're truly talented from top to bottom. They're not going to be affected. I mean, of course, they'll be a little bit affected. It's inevitable, but not in the same way.
Let's do this thing though. Each team, right? A team is made. It's like when people talk about the government.
I bet you Seattle gets exposed too because they don't have the 11th man anymore.
Well, but let's think about this, right? So each team, and that's a huge role when you think about how loud the crowd gets. But what does that do for them? If you're in a 3rd and long situation,
it gives them a literal
that advantage,
physical advantage.
You could argue the same thing happens with a lot of. In order for the crowd to be roaring, they have to be in the game. The worst is when the crowd isn't in the game. When the crowd gets into the game, you see the guys doing this. They come on, keep it coming, let's go. They're feeding into that. So now all of a sudden we get a third down and they get a false start. The crowd screams even louder. Same in basketball. If you're on if all of a sudden there's a run going and the other team hits a three, right? The decibels of the crowd go down. So like literally coaches call timeouts because the momentum is the synergy that this crowd is bringing. Okay, guys, settle. So now, but go to this though. So now think about this. Whenever people say the government, well, the government's made up of people and people respond to emotions. So now understand every team is made up of all these players, and some of these players respond to that differently. Some players like the fact, like remember, Michael Vick should have been better than that, but what is he doing? He's flicking off one of the people, right? You should be above that to some extent, but he hears it. They hear it is my point. And so if they can hear it, it's going to have an impact. If I got a bunch of people rooting me, but likewise, there are people who perform despite people doubting them. And that, to me, is what really measures the greatness of a Michael Jordan, right, or Tom Brady, right? We were on the phone the day that he scored the 20, against Atlanta. Yeah. At that point, I don't care what he's done. I watched history.
And that one was hilarious because all of a sudden my phone rang, and I answer the phone, and I'm like, dude, the Patriots are going to win. And I remember, I'll quote you. You said, I swear to God, if Tom Brady gets the ball, if they win the toss, this game is over. They're not getting it's over. I don't remember who they were playing. Atlanta. If Atlanta doesn't get this ball, Tom Brady is not giving them the ball back. Like it's over. And I was like, dude, and you and I we were like on the phone for 20 minutes. We were on the phone for like 20 minutes. Yeah, because we had been back and forth on Facebook.
And I said 28-3, but don't underestimate the heart of a champion.
So did I. Right. You and I were putting out these tweets like, dude, do not doubt Tom Brady. Do not doubt. And then we seen it. It started in the second half. The physical conditioning. Atlanta just wasn't coached. They weren't disciplined the same way.
They stopped running the ball, you Falcons. You stopped running the ball. They couldn't stop you.
And on defense, they got tired. They got tired, and all of a sudden.
Well, that's because they started those long, sustaining drives.
Dude, and when Tom Brady led them down the field and they tied it up at expiration, and I knew it. I said, dude, oh my God, they're gonna win. They're gonna win. I fucking told you. Everybody in the room with us, I was like, I fucking told y'all. Don't doubt them. Don't doubt them. And sure as shit, all of a sudden the phone rings. You're like, dude, if they win this toss,
it's over.
Atlanta ain't it's over.
But okay, so likewise with LeBron
That's exactly
James,
what happened. Greatest comeback in NFL history.
The issue,
let alone playoffs or Super Bowl. Fuck.
Dude, period. It was just
Manning had that 21-3 comeback
against Tampa Bay.
Yep.
And that was a Monday night game. I remember that.
That was the greatest comeback in NFL history.
I had ever seen. It was beautiful.
And literally, numbers-wise, like an 18-point comeback, and they scored 3 touchdowns in the final 4 minutes of the game or some shit. Like,
and there was a roughing the kicker call in that game, too, that they didn't call. Which, thank you, they did. Yeah, I remember that.
The Super Bowl game we're talking about, Atlanta 28-3.
Yeah.
This is, in every possible way, the greatest comeback in NFL history.
Yeah, I mean.
Possibly the greatest single game of football ever played, because it was dominated in one half by one team and dominated in the other half by the other team. So you really seen the full spectrum of, if you were going to try to show an alien race what football is, you show them that game.
Yeah, play calling, adjustments. I mean, even like, I don't hate LeBron James. I tell you what, when LeBron first started playing the game, he had a certain level of humility, and you could see it in him. What I hate is when people try to make an assist sound like it's something unselfish. If you get a stat for it, it means you get something for it too. You can't call an assist an unselfish play.
People sometimes got bonuses for every assist. Like, $500 every assist.
Like when you see Russell Westbrook try to force the triple doubles, or you see my point is I just remember. So I watched Michael Jordan play. I watched Kobe play, right? And Kobe came pretty close, except in the big games in the finals. Like when you look at Kobe's stats in the final, not the playoffs, because the playoffs he had some great stats, but the finals, right? Even with Shaq, I think he had 2 total games in his years in the finals, right? The 7 finals appearances where he shot over 50% from the field. Mm-hmm. Whereas you're talking about Jordan 52 or 55 against Phoenix. Right?
Yep, against
some
Barkley.
Of the biggest stages, they were talking shit about Michael Jordan before the Portland game, that this guy named Clyde Drexler, well, he's a better 3-point shooter, and all he does in the first half of that game is set the record for threes made in a half.
How about when they were on the Dream Team and somebody said something, we're whooping your guys' ass, you better step it up.
That was magic.
And then it's practice.
Yeah, that was magic.
With Jordan. The best. It's literally he's playing against the best of the best of the best in the NBA. and he took over in practice.
over.
That's why I was saying earlier, I don't think the crowd is going to affect, or the lack of crowd is going to affect everyone equally, because like there's certain players that dude, if Brett Favre was on the team, Brett Favre does not need a crowd.
Well, okay, let's do this.
Brett Favre is fired up to go play football.
It's okay. It's like this. It's like you have a Sunday. Is a Sunday good with sprinkles? Sure, it doesn't hurt, right? So a crowd to these great players is like sprinkles.
Sure,
nothing's good. The home, it's not going to hurt them.
But I bet you we will see certain guys get cut because they're not playing as hard because there's not a team or a crowd. I think you will see the cream rise to the top.
Yeah.
I think you'll see the men amongst the boys, and I think you'll see a lot of dudes get cut. And then I think you'll also see a lot of guys overachieve specifically on offense because they're going to have, some guys are going to have inflated offensive stats because the crowd isn't deafening them for 8 games.
Exactly, yeah.
Half the season isn't being, so this is a good point. Now when you get into a game like football, right? Basketball is like a game built on, like, you have to have a certain skill to dribble a basketball, to a craft, right? When you think about football, it's execution. So one of the main things that affect execution is timing. So now if you can't hear the ball or hear the snap, right, that's one of the main things, a false start. Why did it happen? Because the crowd, man, is like, why, he's gotten dizzy from this crowd. But when you take that away, you take away even the pressure, because the fans put pressure, right? They just do. When you're getting booed on the sideline after you've been sucking, trust me, every offensive player hears the boos. They do, right? Just put it this way. I mean, you would hear boos if you were out there. If I was a part, and the people booing I want you to hear. Like when Christian Ponder, when that whole failed experiment took place, I wanted him to hear my boos through my TV. Like, I hope you know that I truly hate you at quarterback. Right. I hate watching you play the game as a quarterback. I hate it. I can't wait till you are gone. You lifeless, heartless bastard. I can't watch you play. But then you see him on the sideline. I remember the Detroit game that I don't know if we but it was the worst game ever for him. It was a horrible game. He faked an injury, so he just didn't want to be in there. You can literally watch it happen, where he's so dejected. He's like, all right, man, look. And then that's when who was that backup wide receiver? Webb came in and almost led us to a comeback. Yeah. Right, against the Lions. But if you watch that game, that's a prime example of a home game where it's working against you. So your own fans can turn against you. Like, even when Kirk Cousins was hearing the boos, trust me, they hear all of that shit because you would hear it. It's like, is it going to affect your throwing motion and mechanics? No, but you have to have confidence behind what you do. Right. And it takes a special player. See, we're talking about, when you talk about dream, you're talking about the elite of the elite, right? Playing a game. They know how to, they have that inner drive, but every player doesn't. You think about like pressure. Pressure a lot of times happens from the moment and from the fans. I think it'll affect the college game dramatically more than the NFL.
Yeah, like you think about home. Now it's going to be about who can execute better because you've taken the crowd out, so you don't have that intangible anymore. Now it's like practice.
Think about it though. Really, that's all it's ever been. You always hear that. That's always, whether the crowd was there or not. Who can execute better? And now you're not going to have a deafening noise that prevents communication on offense. So I think offenses are going to do a lot better this year, especially on the road.
Okay.
And so several offensive players are going to have grossly inflated stats.
So like when Madden actually cared about a football game, one of the things you could do that happens in real life is you could do this to the crowd. Mm-hmm. Why? Because, hey, we do this on defense, but on offense, they need to hear shit, right? Yep. So you've taken that element away when you don't have a crowd.
Yeah.
Right? And not only, like I said, but the pressure becomes about, you have 60,000 plus people responding to a play.
And that matters more in college where those kids are less mentally stable.
Well, think about, a good example is you think about a college kicker
more emotional
versus a NFL kicker, right? College kickers miss kicks from the moment, right? And when you make it to the NFL, you've already said, I can handle this pressure. That's part of the filtration process.
Unless you're Blair
Finkel or that other Daniel Carson, right? Because he tricked
Daniel
it too.
Carlson.
Yeah, exactly like that. And you saw it. Like he was like, he's like, fuck, in some weird metrosexual type. You know, he's like, fuck! You know, he says something like that. I don't know if like, you saw him and he missed, like, the last kick. And it's like, I wanted more. I wanted him to be in pain. Like, that's, you see, like, so imagine that feeling, right, if he's at home. Imagine people like us, like, so what, like, it's like, what do your players do? They have to combat the crowd, but like, it's all right, man. Like, they go to the kicker and like pop him because the crowd is responding. And you eating that shit up like Pac-Man. It's eating at you. You're getting booed because you fucked up. Yeah, you're sitting there like, oh God, I got it. Because if you hear boos on the sideline, it's like, go back to Washington, Kirk Cousins. You're a bum. I mean, these guys are liquored up, so they hear everything. Okay, and to say that they're immune to it,
shit.
Come on, Kurt.
When I was
move in the pocket.
When I was a season ticket holder, a couple games I figured out where the visiting players come in for the day. Dude, I can't repeat, even on the internet, the shit I said to those grown ass men. And let me just say this: more than one of them turned their head and looked at me. But guess what? We won every one of those games because those motherfuckers are like, I got in their head, and it wasn't like, okay, I'll show you. It wasn't some Michael Jordan moment.
Yeah,
it was some seriously disturbing shit I said.
Like, what did Randy Moss say? Why did he moon the crowd? Because literally coming into
they were mooning him.
So to say that, like, crowd interaction, there's so much more to it. There's people throwing shit.
You're right.
There's people like,
and I got into Randy. Those motherfuckers' heads because I said some shit where I know for a fact a couple of those players throughout the season were sitting on the sideline going, where the fuck did he even think? What does that even mean?
Or because look, we got social media now, right? So imagine like somebody. Here's what makes Kobe great. Kobe goes to Denver, where the rape shit happened. And he proceeds to drop like 50 points. If you don't think people are like, oh, did you rape somebody, Kobe? What's going on? Like,
it's what he said in his head is, I'm about to rape your team tonight on the court. I'll rape 5 dudes in front of you tonight with a basketball.
I think Dave Chappelle or somebody said he was playing like his freedom depended on it, right? Like, what, you know? So it's like, that's what makes those players elite above the elite, because they handle the pressure differently than the others. But like, for instance, let's say, because now we got social media, right? Let's say Christian Ponder cheats on his wife.
Right.
If you don't think, hey, Christian, how's your wife? If you don't think that, like, it's almost like when things are going great, you can't imagine how you could be so angry.
Hey, Christian.
But when things are going
bad. Guess who else your wife fucked?
Exactly.
Me. And then you turn around and it's some big fat fuck with his belly out. And he's like, he's got nipple sweat.
But I mean, but even so, that's affecting him. So now think about it, right?
My wife wouldn't fuck that guy.
No.
Maybe she would. Fuck.
Hey,
interception.
Look, think about this. Like, think about you're on the
especially if you're in the red zone and you're going to throw that last minute fucking pass, and you look up and you see that same fat fuck sitting there, and he's got he's Jim Carrey in his nipples. Oh,
look,
fuck, dude.
If you go back and like think about, so you got this social media, you got all this dirt on people that you can say, just imagine some of the heinous things that people would say, because the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, like, there's such a fine line between the two. Like, you can be playing Madden online with somebody and kicking their ass, and all of a sudden you lose, and then they send you like a message like saying you suck, and you just like spike your controller on the ground. There's a fine line between success and failure. Mm-hmm. So when you think about like the feeling you get when you lose, right? Or on the verge of losing, now all of a sudden that guy's shit talking is a little bit louder. That's when you say after the game, yeah, get him out of here. Yep, get that guy out.
Yeah.
Like, when Kurt's like, that one soundbite, how you like that or something.
Yeah.
Who do you think he was talking
like
to?
That. Yeah. You like that.
He was talking to all of the doubters, because all these guys take with them into a game what came with them. Like, if you were talking shit on some radio station, that was a rebuttal to something.
There are some guys that need that.
Yeah.
Kirk's one of those guys. Kirk has to go into a game pissed.
Yeah, or
no
an
one
underdog.
believes in you. You can't do this.
Exactly.
You can't do this. No one likes you. No one likes that.
Like, we talked about Kurt. Like, look, Kirk Cousins earned my respect. He earned my respect in the Giants game. All right? After he threw his third touchdown, he walked on the sideline. Now, remember, ESPN, even myself as a fan, this is all out of pain, okay, out of being a 20-some-year Viking fan. Even them, right, even myself, doubted him. right? I'm pissed off. I'm sick and tired of him not performing under pressure. I've had enough of this. But when people are talking about releasing him. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah,
like,
no,
we'll
I
just
do.
release him.
5 games in or something
we're
like
gonna
that.
release
6
him. Like,
games
we
in.
had enough of this.
Halfway through the season, people wanted him cut.
They wanted him cut, and we were like straight up, like, what do you call this? The cancel, what's this? Cancel society? Like
cancel culture.
Cancel, like, literally, we were like, cut him, and like there was chatter.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden, right, he throws his 3rd touchdown, and he takes his helmet off and he puts it down like that. I knew that he was responding to that pressure.
Yep.
He's like, okay, yeah, you guys doubted me. Like, he was using that to weaponize it to make himself perform better.
Exactly.
That's when I became, okay, he does have something. He's
and
got
he
heart.
did it again in the Saints game in the playoffs.
And he did it again in the Saints
you
game.
can't win a playoff game. You can't win a
exactly.
playoff game. Can't win a playoff game.
So I can't say anything
not
about
only
Kurt.
won a
Exactly.
playoff game, but he came back and won in overtime
exactly.
in the playoff
and
game.
threw a nice, beautiful pass to Kyle Rudolph. And
what about the 1-2 plays before, 3 plays before that to Thielen?
Thielen, yeah. It was just it was a fun game to watch. So again, when you think about how being a fan equates to greatness, it's the moments. If you were
not to mention the comeback versus the Broncos earlier that year, down.
We were
21-0.
down. Oh, that pissed me. Yeah,
which just in juxtaposition, the exact same thing happened the year before. We were 21-0 down to the Bills, and we folded.
And
we come back
at home
down,
too, because we were at home against Broncos.
Yep. And so mirror image, we seen it again.
Our defense couldn't stop the bullshit wide receiver and quarterback that game.
Right.
He almost threw a touchdown in the back of the end zone to win the game.
Yep.
So, but that was a game where, again, we talk about momentum.
And then was the Giants game? Was that the Monday night game, or was that later in the year? Was that the Dallas game? That was the Dallas game. We beat him on national TV. That was finally Kirk won a prime time nationally televised football game. That was the other one.
Yeah.
And you can't do it. He can't do it. Well, he showed up for that game. He showed. That's when I knew that we were going to win that Saints game going in, because I felt like he had proven himself to the team. So the rest of the team finally had confidence that they could rely on him, focus, do their individual jobs. I knew we were beating the fucking Saints in the playoffs.
So I felt the same way, because I felt like Dalvin Cook was back, and with Dalvin coming back, he's a game changer. When I say game changer, you have to have a game plan to stop him, or he can change the game. Meaning a running back who can go 80 yards, you have to have a defense that says account for him, so you can use that to your advantage. And I think Kurt, we saw it when Dalvin Cook was healthy, everything flowed better, because you have to plan for that threat.
Yep.
Kirk Cousins, you have to accept him for what he is. He's not put the can he do it? Has he shown that finally last year? Yeah, but
he does have a big arm. He's extremely accurate.
But,
he can win in the clutch, but he's not going to win in the Tom Brady.
No,
let's throw it 50 times and
he's
run
not,
the ball
because he's not
once.
looking. The thing about Kirk Cousins that I think people should come to realize is he's not a second and third read quarterback, and that's why I say that Kirk Cousins really is the epitome of a system guy, meaning he depends on his offensive coordinator to call good plays. So when you have an offensive coordinator in that box up, this is your first read.
Yep.
So
he's not going to be able to make those amazing improvised moments like a Mahomes or a Rodgers.
Bingo, because he's not an improviser. He's not looking for something down the field. Once you see him running, he's looking to minimize the damage of the sack. He wants to throw the ball away. He's not looking to get out of the pocket because he sees that. He just needs more time.
That's why he can be a great QB and is a great QB, but he's not going to make that next leap to be elite and be a special QB.
Well, yeah, so he needs here's the thing, right? He needs a wall. And you could argue he's an accurate quarterback, right? And quarterbacks, as we know, Viking fans, whether it's Spurgeon Wynn or what's the other, Tavares Jackson, you can have block but just miss on your reads all the time.
Sure.
So that's not to be underestimated. He has an accurate, deadly arm. Great deep ball, pretty ball, right?
Yeah.
But he's looking to run the play. He doesn't typically look to transcend the play. Like, hey, your coordinator, I think we got one-on-one coverage down on that, so-and-so play. Okay, all right. So that's what he's looking for.
Mm-hmm.
You don't typically see him in the pocket checking down. That's why when you think about a guy like Kyle Rudolph, what do you realize is that he wasn't a focal point as much, because now you get a guy who's checking down, like Case Keenum, prime example. Even Sam Bradford. Sam Bradford, I think, he got 80-something catches because Sam Bradford is a quarterback that's in the pocket, that's looking to do spot check audibles, right? Looking to online audibles. He has an ability to do that.
Yeah.
Whereas Kirk Cousins is looking to optimize the play called and the read. Whereas like these quarterbacks are check down. That's why when you think about the check down game, it wasn't what it should have been. A check down is like just that play where it's like nothing's there. They know nothing's there because they're fearless in the pocket. They're looking. Okay, I got that option. You didn't see a ton of that. Matter of fact, fans had to start complaining about just throw the ball, check the ball down. Instead, what you saw with Kyle Rudolph is you saw his ability as a receiving tight end that can literally win a one-on-one matchup because he's 6'6", and he's still athletic, and he's got mitts for hands. But what you didn't see is like the routine drive. Whereas in New England, Tom Brady lived off the check down. It wasn't there. Some running backs getting 10 catches that game because he'll do that.
Yep.
Right? That guy he's as good as his offensive coordinator. And that's okay. Okay, but now the realization is we got a third offensive coordinator, right, since he's been here. Because Gary Kubiak now is officially calling the offense. So it just comes down to, can you protect him? I'm still upset, Viking fans, over the fact that we did not make the trade to get the Pro Bowl offensive tackle, that we went for a rookie. Okay, like, what's his name? Out of Washington. He plays for the 49ers now.
I'm struggling. I was thinking Jason Peters. That's the Eagles guy.
Yeah. The other guy.
Trent Williams?
Trent Williams.
Yeah. And they got him for, what, a third-round pick?
They got him for cheap. And it's like, look, if you want to put all your equity in a third-round pick, all you got to do is realize the likelihood of finding a gem. You had a guy who could literally be a Pro Bowler, all-pro tackle, left tackle, his weak side.
For at least 5 years.
That's what I said, at least 5 years. At least 5 years. You got a guaranteed thing.
But I don't think he wanted to come here. I think that's really what it boiled down to. He wanted to play for a competitor, I think.
Look, man.
I think based on just little whispers I've heard through some of my people, like we wanted him, we made a better offer than they did, and he was like, no, 49ers.
Look, I was told that the Vikings never made that offer, that he would have come here, right?
Really?
Yeah. But either way, you know, if they're high on these rookies they drafted, like the Ezra, whatever, the Cleveland, what, you know, if they high on this tackle, you know,
he'll be okay. The other kid we took later, his name.
Yeah,
I forget his name.
So again, I think the Vikings have really established a lot of depth at the O-line, but you know, there's some guys who can come up. I think we're thinking about like the guy who blocked for what's his name from Cleveland. We took
Joe Thomas.
No, not Joe Thomas. The quarterback. What's his name? The Cleveland's quarterback, the Browns. Baker Mayfield.
Oh, fuck that guy.
Okay, so if you look at the team he's on, or the in college, there we got an O lineman, Samia. So we have some Samia.
Drew Samia.
So Drew Samia is a guy that I think we fall in love with this draft hype so much that we forget that you got guys who respond better when they're finally given stability. So now you take a guy who's been sitting there watching the system, watching it unfold, learning, getting better in the offseason. We underestimate your system you have set up for your players to succeed. Mm-hmm. I like the fact that the Vikings reached out and re-signed Zimmer because I think Zimmer has given the Vikings identity. Only the bandwagoners. You're not a fan, you're a bandwagoner. Yeah. If you don't understand that we have identity, we're going to the playoffs. We went to the NFC Championship game. Yep. Okay? We have identity. We're a good team every year.
Stability is important.
Exactly.
I've talked a lot about that.
And we have an identity. We do great things on third down. We tend to produce Pro Bowlers. We got a good disciplined team. And all we need to do, keeping Case Keenum, here's what people like to do. Well, look what he did in Denver. A different system. My point is, when you look at the statistics and you see that he was the number one quarterback
to you
under pressure. Yeah, no, I'm with it. I was
and
for
in
the
Washington.
Argument. So it's a different system, different running back, different wide receivers, but we had something.
Sure.
But we chose to roll the dice, and we'll never know. But what I do know, to all the loyal Viking fans, is, Case Keenum will always have a place in my heart. Always. Because you want to talk about an underdog story, a guy who overcame pressure. He was supposed to get benched in that Washington game. He was supposed to get benched. They were saying that Teddy Bridgewater, that he was supposed to be the guy, right? No matter what, even though he hadn't played, blew his knee out, tore his patella, I think, and a couple ligaments, he was going to be the guy. And he knew going into that game that everybody doubted him, even myself. If you look back to my Facebook post, I made a comment. I spelled his name wrong on purpose because he was another guy that we didn't plan for. Like, and here we go, another backup, like some Sean Hill guy, like a under the water guy.
Yep.
And literally, all I heard bitter Viking fans, heartbroken Viking fans talk about was, but we got to get Bridgewater. Are you guys watching this Case Keenum guy come in the game? Are you guys blind?
Right.
The guy's winning us games.
Right.
He isn't Kyle Orton dumping the ball down, just trying to manage the third and short, but run the ball. He is making plays.
And we started noticing that like the third game into the season, I think it was the Steelers game we lost, and we were like, wait a minute, this guy might have something.
Well, the
here.
next game, remember, Troy Aikman said, I don't know what it is about this guy, but for some reason against Tampa Bay, here are his numbers. And he threw a 4-touchdown game against Tampa Bay, and I'm like, oh, okay, hold on, we might got something here.
Yeah, he became the fucking highest signed, like from nobody starting him in fantasy football to like the number one free agent pickup.
But he didn't disappoint, and the numbers indicate that he did more than manage a game because QBR would determine how many valuable plays he had. So if he has a QBR that's second in the NFL, not to be confused with quarterback rating, which those you Dante Culpepper lovers would love to exploit that. The guy wouldn't do anything the whole game. He goes 8 for 8 in like the final garbage drive, throws a touchdown, 80 yards, 4 passes. Jimmy Kleinsaucer, 1 to Mo Williams.
Right.
But Jimmy Kleinsaucer, right? And every so often, Andrew the refrigerator Wiggins, right? No, hold up, Jermaine Wiggins, the
upside down bowling pin. The upside down bowling pin.
So then you look at Culpepper's numbers, and he's 22 of 30, 280 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. If you multiply that by 2, right, that's almost 4,800 yards passing for a season and over 32 touchdowns, right? And that's a great season.
It is,
but it's worthless. So when you look at the new QB rating, the total QBR, it's about plays that matter, that really weighted. So when you see that he was number 2 in the league, and Tom Brady in front of him, Drew Brees behind him. I don't
understand why we didn't re-sign him as a backup.
Because he too much money. We were running thin. Because we guaranteed $30 million to yours truly, and we would have had to pay him $15 million at least.
That sucks. All right, well, listen, man, we've been going for 4.5 hours. Let's wrap it up real quick.
What the hell is this button I keep seeing you push? What
that's me switching my cams. So from main, so this is what the crowd sees, right? And then when I go guest, it switches to you.
Okay.
And then host is me. This is how we started the podcast up here, and that's how we'll end it, is right there. Do the Vikings make the playoffs? Now, not only with the COVID factor, but with Pierce and Barr, I say no. I say we missed the playoffs. We're lucky to go 7-9 now.
I say I like the kid from Baylor. Where was it? Somewhere out west. The tackle we drafted. I think he's going to be a beast for years to come. I think they plug him in the middle, and I think that Anthony Barr is nothing but a name. No offense, Barr. I know you make money and you're supposed to make plays, but problem is I don't see you make enough plays.
Sure.
So I think you put anybody there with a pulse, maybe it's an upgrade at the position. He's supposed to be some edge rusher guy, but
we'll see.
44 tackles. I
was excited to see him come in with Dom Capers. So playoffs or not?
Playoffs, damn right. Playoffs. You know why?
Okay, so what's the finishing record? Where do you got us?
I think the Vikes go 12-4, 11-5.
Okay, I had us at somewhere between 10-6, 12-4. Now with the COVID, no crowds, and the lack of the players, I got us at 7-9, just missing the playoffs.
Everybody else is going to be affected by COVID too, not including the Vikings.
Let's do this again, dude.
Yes,
do you
sir.
Do you want to do one like a soul football one?
Yeah. Now, we'll get into the football. Let's definitely get.
You know what we should do? Let's do this. We'll pick. We'll do the first one. I'm going to put a TV up. Okay, like another one up here. I'm going to bring the football game in on it. You won't leave your house during Vikings games. So what we'll do is we'll sit here and we'll do it on the Vikes bye week. We'll put that up.
If we watch the Vikings here, I would do it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's do it, dude. I can't put the game on the screen, but it'll be us. Yeah. We'll sit here. We'll watch the game. We'll fucking scream at the TV. Right. It'll be great, dude.
Let's do it.
All right, man. Let's wrap it up.
Yep.
See, now we'll cue up that outro. There we go, bud.
Man, that was cool.